stuff and rip through it. That's how I want it. But music now, or at least for some musicians, it's turned into a political rally. 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. But again, back to the pillar point, it wasn't a surprise. Anybody who went in there knew it was only one side is welcome. And he absolutely has that right. But let's not spin it as some working class hero, because Springsteen is not. I'll take your calls again, 866-391-1020. Jake in Baldwin leads us off. Hi, Jake.
Yes. First of all, Bruce Springsteen can charge whatever he wants for his concert. He's a big-time celebrity. Secondly, the people that bought the front row seats for $500 to $5,500, those were mostly Republicans that mostly goaded Bruce Springsteen, because the average Joe ain't going to pay $500 to $5,000 for a ticket in the front. The main ticket was only $48, maybe $48 to $64 a pop for the ticket. So what's the problem?
Where did you see $48 tickets to the Bruce Springsteen concert?
I Googled it.
You
I Googled it. Yes.
Okay.
I Googled it.
Where were those seats located?
And I had some friends that went to the show. So the main tickets, the big front row tickets, was like $5,500 for the front tickets. Ain't no average Joe paying that. The Republicans paid planted people in the front to boo Bruce Springsteen.
So so wait a minute. So you're telling me that no suburban Democrats have any money?
No, they didn't do that. They did not boo Bruce Springsteen. Those were Republicans that did that. They were the ones that afforded those $5,000 tickets. The average Joe was paying $48 to $64 to be up in the peanut heaven. Those were the ones that did that. But all those other people down in the front, that's Trump's people booing Bruce Springsteen because they didn't want him to put out what he was putting out.
You seem upset about all of this. Maybe you have a hungry heart, or perhaps it's Murder Incorporated for you.
I'm upset because you're lying.
Well, then it's just going to be death to my hometown, I guess. How are you able to pick out someone's political affiliation by simply looking into the crowd? It seemed like you may have had a long walk home, sir. 866-391-1020. I did see online where they did Patti Smith's Because the Night, which is a great song. It just is. Now, all respect to Bruce Springsteen, I think 10,000 Maniacs cover of Because the Night is the best one, not Bruce Springsteen. But that caller, and keep the calls coming, certifiable kook if he thinks you can pick out somebody's political affiliation by where they're sitting at a concert. They're building apartments downtown. I think that's good, but it's also bad. We got to talk about that just a little bit. And back to the point. Do you go to concerts simply to be entertained, or do you go for a political message? And maybe has that evolved over time? Let's talk about that next. 866-391-1020. By the way, do you know someone in your community who's done something extraordinary in the past year? Nominate them right now. KDKRadio.com to be honored at this year's Larry's Hometown Heroes event.
What is life-changing medicine? The discovery of cancer at the earliest possible stage, challenging limits and transforming the impossible into reality, or connecting people to doctors and specialists when they need it most. At UPMC, we believe life-changing medicine is all those things. Our goal is to change the world of medicine and the lives of those around us. UPMC, changing healthcare, changing lives. Life-changing medicine.
You've probably seen it on local real estate shows or in the classifieds. A home is for sale, and the listing boasts about having a petite bathroom or a petite kitchen. Hi, this is Barry and Steve Ehrenrich.
It's gratifying and most humbling to know that long ago, the Petite brand became a status symbol in Western Pennsylvania. Whether you prefer a traditional or very contemporary design, upgrading your kitchen or bathroom the Petite way adds value and makes your home more desirable.
For over 50 years, we've helped thousands of satisfied customers make their kitchen or bathroom dreams come true. We invite you to visit our showroom at Petite Kitchen and Bath Design Center or call us at 412-279-2222.
You'll see great ways to create the kitchen or bathroom that fits your taste, your lifestyle, and your pocketbook.
Haven't you waited long enough?
PA 625.
Being diagnosed with leukemia, lymphoma, myeloma, or one of over 100 other types of blood cancer makes people want more time to do the things they love. We are Blood Cancer United. We do the most for more people with blood cancer. Join us at bloodcancerunited.org.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 72 degrees under cloudy skies at Pittsburgh International at 2:30. I'm Pat Septak. A deadly mining accident in Greene County is under investigation. The coroner there says 34-year-old Zachary Wolf of Rice's Landing was killed during an accident at Core Natural Resources in Aleppo Township last night just after 11:30. The cause and manner of Wolf's death will be determined by an autopsy. Allegiant Air will fill the void in the Pittsburgh area left by the departure of Spirit Airlines, formerly the carrier between Pittsburgh International Airport and Fort Lauderdale. Allegiant has announced it will be offering nonstop flights between Pittsburgh and the Fort Lauderdale Hollywood International Airport beginning October 2nd. The flights will operate all year, 3 times a week on Mondays, Fridays, and Saturdays. Sarah's Candies planning to open a new factory store at its headquarters in Washington County. The new facility on Meadows Lane in Canonsburg will offer public tours on weekdays and private tours by appointment. Those 45-minute guided factory tours will begin on July 6th. A legendary figure in the civil rights movement has died. News Radio KDKA's David Bolorado has more on the life of Robert Woodson.
On social media, Woodson's son Jamal announced his father's passing. The 89-year-old, who was born in Philadelphia, had joined the Air Force, which he credited for turning his life around after he had become estranged from his mother after his father's death. Woodson would become a prominent civil rights figure beginning with the early 1960s, and he would work with both the NAACP and the Urban League before going on to create what became known as the Woodson Center in 1981. It was designed to fight crime and violence by strengthening community-based leaders. Woodson was a prolific author and frequent guest on the Sunday morning talk show circuit. He was also a senior policy advisor on housing and urban development for the George W. Bush administration. David Bolorado, News Radio KDKA.
On Wall Street, the Dow is up 584 points, the NASDAQ is up 345 points, and the S&P 500 is up 67. KDKA Radio News Time is coming up on 2:32. I'm Pat Septak on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio KDKA.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Health Trends, sponsored by Ethos.
For the first time in over a decade, the American Academy of Pediatrics is issuing new guidance on recess. Experts say recess is essential for more than just burning off energy. It's directly linked to better grades and improved mental health. The doctor's message is clear. Whether a student is in kindergarten or high school, playtime is a necessity, not a luxury. The guidance is published in the journal Pediatrics. I'm Margie Schaefer.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Medicare's great, but it's not simple. Dina Schmidt and Michael Coleman from One Health Benefits are licensed Medicare specialists who sort through Medicare confusion at no cost to you. New legislation, plan changes, and rules all directly impact your coverage and wallet. Let One Health Benefits have your Medicare plan fit you and not the other way around. Wrong choices cost thousands. A single right conversation with One Health Benefits saves you money and stress. Call 724-799-8873 or go to onehealthbenefits.com. KDKA-AM.com.
Make 380 Auction of Murraysville your next stop for all your spring needs. Great prices on vegetable and flower flats. Savings every day. 380 Auction has name brand furniture, tools, automotive supplies, pet supplies, lawn and garden, toys, food, and new items arriving daily. 380 Auction is open Tuesday through Sunday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Call 724-339-3132. That's 724-339-3132. Or log on to shop380.com and save.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Mostly cloudy the rest of the afternoon. A few showers and a thunderstorm. The high 72. Some rain tonight, low 49. Clouds break for some sun tomorrow, high 68. More rain Friday, high 63. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist John Feerick, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
A doctor's mistake can turn your world upside down. Massa Law Group has recovered millions for families across our Pittsburgh region. We're here with real compassion and real results. Call 412-338-1800 for your free case review today.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us all this week on the Big K Morning Show, 5:30 until 10, for your chance to win tickets to see the Temptations and the Four Tops at the Benedum June 5th.
All right, here we go. Hello to you. As always, you can listen to us, 100.1 FM, AM 1020, KDKA, or on that Odyssey app, AUDACY. You can also watch us online, KDK's video stream. It's presented by Metropolitan Window Company. Let's go to KDKRadio.com. and watch our live stream. I like our YouTube page. That's fantastic. One thing I thought of about that last caller, it was like when Lewis Lips used to catch a pass for the Pittsburgh Steelers, or Pat Freiermuth. Maybe that last caller needs to clean the potatoes out of his ears. It would be my guess, and I was not there last night, Pat Septak was, but maybe the crowd was yelling, Bruce, and not necessarily booing. Like they yell, Muth, or Lou, back in the Lou Lips days. Just an educated guess from somebody who has been at a Bruce Springsteen concert. So the plants that you say were in the front row booing him, maybe they were just the biggest fans out there and really loudly yelling, Bruce, which has to get old if you're him. Walking around, everybody just saying that all the time. Anyway, listen for the Drive at 5. The stories driving the news every single day at 5. Brought to you by Service Master Greater Pittsburgh. Demand the yellow van. This has been high energy so far. I don't know if I can keep this energy up till 5:55. I don't even know if I can keep it up till 2:55. So on the camera, if you're watching, if I pass out during the show, call the newsroom and shake up Pat Septak for him to come in and wake me up. All right, Ross Godotti had a story on Channel 2's TV news, on the TV news. So Ross Godotti had a story that on the surface sounds good, but I do think we need to pry in a little bit deeper. And I will take your calls about the Springsteen concert all show today. But give a listen to this story.
This story actually begins with the great exodus of office building tenants from the downtown area during and post-COVID, leading to this question.
What are we going to do with all this office space?
To include this one-time office building on Smithfield Street, but developer Jeffrey Woda says it won't be vacant for long.
So we're here today to celebrate the beginning of construction of Smithfield Lofts.
The Ohio-based developer says the 12-story building will be adapted and reused with the following in mind for some of the building's 46 apartment units.
39 of our units are designated for residents earning between 20 and 60% of area median gross income.
The plan is also to make the building a nationally designated green building. Plus,
and amenities will include a large community room, a children's playroom, a bike room, a fitness center.
This is now going to bring more residents downtown. This is going to create more and more vibrancy.
I mean, this is a big deal.
The project will run about $30 million with the help of developmental tax breaks. And while it's still just 2 years from completion, County Executive Sarah Innamorato says This structure is one of several developments that will hopefully bolster the entire region as a place for families to live and grow.
That means people, from young workers to seniors to families, are going to see themselves as part of downtown's future.
Downtown, Ross Scadotti, KDKA TV News.
What young worker is going to live in a housing project? I'm not asking that to be flip, but what young worker is going to elect to live there? If you pour back through that and you listen to the particulars, is it a rah-rah success story? That I don't know. Certainly they're building apartments downtown. 39 of the 46 of them are going to be places where 20 to 60% of the median income is what people living there are going to make. Okay? So affordable housing, if you will. I'm not against affordable housing. Not at all. But think about this. Will affordable housing raise property values in and around that building? Will it raise property values for the other 7 units in that building? And will it force business to grow in and around that building? Let's just be real for a minute here. I'm not against affordable housing. I'm not against it where it needs to be, where people want it, any of that. But this big kind of pep rally for something that is affordable housing, show me where it's proven to spur growth in a neighborhood. I'll wait. I'm a realist here. And this is Sarah Innamorato championing an inability to get real business to come into town. Think about this for a minute. You have a 12-story building, and you have a major metropolitan area, or at least a decent-sized metropolitan area. You can't get tenants to come in and put any business in there. That's not success. That's patent failure. And 34 affordable units out of 46, you're creating a high-rise project. That's just what it is. That's the way it is. I speak the truth. I don't speak ill, or there's no ill will for anybody who's living there. Everybody's in different circumstances in their life. This is going to be pretty much for 39 of the 46 units in there akin to county housing, if not cheaper in a way. Take the mean income of this area. People qualify for those 39 units who make 20 to 60% of the mean income. Not people who make the mean income. You can make 20% of the mean income and qualify for one of those units. And that's where your rent will stay. I don't begrudge nor want to speak ill of anybody who's having a rough go at it. But generally, where the housing prices are cheaper is where the crime spikes, is where it's not desirable to live. It's also not desirable to open business. Like, how dumb do you think I am? And then to go ahead and have this pep rally and have Sarah Innamorato, who, again, raised the prices at the pools, the county pools yesterday, gigantically, to have her champion this as some sort of success, are you even going to break even on this thing? And you look at adjacent properties to this. Explain to me exactly how it's going to spur growth in that corridor. I can't find a way. What grocery store? What goods store? What kind of any store is going to say, okay, we have essentially affordable housing in 7/8 of the place. We want to put a store right next door, and this is going to be the hub of the community and we're going to build it out from here. Enlighten me and let me know, because I'd love to know. It just seems like a plan that I want to see it revisited in 4 or 5 years and see the shape that it's all in. Joe's in Pittsburgh. Hi, Joe.
Hey, first of all, that was Logan. My name isn't Joe. He might be seeing it from I'm using my buddy's phone. But I side with you on a lot of this, but their argument will be, and this is a slight argument, I understand when they say affordable housing, they might mean a college student that is doing their field placement that may or may not work at, and so that's their interpretation. Now, they try
I have no idea what you're saying. Who are you describing? What college student are you describing? Who are you describing?
Okay, actual people that do this. Okay, now let's go back to affordable housing. Their definition, and probably I'm going to go out on a limb. My definition of their definition of affordable housing, and probably you and I share the same opinion. It's not the same thing. You and I know that, but they think that we look at them as riffraff. I don't. They have a different concept of what affordable housing is.
I would agree with you there. I absolutely agree with you that particularly people on the far left, like Sarah Inamorado, look at affordable housing as something totally different than what you and I look at it as. But hard numbers are hard numbers. 20 to 60% of the median income is 20 to 60% of the median income. Your call's next, 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020 right here, KDK.
Listen to Colin Dunlap on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code EARN to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code EARN to borrow up to $10,000. Use code EARN to borrow up to $10,000.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Covered by JP Roofing and Siding. Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company.
Bring your home back to life with Zero Res, a fresher clean that you can actually feel. Get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $139 and whole home air duct cleaning starting at just $599. Visit ZeroResPGH.com and tell them KDKA sent you.
It's Marty Griffin. I have seen so much anger these days. You know what's overwhelmed me with joy and optimism? This Get Marty. The folks in this community that have stepped up. You can't help your neighbor if you hate your neighbor. Get Marty epitomizes that opportunity to help people, feed people, clothe people, educate people. If you need me, get Marty at KDKRadio.com. It's where we will find a way to help you.
Presented by UPMC Health System, Phil DeLuceni and Associates, Cousins Roofing, Siding and Decks, and by Harold Shepley and Associates.
Spring is calling, and the all-new 2026 Subaru Outback is ready to answer at Bowser Subaru. Whether you're headed to the mountains, the ball field, or just enjoying the sunshine on your commute, the Outback helps you make the most of every mile. Right now at Bowser Subaru, take home a 2026 Subaru Outback Premium, VIN number TY518040, MSRP $37,437, and get 2.9% APR for 60 months, or lease for only $269 a month for 36 months with $2,999 due at signing. Visit BowserSubaru.com or in person at Bowser Subaru, Route 51 today. With credit approval and financing through SMFL. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $490 applies. Lease with 10,000 miles per year. No security deposit required. See Bowser Subaru for complete details. Offer ends May 31st. Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Save big on a new roof during Home Genius Exteriors Memorial Day roofing sale. Get 50% off all roofing materials, then take an extra $500 off, plus 0% APR and no payments till 2027. Call now to schedule your free, no-obligation roof and attic inspection. Save big with our best offer of the year. Call Home Genius Exteriors today at 855-U-R-GENIUS. That's 855, the letter U, the letter R, Genius. See website for details.
Snapshot from Progressive wasn't created for just anybody. Oh no, we made it for you. Smooth accelerators. When that light turns green, you're off. Like a warm knife through firm butter. Going from 0 to the speed limit in an appropriate amount of time. Sure, your car has horsepower, but your horses prance around as silky smooth as your right foot. Fancy Prancerton. With Snapshot, safe drivers like you get personalized rates based on your driving habits. Sign up today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents.
1 in 4 Americans have a disability. I'm one of them. I'm also a working mom who cares deeply about making sure every child with a disability thrives by getting their access needs met. We've got a trusted ally by our side. Easter Seals provides children and families the foundation for lifelong success through early learning programs, skills training, and prep for college and career. That's my Easter Seals. Make it yours. Join us at EasterSeals.com.
When it comes to family law, a lot has changed in recent years, so assumptions can be costly. If you see or sense a change coming in your family life that could have legal implications, it's important to know where you stand. Getting good legal advice early is never a bad idea. I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. If you or anyone you know is facing a family law issue, start with a consultation. Visit CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
Wendy's has named a new CEO. It is former Potbelly CEO Bob Wright. This news comes as the fast food chain just reported its 5th straight quarter of same-store sales declines. Wright led Potbelly for 5 years and helped it turn around after the pandemic lockdowns. Wendy's has not had a permanent CEO since Kirk Tanner left last July to head up Hershey. Airbnb has added several services for its customers, including hotel bookings, rental cars, and grocery delivery. CEO Brian Chesky says that the platform has a chance to be the Amazon for services like traveling or living. It is also adding some AI features, including adding a voice to its chatbot later this year. Intuit, the maker of TurboTax software, is seeing its shares lower today. The company announced that it will be cutting about 17% of its workforce, or around 3,000 employees. I'm Dan Loney on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Your drive just got easier. It's Colin Dunlap on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Excuse me while I just pause before having a pep rally. So you heard Ross Godotti, big thanks to Channel 2 for that story, about the unveiling of these downtown apartments, Smithfield something or other. And maybe lost in this, 39 of the 46 units are going to be affordable housing. Okay. All right. And I get it. Maybe downtown could be desirable. Perhaps there's social services there and things like that. But Sarah Innamorato wants to have a news conference there yesterday. And they want to stand up there in a podium and a dais and all of that and beat the drum about pushing Pittsburgh forward. Okay. All right. If I told you in any other neighborhood in the city proper or in Allegheny County, if they were opening an apartment house and 39 of the 46 units were affordable housing, and I told you it was a block from your house, would you see that as success? Would you think it would be desirable? And again, I get it. Different people are in different seasons of their life. They're in different situations in their life. Everybody makes a different income. I understand it. I get it. But the way this was spun, the way it was delivered to the masses as this overwhelming success, number one, I just don't understand that. Number two, who's really paying for these units? Because there's an abyss and a divide and a gap there from the true price to the price that the person who is living there is paying. Is it Section 8? Is it taxpayers? Because the developer isn't going to go, well, yeah, we can make that much, but we'll just let you slide for that much. Somebody's paying that. Free ain't free. As much as these socialists or progressives want to keep free, the bill comes due. It just does. So there's that. And also, I'm not dumb. The reason why it became this was because it was a business building. It wasn't residential. It was a business building. And they couldn't find tenants. Nobody wanted to go there. It needs to be now retrofitted for people to live there. I mean, the guy said it right in the situation there, right in the news conference. There's a retrofit that has to happen to make it housing and not commercial. So to spin this and have a pep rally and have balloons and blow kisses at everybody, some people might buy it hook, line, and sinker. I don't. Sarah Innamorato and that bunch with the county, tell me when you secure business to come here, and whenever you get people on the tax rolls, and whenever you have companies, ones that maybe we know the names of even, that decide to say, you know what, I want to plant my flag in the Golden Triangle. These people are completely insane. Decimating your business community with housing does zero for the tax base. Zero. Do they think that young people are going to put their kids in downtown so that they can go play on Smithfield Street? Really? Do they really believe the words in their mouth that they say, that come out of them? Go find me all the kids right now that are walking around downtown that live with their parents, that are under the age of 10. Go find them. These people say things, too many people believe them, and nobody challenges them, particularly other radio hosts. They just let it fritter in the wind. And now we're stuck with this. I want to see this place in 5 years from now. And I'm telling you, it's a glorified housing project. 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. And the world needs them. The country needs them. 100% so. But don't sell it to me like it's an overwhelming success. Because it's not. Pizza! Top of the hour. I have a story about pizza, I promise. First news, KDK.
When you need to know, depend on the news leader. At home, in your car, or at work. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM, AM 1020, and KDKA-radio.com.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out? Spruce, spruce, spruce.
It's spruce, the weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people, pets, and bees. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour, and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play. Spruce, pet friendly, weed deadly. Find wherever weed killers are sold.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 70 degrees under cloudy skies at Pittsburgh International at 3 o'clock. I'm Pat Septak. The news is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. Need a new roof or just want to repair a small leak? Trust PJ.com. Drivers in downtown McKeesport are asked to use caution as crews work on a water main break there. The McKeesport Mayor's Office says crews are working to restore the break on Walnut Street. The road is closed between Lau Boulevard and 6th Avenue. Traffic is also affected on the 200 and 300 blocks of 5th Avenue. No timetable for repairs was given. A death at a Greene County mine. News Radio KDKA's David Ballarado has more.
Not much is known yet about the death of the miner at Core Natural Resources. 34-year-old Zachary Wolf of Rice's Landing was killed in the accident at the mine's Aleppo portal in Aleppo Township. The accident happened around 10 last night, and Wolf was pronounced dead about 90 minutes later. The Greene County coroner says the cause and manner of death will be determined after an autopsy. No word yet on when OSHA will send in investigators, but that would be standard procedure for any work-related death. David Ballarado, News Radio KDKA.
Well, the summer travel season is here. Yesterday, we spoke with the Pennsylvania Turnpike Commission, and now AAA is projecting nearly 45 million Americans will travel at least 50 miles from home during the Memorial Day weekend. Public Affairs Director Skylar McKinley has some tips on how to get the most bang for your buck at the gas pumps.
Make sure your car is properly maintained. A well-maintained vehicle is just cheaper to drive. You're getting better fuel mileage. You're not dealing with unexpected costly breakdowns along the way. Your vehicle's efficient.
AAA reporting a national average today of $4.55 for a gallon of regular. The city of Pittsburgh's Independence Day celebration has been named America's Best 4th of July celebration in the USA Today 10 Best Reader's Choice Awards. Pittsburgh celebration tops a list that includes events from St. Louis, Philadelphia, and Washington, D.C. This year's event will commemorate the 250th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence. The Trump administration has announced criminal charges against former Cuban President Raul Castro.
The case relates to Castro's role in the 1996 shootdown of 2 planes operated by a Miami-based exile group, Brothers to the Rescue. Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche made the announcement at a ceremony honoring those killed.
Today, we are announcing an indictment charging Raul Castro and several others with conspiracy to kill U.S. nationals.
Raul Castro is now 94 years old. There's no indication he'll be taken into U.S. custody anytime soon.
That is CBS News correspondent Cammie McCormick reporting. Well, if you were hoping to get another glimpse of the historic NFL draft clock on Pittsburgh's North Shore, you're too late. It's gone. The 18-foot tall clock, which was installed in May of last year, has been removed. Visit Pittsburgh says it's being placed into storage while they decide where its permanent location will be. On Wall Street, the Dow is up 630 points, the Nasdaq is up 345 points, and the S&P 500 is up 70. KDKA Sports in St. Louis, the Pirates will try to break their 4-game losing streak in Game 2 of their series against the Cardinals. First pitch, 7:45. KDKA Radio News Time is 4 o'clock. It is currently 70 degrees under cloudy skies in Pittsburgh. KDKA AAA traffic and the AccuWeather forecast next.
Did you know that La China Drapery and Blind Factory has their own factory, fabric warehouse, and showroom right here in Pittsburgh? La China doesn't just sell their beautiful custom products, they make them. From exquisite fabrics to custom draperies to blinds, shades, shutters, and upholstery, you get La China's expertise from start to finish. Visit La China's showrooms in Dormont and Wexford. Call 412-665-4900 to book a free La China shop-at-home visit or book online at lachinadrapery.com.
The amount of compensation received from a lung cancer or mesothelioma lawsuit varies. But at Pittsburgh-based Goldberg, Persky & White, the goal is simple. Maximize your recovery and ensure you receive the full compensation you deserve. Asbestos manufacturers spent decades concealing the dangers of asbestos exposure, and today, many suffering from lung cancer or mesothelioma are fighting back. You are not alone in this fight. Call GPW today at 1-800-COMPLEX to learn more.
All right, here we go, 3:05. Margot's back there, but Logan's helping us today, too. He's going to give you traffic. PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, thanks, Colin. Getting reports of a collision on the 400 block on Crawford Run Road in East Deer Township. Now taking a look at the major roadways on the Parkway West outbound, there is heavy congestion starting at the county jail, moving towards the lower level of the Fort Pitt Bridge. Also, both lanes of the Liberty Tunnel are clogged, causing heavy congestion. Now taking a look at the Parkway West, the outbound lane near the Oakland on-ramp progressing in the direction of the Squirrel Hill Tunnel is seeing brake lights. With AAA Traffic, I'm Logan Arblaster on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Mostly cloudy the rest of the afternoon with a few showers and even a thunderstorm. A high 72. A few showers in the area tonight, the low 49. Clouds break for some sun tomorrow, high 68. Occasional rain Friday, high 63. For AccuWeather, I'm John Feerick. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Pittsburgh, we've got a problem. Home care is in crisis and there aren't enough caregivers to meet the demand. So if you've got a loved one with Medicaid and needs care, don't wait. Freedom Care was built for this moment. We help you get care at home from someone you already trust. A family member or friend who can get paid to help with everyday needs like meals, medication, bathing, and mobility. If you have Medicaid, it's 100% free to you. No waiting lists. Just real care from your people right now. Freedom Care handles it all. Training, payroll, and support. So you can stay safe and comfortable at home and your caregiver gets paid after every shift guaranteed. With 97% satisfaction and over 150 million hours of care delivered, Pittsburgh families are already making the switch to care at home. Take care of your own and get paid with Freedom Care. Call 412-844-5990. That's 412-844-5990. Call now, 412-844-5990. 412-844-5990.
Freedom Care, we're here for
You've heard the news. Now, talk about it with Colin Dunlap on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
All right, a little later on this hour, I'm going to illustrate, because it happened, just a terrible way to die. I mean, I didn't want to talk about this, but a terrible way to die. There's a story out there about this. Yuck. Top of the next hour, I want to talk to a local coach. He has a player in a player's family who needs your help. unspeakable tragedy happened to them. And it's what we do in Western Pennsylvania. We come together. We help people out. We rally in time of need. And it's a weird time on the sports schedule. And this coach needs your help. I was perusing Facebook, social media yesterday, and came across this story. And I shot this guy a message, and he said, yeah, oh, come on. We got to talk about this. We got to help this family out. So that's coming up at 4:05. And honestly, I don't do this all the time. Just when stories present themselves where I really think people need your help, and this is one of them. So be sure to be listening just past 4:05. Pat Septak had that story about Raul Castro. I got to be totally frank with you. Until I just heard that story a little bit ago, I 100% forgot about that guy and thought he was dead. I just did. I thought he had gone, I don't know, via big Cuban missile to the sky. I thought he was finished, done, kaput. I didn't know he was still alive. So that's that. Apparently he's going to be brought to justice. So, all right, something everybody can relate to. Pizza. How about this story Stacey Lynn has from CBS?
It's an old school classic, according to a new YouGov survey of more than 44,000 pizza lovers.
Pizza Hut has big news for cheese lovers.
Pizza Hut was ranked as the best. Researchers say nostalgia may be driving its popularity, with many Americans remembering the chain's iconic red roofs and pan pizza. Domino's came in second, followed by Papa John's, Little Caesars, and Marco's Pizza.
Pizza Hut.
Stacey Lynn, CBS News.
Why, thank you, Stacey. I do not want calls where people call, my favorite pizza is this place, they name this place. No, I'll shut it down. I just don't want that. But there's a couple things here. I do want to talk to you at 866-391-1020. For me, the logic is this. Anytime there's an option for a non-chain pizza or a small local chain, you go for that over one of those big box chains. I mean, 1,000% so. That's to me logic, okay? But I did read a story the other day. There was some guy in the Midwest. I think he bought, I want to say 30 or 40 old Pizza Huts, and he's making them back into what Pizza Hut was when we were growing up. He's putting like the salad bar in, and he's putting the tablecloths. He's having a buffet, all of that. If he includes Book It into there, that's actually pretty cool. Good on that guy. But I've thought about this. Are you with me that and again, I don't want people to call, my favorite place is this on Banks. I don't need that. But are you with me that chain pizza is your last resort? Like if there's no locally owned or independent pizzeria nearby, chain pizza, whether it's, that was 44,000 people in that poll. That wasn't a couple hundred people. 44,000 people said Pizza Hut's the best chain, the best one that there is. But are you with me that that's a last resort? Now, also, I see a pizza connoisseur out there, Andy Lindbergh, who might be great with this. So, what is the best chain, though? If you're really up against it, and you are stuck, and you're somewhere, say you take and this happens, you take your kids to an activity, you're out of town, you are at a hotel, you're at a baseball tournament, a basketball tournament somewhere, and in a town in which you're not very familiar with, and you're like, we just got to get some food. What chain is the best? See, I'm partial to Little Caesars. Andy, you're a pizza connoisseur. You've made a lot of pizzas in your life.
I've probably made thousands of pizzas in my life.
Thousands and you've worked as a at a pizzeria.
I can toss the dough above my head like one of those Italian guys.
Right, like the man on the box that looks like one of Super Mario Brothers.
Yeah.
What is the best chain pizza? If it came to, now, are you with me where if you have the option to buy independent or a locally owned place, you always go with that?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. So I'll just tell you real quick. We go Pizza Hut maybe like once every other month just to get a little bit of a taste, but every other time it's the local mom and pop shop. But yeah, Pizza Hut followed by Little Caesars.
Pizza. Does Little Caesars still give you two for the price of one?
I don't See, they're kind of hard to find. I used to be able to find them in Kmart's. Remember?
Yes.
There was the Little Caesars in the Kmart up the hill at the Parkway Center Mall, which has been gone for years, but there used to be a Little Caesars inside that Kmart.
They had one in Hampton. It closed down, the Little Caesars. They also had a pizza. I don't know if they still do have a Pizza Hut or not. It has been so long for me to get the big box shop. Like Domino's, out. I'll never get Domino's. I'd rather eat my shoe than eat Domino's.
I don't want to disparage. Yeah, it's too greasy.
It.
It's too greasy for me, Domino's. And
Yes.
Pizza Hut just has that, like, the deep dish is amazing. They're the original stuffed crust pizza people, and, that's good. They're thin and crispy. I mean, if you're going for just, like, a sure bet, you know what it tastes like. If, like you said, if you're out of town, you have so many options with
this guy.
Pizza
Now,
Hut.
keep in mind, this guy's the Pizza King of Steubenville Pike. Like, that's Andy Lindbergh is. So you're talking to an expert here. You know what? You're right. I guess Pizza Hut is that. You know what you're going to get, and the consistency works.
Now, we used to get Papa John's back in college, but that was only for the garlic dipping sauce.
Yes, you could drink that stuff.
If you didn't have the garlic dipping sauce, then it wasn't. It was mid, as the kids probably said, but don't say anymore.
Yeah,
I think I'm behind.
We're always a couple years behind what they say. We think they say that, but they don't anymore. You're right. That garlic dipping sauce, you could just pour all over the pizza,
and that made it 10 times better. But without it, nah.
Yes,
Meh.
they have a full Little Caesars restaurant in Carmichael's. Well, the offshoot is that you're in Carmichael's, which is a great little town. But it's like really far away.
So you're from Sharpsburg. Did they ever have like a big opening where like a new McDonald's or new fast food place opened when you were a little kid? I'm from Kennedy, and we had two big events. We had the one Subway sandwich / Little Caesars open when I was in like 5th grade, and then a couple years later McDonald's. But when that Little Caesars opened at Independent Shop, that was like a game changer.
Can I be
for our
honest with
community.
you?
Yeah, go ahead.
I was born in 1976, so like I grew up in the 80s and 90s. Nothing ever opened in Sharpsburg. It only closed. I mean, I'm just being honest with you.
Well, I'm from Upper St. Stowe Rocks in Kennedy Township, so.
And there were a couple good pizza places. Venziano's was there. There was one, Pat may know, because they had a kind of a satellite. There was a Trojan Pizza in Sharpsburg, because there was one up by North Catholic that Pat Septak, I'm sure, hung out at. Maybe played the Pac-Man machine, smoked cigarettes outside, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, Pizza Hut. See, the Pizza Hut in my neighborhood, which became a Rite Aid and is now empty because of Rite Aid. They used to have the Ninja Turtles video game from like the mid-'90s, which was like that arcade game, one of the top tier games. So you'd go there, get your personal pan pizza from the Book It program, get that good ice in that red cup. I mean, Pizza Hut.
Yeah, you know what? It is. It's by
had it
far
going
the
on.
best chain. It's not. I don't think anything's close.
And there's one in Baden. I wrote a story about this earlier this year, is that they've gone old school. They're bringing back a buffet. They got the good ice again.
A guy bought 30 of them in the Midwest. You know what chain is pretty good? Sir Pizza.
Sir Pizza. Those smaller ones, Pizza Joe's. Sir Pizza's really good.
Okay, good stuff. Pizza King of Steubenville Pike.
But go out to the Giant, or the I'm writing a story on Giant Eagle. Go out to the Pizza Hut in Baden if you want to get the old school experience.
Get the whole feel. The salad bar, the buffet, Book It, all of that. Thank you, Andy Lindbergh, the best. Let's hit some traffic right now. PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA, AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. What you got, Logan?
Thanks, Colin. And there is a traffic collision on Ewing Road, the 376 bus ramp in Moon Township. Also taking a look at the major roadways on the Parkway West outbound, the bathtub is stacked, starting at the county jail, moving towards the lower level of the Fort Pitt Bridge. Also, both lanes of the Liberty Tunnel still stacked up, causing delays. Now taking a look at the Parkway East, the outbound lane near the Oakland on-ramp, progressing in the direction of the Squirrel Hill Tunnel, still is bottlenecked. With AAA Traffic, I'm Logan Arblaster on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg with your KFC Weekend Weather Update. On Saturday, expect cloudy skies and cool temperatures with a few showers. The high will reach 63 degrees. Sunday will bring mostly cloudy conditions with a chance of showers. It will be warmer with a high of 75 degrees. Introducing the KFC $10 Bucket of the Day deal. Now, every weekday, you get a different bucket of crispy, crunchy chicken for just $10 each. 24 nuggets, $10, 8 piece, $10, 10 wings, $10, 8 tenders, $10, only at KFC. Prices and participation may vary while supplies last.
Summer means longer days and more deals at Lowe's. This Memorial Day, shop Miracle-Gro 0.75 cubic foot garden soil, 5 bags for $10. Plus, get select 1.5-gallon red, white, and blue annuals hanging baskets, 2 for $15 to show off your favorite plants. Stop traffic with stunning landscaping and save while you do it. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 5/27, excludes Alaska and Hawaii. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
Marvelous May savings continue at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, fresh, boneless, skinless chicken breasts are $1.99 a pound. In the produce department, whole seedless watermelon, $4.88 each. In our deli, Coons 8-piece baked chicken is $7.99 each. And additional savings, selected varieties of Bush's baked beans, 21.7 to 28-ounce cans, 2 for $5.
It's happening now at Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
Hey, want to do dinner with us tonight?
I don't know. The kids just left. I think we're just going to stay in tonight.
Oh, come on. Don't miss out again.
Miss out on what?
Catching up with friends. The sounds of winning. Celebrations. Endless laughs. And memories they'll never forget. Don't just hear about the fun. Time moves fast, so go have it. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
Brought to you by the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank. Every dollar, every hour, every voice. That's the power of you.
Because of you, families across our region don't have to wonder where their next meal is coming from. Thank you for your support of the 7th annual Feed the Need Radiothon. You're helping provide our neighbors food for today, stability for tomorrow, and opportunity for a lifetime. Visit PittsburghFoodBank.org.
Need new windows or thinking about replacing the front door? Larry Richard for Specialty Window and Door. My friend Rick Fish and his local experienced installers have been specializing in windows and doors since 1980. Whether you're looking for vinyl, fiberglass, or wood, Rick features all the industry leaders, Provia, Joyce, Marvin, and Anderson. Whether it's one door, one window, or for the entire house, visit SpecialtyWindowAndDoor.com.
Folks, appliances are big purchases. That's why I recommend Voss TV and Appliance, family-owned since 1960. Megan, Tracy, the entire Voss team are experts. They know appliances and TVs inside and out. They take the guesswork of shopping and provide helpful advice before, during, and after your purchase. Having knowledgeable people on your side that you can trust matters. Shop Voss's South Hill showroom. Go to VossTV.com or call 412-650-VOSS, 412-650-VOSS. Voss TV and Appliance. The lowest prices, guaranteed.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Pros, save more on the materials you need to get the job done, inside and out, at Lowe's. Right now, get 10% off in-stock Trex Naturals decking, now available in more styles. Plus, get 15% off select custom entry, interior, and storm doors. Then, we'll deliver it all straight to your job site to help keep your jobs moving. Get the brands pros trust, priced right, and ready when you need them. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 5/27. While supplies last. Selection varies by location.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. We're proud to offer high-quality, rechargeable hearing aids starting at just $98. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and hear the difference today by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Nest Expressions Window Fashions is offering free motorization right now on Duets and Aria soft shades. 1-888-952-NEST. Or simply book online, nestexpressions.com.
It's a match made in heaven. Your drive home and Colin Dunlap. Only on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right. Man, what a rip-roaring show today. We're flying. 866-391-1020 is that number, top of the hour. I want to tell you about a way to help somebody in need. Unspeakable tragedy, and it's one of those ones that can happen to any of us. It's just, oh, man. So I saw this on social media. I saw there was a local coach, a guy who we have some mutual friends. I don't really know, but I'm going to talk to him coming up just past 4. But I saw his number. I said, I got to talk to this guy, and I got to figure out a way to help this student athlete and his family out. So I'll introduce you to that story. You got to be listening at 4 o'clock. I don't care if you got an extra buck laying around. If you can help this family, that'd be fantastic. I'll bring you the story coming up just past 4 o'clock. All right, before we're out of here this hour, a terrible way to die. I mean, I know that sounds morbid because, well, it is, but a terrible way to die. And someone realized it, which is even worse. But it's almost Memorial Day weekend. For some of you, Memorial Day weekend may start tomorrow. If you take a couple days off, then you have off Monday. That's the way to go. You take 2 days, you get 5 or 6 out of them, right? So that's going on. Have your vacation plans changed? This is what I want to get into, and I want to take your calls for just a little while. Have your vacation plans changed because of the economy? There are a lot of stories out there in that regard.
The Memorial Day celebration is already jamming on Music Row. If it's Nashville's Broadway, there's a band playing. Steve Hoskins came from Rochester, New York.
There's sticker shock on pretty much everything we do. I mean, whether it's staying at home or on vacation.
He's not alone. Flights to Nashville are up $121 compared to last year, with gas up about $1.42 a gallon.
Okay, so that's the first part of it. More.
Nationally, the 45 million Americans expected to travel for the unofficial kickoff to summer are going to be paying more for just about everything. The average domestic airfare nationally last week was $383. That's $89 over the same time in 2025. Nationwide, gas prices are more than $1.37 a gallon higher than last Memorial Day.
Yikes, everything's more expensive.
Sally French tracks vacation inflation for NerdWallet.
This is really the summer that people aren't necessarily looking at going abroad or going across country, but they're looking at what are those destinations that are maybe just 1 or 2 hours from where I live because they're not paying for those travel costs.
Compared to last year, NerdWallet found the cost of doing things on vacation was up 5.5%, lodging up more than 4%, and eating out is taking a 3.6% bigger bite from your wallet.
Okay, so is that your plan? Is your plan to still go on vacation, but maybe do less when you're there? It feels to me like that is because they illustrated this. There's still 45 million people traveling. So that's a rise. That's an elevation. That's a gain percentage-wise and numbers-wise. So more people are actually traveling. But then you have people crowing, and rightly so, about the economy and how much stuff costs. Then they went over all the costs and how they're spiked and elevated from last year. So if the costs are prohibitive, but yet more people are traveling, does logic tell you that simply what's happening is they're traveling places, they're just not going to do as much when they're there, or they're not going to do it up as much when they're there. They might not stay at a nice hotel like they did last year. They may not go to as many events when they're there. They may not eat out as much. They might, use that grill that's at the Airbnb instead of eating out all the time. I think that's probably where the cutting of the corners or the skimping happens, because it is quizzical in a way where they have this big study about economics, but then they say, but more people are traveling. It's up some. So they've got to be saving somewhere. If they're still going to the destination, how does that work? And that's what it feels to me. But I want to talk to you, and I want to take some calls. Summer vacations and summer starting, or the unofficial summer starting in just a couple days. Whether it's this weekend or whether it's down the road some, how have you been able to insulate yourself from everything being more expensive, but still going on vacation? Let's talk coming up next. 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. News bottom of the hour, KDK.
When you're handling an estate or an inherited home, the decisions can feel overwhelming. At Homebuyers of Pittsburgh, we help families through this every single week. We make a quick, fair cash offer on the home, coordinate any cleanouts, help you through the process, and we'll buy it in its current condition. No pressure, no surprises. Visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com or call 412-500-9057 for help selling today. That's 412-500-9057 for help selling today.
Homebuyers of Pittsburgh, Pittsburgh's local trusted homebuyer since 2015.
30, time would have been 30, no, would have been 30, being 30, been 29. If that'll help, been 29,000.
Get ready to bid on the equipment you need in the Ritchie Brothers Northeast Regional Auction on June 23rd. Inventory is housed at locations in Pittsburgh, North Franklin, and Northeast Maryland with in-person inspections available. Bid on a wide selection of construction and transportation equipment. Don't miss this great opportunity. Visit rbauction.com/Pittsburgh to sign up. Again, that's rbauction.com/Pittsburgh.
Pittsburgh's very own board-certified and licensed hypnotherapist Dan Vitchoff of the PA Hypnosis Center is here to help you. He has helped train U.S. Olympic team members control their brains, stay relaxed, focused, and in control, giving them the edge for the gold. He's recognized by many organizations around the world as one of the top hypnotherapists anywhere. He has gotten over 3,000 people to give up cigarettes for good in the last 22 years. He's helped folks even who've tried gastric bypass to lose weight. He can help you and give you a 98% success guarantee. Call 724-934-8446. That's Dan Vitchoff, the PA Hypnosis Center. Mention KDKA and get $50 off any program. But call for a free consultation today, 724-934-8446. The PA Hypnosis Center with Dan Vitchoff. Make that call today, 724-934-8446.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 67 degrees under cloudy skies at Pittsburgh International at 3:30. I'm Pat Septak.
This just in. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
And we have news about the Steelers. Aaron Rodgers saying that he's done after this year, after deciding to return for a 22nd NFL season. In a press conference today, saying that his second season with the Steelers will be his last.
Aaron, do you believe this could be your last year? Do you even think of that right now?
Yes. This is it, yeah.
Yeah, Rodgers meeting with the media today to explain how he made the decision to come back one last time to be reunited with Coach Mike McCarthy.
Yeah, there was some doubt for sure, but I had good conversations with Mike going back to when he was hired, and yeah, it's nice to come back. I mean, it felt different than last year because I knew some of the guys and some of the people that work here and stuff, so it felt good coming in.
Once again, Aaron Rodgers making it clear he will not be back for a 23rd season. The new Pittsburgh Public Schools Board once again taking up a controversial plan to close 7 schools. Superintendent Dr. Wayne Walters saying that the plan will save the district about $8 million a year on staff salaries, utilities, and maintenance costs, money which would provide more resources and better educational opportunities in these merged schools. After nearly 2 years of study, the board voted the plan down last November. Even if the new board approves it now, it will not go into effect until the 2027-28 school year. State troopers across our region will be out in force this Memorial Day holiday weekend to help our roads and keep our roads and highways safe. In anticipation of increased traffic on area roadways from Friday through Monday, the members of Troop A will be specifically watching for distracted, aggressive, and intoxicated motorists. A bit of Pittsburgh history returning to one store's shelves for a short time. News Radio KDK's David Ballarado explains.
It's been gone for about 10 years, but the memories live on thanks in part to memorable TV ads.
Wait till you taste it.
And now for a brief period, Heinz ketchup in glass bottles will return to the shelves, but only at Walmart to mark the 157th anniversary of the company with 57 varieties.
Thick, rich Heinz ketchup. The taste that's worth the wait.
A 2-pack of the glass-bottled ketchup will sell for $14.99. David Ballarado, News Radio KDKA.
On Wall Street, the Dow is up 657 points. The NASDAQ is up 349 points. And the S&P 500 is up 72. KDKA Radio News Time is 3:32. Our next update at 4 o'clock. I'm Pat Septak on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
ZipRecruiter. Hey, folks, it's Marty Griffin. You're going to get help here. What's stopping people from filing bankruptcy? My friend Harold Shepley has the answer.
So many times people, they want to pick up the phone. They know they need help, but they're afraid of losing their car, afraid of losing their house. They're worried about their credit, or they're just simply embarrassed. And bankruptcy helps you keep those things. We can get your credit back in just a few short months. And believe it or not, about half of your friends have already filed bankruptcy.
Check them out at ShepleyLaw.com.
When the paycheck stops, the planning starts. Brian Quaranta here, and I want to let you know that retirement isn't about a number. It's about income that lasts through every stage of life. Secure Money Advisors focuses on building retirement strategies around income, tax efficiency, healthcare planning, and legacy protection, all working together in one coordinated plan. If you'd like to know more, you can go to righttrackyourretirement.com, get a copy of my book, Where Your Retirement Journey Begins, on the right track.
Hey, folks, have you seen those ads that talk about how you can own it, not owe it at CCAC? Well, it's so true. You can own an education that will get you a good job, and you won't owe a ton of money. 81% of CCAC students graduate debt-free. And if you want to go to a 4-year school, you can save thousands by spending your first 2 years at CCAC. Hey, it's time. Check out the programs and this month's scheduled open house events at ccac.edu. CCAC rocks.
Traffic time. Here we go. PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDK AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Logan.
Crews are on the scene of an accident on Ewing Road and 376 bus ramp in Moon Township. Now taking a look at the major roadways on the Parkway West outbound in the Bathtub region, it is stacked starting at the county jail, moving towards the lower level of the Fort Pitt Bridge. Also, both lanes of the Liberty Tunnel still seeing some relative delays. Now, taking a look at the Parkway East, the outbound lane near the Oakland on-ramp progressing in the direction of the Squirrel Hill Tunnel is still backed up. With AAA Traffic, I'm Logan Arblaster on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Mostly cloudy the rest of the afternoon. A few showers and a thunderstorm. The high 72. Some rain tonight, low 49. Clouds break for some sun tomorrow, high 68. More rain Friday, high 63. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist John Feerick, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us all this week on the Big K Morning Show, 5:30 until 10, for your chance to win tickets to see the Temptations and the Four Tops at the Benedum June 5th.
Aaron Rodgers spoke today. How about that? There is 13 minutes of Aaron Rodgers speaking. I'm going to hit this blindly. You ready for this?
Together. What was that like from your perspective to be reunited again?
Listened to Mike's first meeting in 2006, so it's fun. I mean, it's like a pinch me moments. Been happening the last few days. Getting to sit next to James Campen in the meetings is fun.
Oh man,
Jari Evans was a teammate of mine. He's on the staff now. Was a Hall of Famer, should be a Hall of Famer. So that's pretty cool too. So a lot of connections.
Oh, he's excited. He's excited to play for Mike McCarthy here in Pittsburgh. How about all this? I do want to get back to the vacation stuff in a minute, but I would be remiss to not talk about this just a little bit as he had his news conference. What's the excitement level for Aaron Rodgers? I thought about this today, and I've been going back and forth on this. First of all, you got to tell Mason Rudolph to hit the road. That's what I think. Wait till training camp kind of plays out a little bit and trade him if you can. If somebody gets an injury, you trade him. That's the move. Because it doesn't matter how terrible Aaron Rodgers is or great Aaron Rodgers is, he's not going to get benched. He's going to play. And he made it known, here's some news in all of this, he made it known in that news conference, this is definitely the last go-round. Last time, last year, this is it. Last time he's going to play. So his last season. So it's a victory lap for him. Now, is he going to go to all these stadiums? They're going to give him all these gifts and do all this stuff for him, have video montages and whatever. That's going to get a little nauseating, but it is what it is. But anyway, back to having 4 quarterbacks. Mason Rudolph, hit the road. Because if you really want to, think about this in these terms, and I did today. They always wanted to try to have an understudy for Ben Roethlisberger. Ben Roethlisberger, in part, it was Mason Rudolph for some point. But Ben Roethlisberger never played along because he's a steaming jerk. So what he didn't want was to try to teach somebody or help somebody. It feels like Aaron Rodgers is at the point in his career where he is someone who's helpful or willing to be helpful. So that's good. And what you have are 2 young quarterbacks in Drew Aller and Will Howard who are going to come along very early on in their NFL careers. So it makes sense. What you can have right now, that's a pretty good situation. Aaron Rodgers, provided he stays healthy, plays all year. Doesn't really matter what the record is, as long as he's not deplorable and throws 11 interceptions a game. He plays the string out. You have those 2 guys, both Will Howard and Drew Aller, go and sort of redshirt again this year, learn the offense, figure it out under Mike McCarthy. It's a totally new thing. And they have essentially, from right now until week 1 of the 2027 season, to audition for the next starting quarterback role of the Pittsburgh Steelers. How is that a bad situation? Other than you're not moving it forward as quickly as, one would think. But that seems to be a very simple situation and an easy way to go about everything. Who loses in all of this? Aller and Howard, they begin the man against man, the fight for the next quarterback situation. That begins like today. It's established that Aaron Rodgers is a starter as long as he's here. He's just said he's only going to be here 1 more year. So you have a definitive timeline on it. You have a set expiration date on that. The best thing to do is eliminate Mason Rudolph from this whole process. All he does is gum it up. Now, does he serve as an insurance policy if Aaron Rodgers were to get hurt? Sure, I guess, right? That's nice and fine or whatever. And does the whole situation get uprooted if Aaron Rodgers gets hurt and you got rid of Mason Rudolph and you have to play one of the 2 young guys? Yeah, but worse things have happened. Honestly, worse things have happened. This seems to be easy. I got it all figured out. Let those 2 guys fight it out. The one who is best at whatever stage you're at, he's the backup that week. The one who isn't, he's down, or he's the 3rd quarterback. That's the way that it works. And then going into next training camp, there's a real honest-to-goodness competition for the next starter of the Pittsburgh Steelers. This is also simple, but they have a way of making the simple very difficult when it comes to stuff like this. Coming up before the hour's out, man, I read a story today just about, there's a lot of ways to go. You can go in your sleep. You could be skydiving, your parachute not open. You could be electrocuted. You could die in a house fire. You could just fall over dead of a heart attack. This one ranks up there as one of the craziest and worst ways I've ever heard of someone dying. And it's not all that gory, so don't think of that. You're going to want to hear this, but it's just, man, that's a real kick in the pants. I think that's the best way to put it. What a real kick in the pants that you go from being alive to dead like that? Come on. I'll get into that in just a little bit. But let's get back to this vacation thing. Vacation inflation.
Nationally, the 45 million Americans expected to travel for the unofficial kickoff to summer are going to be paying more for just about everything. The average domestic airfare nationally last week was $383. That's $89 over the same time in 2025. Nationwide, gas prices are more than $1.37 a gallon higher than last Memorial Day.
We've seen inflation across the board, but for airfares to be up this high is really suggestive of not just higher fuel prices, but even higher demand.
Sally French tracks vacation inflation for NerdWallet.
This is really the summer that people aren't necessarily looking at going abroad or going across country, but they're looking at what are those destinations that are maybe just 1 or 2 hours from where I live because they're not paying for those travel costs.
Compared to last year, NerdWallet found the cost of doing things on vacation was up 5.5%, lodging up more than 4%, and eating out is taking a 3.6% bigger bite from your wallet.
All right, this illustrates the simple then for me, that you can cut here, you can nip, you can tuck in a lot of places in your budget. And people obviously have done that with the dollar not stretching as long as it once did, and really short at this point. But where people refuse to cut or refuse to get rid of in totality is they're going to find a way to go on summer vacation. Whether it's somewhere not as far, whether, listen, we got to make dinner on summer vacation instead of eating out every night. They're going to figure out some sort of way to still go on summer vacation. That's the illustration of all this here, because the data doesn't lie. The numbers are still there in terms of people going away. All right, coming up next, man, it's like I don't even want to read this story, but I feel it's almost like a public service. What a way to die. Yikes. You're going to want to hear this coming up next. Let's hit traffic right now. All right, here we go. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Crews are on the scene of an accident on the 7000 block of Oxford Drive in Bethel Park. Taking a look at the Parkway East, the outbound lane near the Oakland on-ramp progressing towards the bend at Bates in the direction of the Squirrel Hill Tunnel is blocked. Now taking a look at the major roadways, on the Parkway West outbound, the Bathtub region is stacked. Starting at the county jail, moving towards the lower level of the Fort Pitt Bridge. Parkway West inbound is stalled at Green Tree Hill. Also, both lanes of the Liberty Tunnel still are slowed down, causing delays. With AAA Traffic, I'm Logan Arblaster on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Ready or not, summer is coming, and Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance is on now. Right now through May 25th, get up to 70% off everything home at Wayfair. Plus, score amazing doorbuster deals all sale long and surprise flash deals on Memorial Day. We're talking thousands of products at every style and budget. Now is the time to save big on must-haves for your patio, backyard, and beyond. These savings won't last, so don't wait. Shop Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance now through May 25th.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
Welcome to Radio Rental. The scariest stories you've ever heard in your life. All told by real people. And off we go.
This wasn't a human being that I saw. There's something here in this house, something not of this world.
There was a woman moving through the hall. I stepped back and I was completely alone.
Radio Rental is available now. Listen for free on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
While you sleep, there are people you've never met who are working hard to make your morning. People who get up at ungodly hours to make sure you get the information you want. People who dedicate their lives to make yours better while you sleep. These people come together during the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert, 5:30 to 10 in the morning, to make sure you have the best news, traffic, and weather to start your day. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Snapshot from Progressive wasn't created for just anybody.
Oh no, we made it for you. Smooth accelerators. When that light turns green, you're off. Like a warm knife through firm butter. Going from 0 to the speed limit in an appropriate amount of time. Sure, your car has horsepower, but your horses prance around as silky smooth as your right foot. Fancy Prancerton. With Snapshot, safe drivers like you get personalized rates based on your driving habits. Sign up today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents.
1 in 4 Americans have a disability. I'm one of them. I'm also a working mom who cares deeply about making sure every child with a disability thrives by getting their access needs met. We've got a trusted ally by our side. Easter Seals provides children and families the foundation for lifelong success through early learning programs, skills training, and prep for college and career. That's my Easter Seals. Make it yours. Join us at easterseals.com.
Spring is calling, and the all-new 2026 Subaru Outback is ready to answer at Bowser Subaru. Whether you're headed to the mountains, the ball field, or just enjoying the sunshine on your commute, the Outback helps you make the most of every mile. Right now at Bowser Subaru, take home a 2026 Subaru Outback Premium, VIN number TY518040, MSRP $37,437, and get 2.9% APR for 60 months, or lease for only $269 a month for 36 months with $2,999 due at signing. Visit BowserSubaru.com or in person at Bowser Subaru, Route 51 today. With credit approval and financing through SMFL. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $490 applies. Lease with 10,000 miles per year. No security deposit required. See Bowser Subaru for complete details. Offer ends May 31st. Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Are you ready to take a walk on the wild side and have some family fun? Get to Living Treasures Animal Park in the Laurel Highlands. Living Treasures has animals from all over the world. With over 300 animals you and the family will love. Their concession stand is now open weekends for family fun. Stay at the Log Cabin Suites with up to 6 bedrooms available. Plan your staycation today at funanddonegal.com. Living Treasures Animal Park of the Laurel Highlands, where animals are loved.
Think your health insurance isn't changing? Think again. Premiums are rising, subsidies may go away, and expensive surprises loom. Have Dina Schmidt and Michael Coleman from One Health Benefits be your health insurance advocates. From Medicare changes to ACA plans, the One Health Benefits experts navigate the insurance maze at no cost to you. Before you renew or enroll, call One Health Benefits. They work for you, not the insurance companies. Call 724-799-8873 or go to onehealthbenefits.com.
If you're thinking it, he's saying it. Colin Dunlap on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, top of the hour. We got to help somebody. We got to help one of ours, a local, who is dealing with a terrible situation. Just one, quite honestly, that could happen to just about any of us. By the way, listen for the drive at 5. Oddly enough, coming your way at 5. We'll probably get back into the boss, Bruce Springsteen, and his tour de force through Pittsburgh last night, where people were yelling, Bruce. Anyway, that's the drive at 5. The story's driving the news every single day at 5, brought to you by Service Master Greater Pittsburgh. Demand that yellow van. So we'll dive into that at 5. Again, just a couple minutes. I want you to help me help somebody out. We'll go over that at 4:05. All right, terrible way to die. Now, there's countless, pretty much innumerable, I guess, ways to die. We're thinking of new ones every day. But this one from New York City, where there's always crazy stuff happening, especially in Midtown Manhattan. Well, really all over New York City. But Midtown Manhattan is just so jam-packed and crowded with people all the time. 56-year-old Westchester County woman plunged to her death after stepping out of her car into an open manhole. All right, how about that sentence? Let's just think about this sentence. A 56-year-old woman plunged to her death after stepping out of her car into an open manhole in Midtown Manhattan. This happened just Monday. She's identified as Donica Gotchick. She's from Briarcliff Manor in Westchester County. She parked her car at West 52nd Street and 5th Avenue with a lot going on there, right? Just before 11:12 p.m. on Monday. So it's almost 11:30 at night. She stepped out of her Mercedes SUV right into an uncovered manhole. She only fell about 10 feet, 10 to 15 feet. She fell into the hole, but they believe the steam caused her to go into cardiac arrest. She was like baked to death. Think about this. She was rushed to New York Presbyterian Hospital, pronounced dead. They've not provided an official cause of death, but I mean, she fell into this manhole and there was steam blowing up from it. No construction was ongoing. That's also the part that's crazy. And the manhole cover was discovered about 25 feet away from the opening. Con Edison, who's about to get sued real big, which operated the manhole, said it is actively investigating the incident. And the utility said it reviewed video footage and determined, as police suspected, a truck dislodged the cover of the manhole and simply kept going. I mean, the person didn't know they dislodged it. The quote from Con Edison is this: "We're reviewing the details, and while this is a rare occurrence, manhole covers can get displaced by heavy vehicles. Our thoughts remain with their family, and safety remains our top priority." A representative from the mayor's office in New York, when they weren't busy protesting, I guess, or doing crazy stuff, said, "Every question must be asked and answered so that no New Yorker experiences a tragedy like this again." But think, I read this story today and I went, no way. Think about the particulars of this. You park your car, parallel park your car, okay? Because that's what happened here. She parallel parked her car. She went to step out in the travel lane. Now, I guess, and then this is where I started thinking, do I always look down at the ground? Now, your driveway is one thing, but think about if you're in an urban area. Think of you parallel park your car downtown in Oakland or Shadyside or some city neighborhood. There's manhole covers. There's manhole covers on your street in your suburban neighborhood. Do you always look down? Like you could be grabbing your bag. She could have been grabbing her purse. You could be grabbing your backpack. You could be just looking straight ahead. Who knows? And you step out with your one foot, right? Isn't that how most people do it? One foot first, then the other one follows. But your weight shifts to where you're totally sold to it. You're going to do it. You've sold out. Your left foot most of the time, because that is the one we drive on the left side. It's a left drive car in America. You step out. You go to kind of throw your foot out. Your weight is already shifted 100% to where you're going to land on that foot and then swing the other one out. I don't look. I just trust it. Oddly enough, that the ground is the ground. And that you're going to land safely on both feet. And that's the way that it's going to work. But, oh, man. To think that you stepped and then that other foot, when you went to bring it, the first one never hit any earth. Yikes. Donna's in Pittsburgh. Hi, Donna.
Hey, first when I heard that, I thought, how could you do that? But related but unrelated, when we were growing up, and like sewer grates or the grates on a sidewalk when you're walking in town or something, I remember growing up and my uncle always telling us, don't walk on those, you could fall in there. And we thought he was ridiculous. But the other day I was walking on one and I thought to myself, what would I do if this gave way and you fall in there?
Do you think of your uncle?
Yeah, I always think of him.
I know, right? You know how many of my wiffle balls are in those sewer grates, by the way, from when I was little? They owe me a lot of money. But no, you're right about that. I know people who won't walk over those because they're afraid of the steam that comes out of it. Or just like you said, they're afraid to fall. What a tragic and terrible story. Yikes. All right, we got to help somebody out. We're going to do that at the top of the hour. Somebody has a problem. Somebody has a quandary. A terrible thing happened to them, and we're going to help them out. I'll explain in just a little bit. First news, top of the hour, KDK.
When the weather turns bad, turn to us for the best news, weather, and traffic information from the KDKA Radio Storm Center. Presented by Duquesne Light Company. Larger than light. Online and on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas. The perfect place for mom.
Did you know that the only cause of mesothelioma is exposure to asbestos? Did you know that many local area tradesmen were exposed to asbestos and didn't even know it? The sad reality is asbestos-related diseases are often fatal, yet entirely preventable. Pittsburgh-based Goldberg, Persky, and White understands the complexities of asbestos exposure and are dedicated to fighting for the compensation you deserve. GPW can't change the past, but we'll work to transform your future. Call 1-800-COMPLEX to learn more.
Dreaming of your next getaway? AAA Travel makes it easy with a wide variety of vacation options, from exciting cruises and guided tours to relaxing, all-inclusive resorts. Want to skip the airport? Ask about their no-fly cruises. Just hop on a comfortable motor coach from the Pittsburgh area to nearby ports like New York or New Jersey. Then set sail stress-free. No flying, no driving, just vacation. Visit your local AAA office or call 1-800-354-8761 to start planning today.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account.
When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything.
Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 65 degrees under cloudy skies at Pittsburgh International at 4 o'clock. I'm Pat Septak. Steelers quarterback Aaron Rodgers saying he is done after this year, after deciding to return for a 22nd NFL season, saying his second season with the Steelers will be his last. KDKA Radio Sports Director Jeff Hathorn reports.
Rodgers said he had a lot of conversations with Mike McCarthy and Omar Khan over the last few months, talked with his wife, and really decided after the NFL draft that he wanted to come back.
I was honest with Mike and Omar and Mr. Rooney from the start, where I was at, what I was thinking. And after I, saw the moves and felt like my body was in a good place to make a decision, I felt like it was right decision to come back.
Rodgers says he's been in Pittsburgh since early May, and this is his last year. With the Steelers, Jeff Hathorn, News Radio KDKA.
A deadly mining accident in Greene County is under investigation. The coroner says 34-year-old Zachary Wolf of Rice's Landing was killed during an accident at Core Natural Resources in Aleppo Township last night just after 11:30. The cause and manner of Wolf's death will be determined by an autopsy. Allegiant Air will fill the void in the Pittsburgh area left by the departure of Spirit Airlines, formerly the carrier between Pittsburgh International Airport and Fort Lauderdale. Allegiant has announced it will be offering nonstop flights between Pittsburgh and the Fort Lauderdale Hollywood International Airport beginning October 2nd. The flights will operate all year, 3 times a week on Mondays, Fridays, and Saturdays. Sarah's Candies planning to open a new factory store at its headquarters in Washington County. The new facility on Meadows Lane in Canonsburg will offer public tours on weekdays and private tours by appointment. Those 45-minute guided factory tours will begin on July 6th. President Trump says the Cuban people are grateful for the U.S. indictment of former Cuban President Raul Castro.
This was I think it was a very big moment for people that, not only Cuban Americans, but
people that came from Cuba that want to go back to Cuba, people that want to see their family in Cuba.
Former Cuban President Raul Castro's indictment was related to the 1996 shootdown of 2 small planes operated out of Florida by the Cuban exile group Brothers to the Rescue. Castro was Cuba's defense minister at the time. A legendary figure in the civil rights movement has died. News Radio KDKA's David Ballarado has more on the life of Robert Woodson.
On social media, Woodson's son Jamal announced his father's passing. The 89-year-old, who was born in Philadelphia, had joined the Air Force, which he credited for turning his life around after he had become estranged from his mother after his father's death. Woodson would become a prominent civil rights figure beginning with the early 1960s, and he would work with both the NAACP and the Urban League before going on to create what became known as the Woodson Center in 1981. It was designed to fight crime and violence by strengthening community-based leaders. Woodson was a prolific author and frequent guest on the Sunday morning talk show circuit. He was also a senior policy advisor on housing and urban development for the George W. Bush administration. David Ballarado, News Radio, KDKA.
On Wall Street, the Dow is up 645 points. The NASDAQ is up 399 points, and the S&P 500 is up 79. KDKA Sports. As we mentioned at the top of the hour, Steelers quarterback Aaron Rodgers announcing this will be his last NFL season. And in St. Louis, the Pirates will try to break their 4-game losing streak in Game 2 of their series against the Cardinals. First pitch at 7:45. KDKA Radio News time is 4:03. It is currently 65 degrees under cloudy skies in Pittsburgh. KDKA AAA traffic and the AccuWeather forecast next.
Big box appliance and TV stores move volumes of product. They're not focused on you. You know who is? My friends at Voss TV and Appliance are family-owned and customer-focused since 1960. Rick, Matt, the entire team, experts. They know appliances and TVs inside and out. Voss has a huge selection of brands. Their own team does delivery and installation. And Voss's prices are amazing. Shop Voss's South Hill showroom. Go to VossTV.com or call 412-650-VOSS. Voss TV and Appliance. The lowest prices, guaranteed.
Are you turning 65 and have questions about Medicare? Aetna has Medicare Advantage plans that include prescription drug coverage in Pennsylvania with a $0 monthly plan premium. Plus, the plans include benefits like dental, vision, and hearing. You may also qualify for a monthly credit toward your Part B premium. Call Aetna today at 1-888-76-AETNA to learn more.
Aetna Medicare is an HMO PPO plan with a Medicare contract. Our D-SNPs also have contracts with state Medicaid programs. Enrollment in our plans depends on contract renewal. Plan features and availability may vary by service area.
All right, help us help somebody next. First, let's hit traffic real quick. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Logan.
Thanks, Colin. Getting reports of a collision on 7000 Oxford Drive, Bethel Park, Pennsylvania. Taking a look at the Parkway East, the outbound lane near the Oakland on-ramp, still progressing towards the Bennett Bates in the direction of the Squirrel Hill Tunnel, is blocked. Southbound lane of 579 is crawling. Now, taking a look at the major roadways on the Parkway West outbound, the bathtub region is stacked starting at the county jail moving towards the lower level of the Fort Pitt Bridge. Parkway West inbound is stalled back at Green Tree Hill. Also, both lanes of Liberty Tunnel are slowed down, causing delays. With AAA Traffic, I'm Logan Arblaster, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
A lot cooler today. Some showers, even a thunderstorm for the rest of the afternoon. The high 72. Some rain tonight, low 49. Less humid tomorrow, some sun, high 68. And then rain Friday, high 63. For AccuWeather, I'm John Feerick, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
This report brought to you by NJM Insurance.
If you dread dealing with your insurance more than you dread yard work, with a swarm of hungry mosquitoes buzzing around, then you might have insuranoia. You should have NJM Insurance. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders.
It's Colin Dunlap on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, people bemoan social media all the time. Well, this stinks, that stinks, it's toxic, it's this, it's that. Actually, if you apply it correctly and use it right, use it for what I think probably was its intended purpose when it was devised, and be a very powerful tool. And I believe this is one of those instances where we could do that. So My next guest and I, we have a bunch of mutual friends. I don't necessarily know him all that well, but we have a bunch of mutual friends. And I saw this floating around social media where someone needed help. Let me welcome in Point Park track and field and cross country coach, Tim Kramer. Hi, Tim. How are you?
I'm good, Colin. How are you doing today?
Fantastic. Thank you so very much. So this was floating around social media over the past couple days, and I said, well, wait a minute. And I think I saw it on yours and somebody else's, and I said, this guy and I have a bunch of mutual friends. I keep seeing this. It looks like a young man who has a fictitious name, but he has a really a real problem that's happening in his home right now. He's a student athlete who is on his way to Point Park, and he's from Baldwin. What happened to a young man named Vincent Broccoli and his family?
So Vincent Broccoli and his family were not home. I believe it was May the 17th. I think that was Sunday or Monday. And his home caught fire, and they lost everything. It burnt, to a point where they had nothing but the shirts and the clothes on their backs. So unfortunately, you can only imagine the devastation to an 18-year-old kid, let alone a family, that you come home and your house is no longer there, and you're worried about graduating and going to college in the fall and being a part of a new track and field program.
I thought about this because I read the story and I read the things both on your social media and then the GoFundMe for the Broccoli family, and I thought about that time right there in my life. This is a kid who has qualified for the PIAA track and field meet at Shippensburg, right? So he's qualified to go out there. He's thinking about his cap and gown to walk at Baldwin. There's all this season of change in his life. He's headed to you to participate in track and field at Point Park, and then it all gets uprooted. I can't even imagine the sense of what am I going to do now?
Oh yeah, for sure. And for me as his future, track and field coach, we immediately preach, the family concept and the sense of family with our men and women. And we wanted to try to do something, as simple as let's, repost this social media, GoFundMe page for him and help them, get some food, get some clothing, get some shoes, get a cell phone charger for who knows, anything that's needed to help this young man not have a stress and he can still kind of have some semblance of normalcy, for his senior last couple weeks.
Tim Kramer joining, Point Park track and field coach and cross country coach. Devastating. A student athlete headed his way from Baldwin High School, Vincent Broccoli. His house burns down, and it's just pure devastation. They don't have any clothes. They don't have food. Their life has been uprooted. How have the people, both internally and externally, I want to say the track and field community, the Point Park community, and Pittsburgh in general, how have they rallied around this, Coach?
So what I have been finding out with the mealtrain.com site that someone from their local community put together, I believe so far they've already raised above over $30,000 on this website. And if anyone wants to donate $1 or whatever they can afford these times in the United States, they can go about to the website www.mealtrain.com and search the meal train for the Broccoli family, and they could make a donation there. But we're supporting them the best we can based on how NCAA rules go and all that. With the way of the world in college athletics these days. So we're supporting in any way we can, and just really trying to make sure that we're there for them. In any way possible.
Is that the intricate part? And I know this is kind of an in-the-weeds question for some, but for others, I think it rises to the top. With how much money's flying around at the upper reaches of college athletics, with all the things that happen, and you see the television contracts and this, you're a smaller school, you're in downtown Pittsburgh, and you have to make a couple calls, I'm sure, just to make sure you can talk to me. Not everything is all glory and $9 million for this or that.
For sure, yeah. The first thing I had to do when you and I, touched base was I had to talk with my NCAA compliance director and make sure that what we were doing was legal and we weren't, tampering with something, or we weren't, doing something that could cause our university to have a violation. And then speak with our sports information department to make sure that they're okay with us speaking to the media, because that's something they typically deal with. So it's it's a lot different at the Division II and III level than it is at the Power 5, Power 4 major conference level. But I think it's a great level for student athletes to truly be student athletes and follow the rules like they were intended to.
Tim Kramer joining, Point Park track and field and cross country coach, one of his student athletes that's on the way there. Vincent Broccoli's house burned down, man, and they need some help. Being a track and field and cross country coach has to present kind of atypical situations in so much as this. You have people participating in different events. You have kids who know each other, but they're not necessarily practicing with each other all the time, whereas you have football or you have baseball or whatever. So you've got a bunch of, I don't want to say mercenaries, but people doing their own thing, but they come together to form a team. How is that to kind of mold together?
So for us, like I said earlier, we really teach the family environment, and we really focus on, all right, yeah, track and field is probably the most individualized, selfish sport out there, but at the end of the day, our common goal is to win a conference championship. So with our team bonding, with our team practices, putting sprinters and jumpers together, or having the distance kids up on the track the same time that the sprinters and jumpers are there or the throwers are there. We get to kind of slowly build that bond starting in the fall in September through our conference championships in indoor and outdoor, and really make sure that we're super supportive and being there for each other in events that maybe I know nothing about, but I'm at the conference championship and we're wearing the same uniform, and I'm going to go make sure that I'm supporting that guy throw a shot put 50 feet, or that young lady throw a shot put 40 feet, or whatever the case may be.
Last thing for you, this is where your recruiting comes in, I would think, in that this young man and his family, he hasn't worn a jersey for you yet. He hasn't gone out and competed for you yet. But when he signed the dotted line, or when he committed, or he said he was coming to Point Park, you made a commitment to him just as much as he made a commitment to you. Does this kind of bolster your recruiting efforts, and does it, in a way, I don't want to say make you feel good, but make you understand that once somebody signs, they're part of your family, and it shows what recruiting's all about?
For sure, I'm a father of four, just like you're a father, and 53-year-old man that still wants to have that dad influence as much as I can as a head coach. And yet still let these young men and women know that, hey, we're there for them, through good things, through bad things. Maybe some days they're coming in the office and we're saying, hey, if this was your job today, would you have gotten fired? Or it's, hey, we're giving you a high five and a hug because you did something amazing today. So we want to support them every way they know how, from the day that they signed the dotted line, like you said, till, years and years after the fact, whether they donate $1 or $1,000, whatever the case may be, as alumni. We want to make sure that they're a part of that family for an extended period of time, because at the small college level, that's what you got, family.
Coach, you're a good man. I'll blast this out. We'll get it out on social media. Appreciate you taking the time to talk to me, and we'll come together and really help out the Broccoli family. We'll talk again soon. Appreciate it, Coach.
I thank you for your time. I appreciate it as well, Colin. Take care.
Absolutely. Great stuff. And let's rally around this young man. Again, it's a crazy time. He's going through graduation. He's at the state championships to compete in track and field, and he's almost off to college, and then bang, his house burns down. So we'll put all that information out in short order. Hey, Pittsburgh, listen, there's a crisis in home health right now. At-home caregivers in short supply, and families, they're stretched thin. If you've been searching Medicaid home care near me, don't wait. Freedom Care was created for this. With over 160,000 families served and 97% satisfaction through Medicaid, Freedom Care lets your family choose a trusted friend or relative as the caregiver, someone who already knows your routines and needs. Caregivers, well, they can help with meals, meds, bathing, and mobility, all while getting paid, sometimes daily. No long wait lists, no rotating strangers, and 100% free to you. Freedom Care handles paperwork, training, payroll, and supports so the caregivers can focus on, caring. If you're already caring for someone with Medicaid or ready to help, call Freedom Care today to see if you qualify. Don't let the shortage force your loved one to do without the help that they need. Freedom Care. Get paid to care for a loved one. Call 412-844-5990. That's 412-844-5990. 412-844-5990. 412-844-5990. All right, here we go. Traffic time. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic. It's all powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Logan.
Thanks, Colin. Crews are still on the scene of an accident on 7000 Drive, Bethel Park. Taking a look at the Parkway East, the outbound lane near the Oakland on-ramp progressing through the bend at Bates in the direction of the Squirrel Hill Tunnel is still blocked. Southbound lane of 579 is crawling. Now taking a look at the major roadways. On the Parkway West outbound, the Bathtub region is stacked, starting at the county jail moving towards the lower level of the Fort Pitt Bridge. Parkway West inbound is stalled back at the Green Tree Hill. Also, both lanes of the Liberty Tunnel are slowed down, causing delays. 28 outbound is gridlocked starting in the city. With AAA traffic, I'm Logan Arblaster on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to Colin Dunlap on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hello, this is Sarah Botkin, president of Botkin Family Wealth Management, where I work with my dad Les and my brother Lester. Recently, a favorite client, 91 years old, stopped in our office holding a necktie. He was heading to a funeral and explained to me that it had been so long since he tied a tie that he could use some help. He said, I was going to stop by a car dealership to find a guy wearing a tie who might help me, but then my wife said, go see Les. He'll tie your tie. I'm glad that clients trust us as their advisors, and in many cases, they're friends. Our office feels like a second home to me, inviting and comfortable, although you won't often see Dad without his tie. He's always told us how important it is to show respect for you and your money by the way we present ourselves and the attentive service we provide. We work as a team at our family firm. Dad and I are certified financial planners, and Lester is a chartered financial analyst. Visit us at botkinfamilywealth.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
Life's best moments start with perfect choices. For Connie Nowak, it was a trolley ride and a 67-year love story. A life of family, smart decisions, and companionship with Chester the cat. Her retirement choice, the village at St. Barnabas. Recreation, healthcare, close to family, everything on her list. Right now, we'll make your move to the village perfect too. Up to $2,000 toward moving costs. St. Barnabas Retirement Communities, stbarnabascommunities.com, or call 724-444-5568.
All right, UPMC Health Planning Partners in care.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Huge gains today on Wall Street on renewed hopes for a diplomatic end to the war in Iran, despite threats out of Tehran to attack other Gulf states if the U.S., as threatened, launches further military strikes. But there are signs that peace talks are making progress, and that sent oil prices plunging. Oil closing just above $98 a barrel, down from $108 yesterday, and that sent stocks soaring. All the major averages today up 1 to 1.5%. At the close, the Dow was up 645 points. It's back above the 50,000 threshold. The Nasdaq up 400 points. The S&P up 79. OpenAI, the maker of that popular ChatGPT chatbot, is preparing paperwork to file for an initial public stock offering. The company could begin trading shares as soon as September, according to the Wall Street Journal. And the EPA looking to investigate if a Meta Platforms data center project contaminated drinking water in rural Morgan County, Georgia. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
Reacting to the stories you're talking about. Colin Dunlap. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
You know what might be I've been thinking about this for a couple days now. And during the show, I'm not kidding, during the show, I probably get, I'm not kidding, I get at least 1,000 messages on social media during the show. just because of what I do and, But especially on Twitter, I think that I should mute every single person who isn't identified by their real name or picture. It would help my mental health. I'm thinking about doing that. I love the people who you block on social media and they go, "What thin skin, what a baby you are." No, I just don't feel like dealing with your nonsense. Seriously, I just don't feel like dealing with you. I have plenty thick skin. You want my address? But no, it's hilarious, the stuff that people write. Like, I tweeted out, and I had to block this person. We told the story of a local track and field athlete from Baldwin, headed to Point Park, who had his family home burned down, lost everything, right at the end of his senior year. Please help if you can. You know what the second comment was? From somebody anonymous who didn't have their picture. People go through tragedies all the time. I bet this kid's white. Right, because race played a part in this. I mean, come on. Come on. I think that's the move. Although it would be kind of tedious, but I think that's the move. You know what I want to get into in just a little bit here is there a product and a company, and they're making big news today. It's in our news updates. Is there a product and a company that's out there that's very famous here in Pittsburgh that we love more than they love us? And again, there's a news story about them today. There's something going on today with them, and they're making big news today. But all the time, whenever this one company makes news, we rally, we get together, we seemingly have this gigantic party for it, and I go, okay, that's good. That's all right. But we love them way, way, way more than they love us. I want to get to that next. I want to get back into Bruce Springsteen at the top of the hour. I don't begrudge Bruce Springsteen at all for what he did last night. But some of the dumbest people on earth are the people who didn't realize that he was going to have a political rally. He's only told you that for a year or so. And that's exactly what it was last night. We'll dive into that in a little bit. Demand the yellow van, Service Master Greater Pittsburgh. When disaster strikes, you demand that yellow van. Every minute matters when there's a big storm, right? What starts as a small leak can turn into a major water emergency overnight or even shorter time, right? Service Master Greater Pittsburgh responds immediately, 24/7, 365. They handle storm damage, all of it. Water restoration, all of that too. As warmer weather rolls through Pittsburgh, storms can hit and hit fast, bring heavy rain, strong winds, and sudden damage. Demand that yellow van. 412-RECOVER. That's 412-RECOVER. Every single minute matters. Like I said, you demand that yellow van, Service Master of Greater Pittsburgh. The best call to make in the worst situation. That's 412-RECOVER. Let's hit traffic right now. There it is. PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA-AA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Thanks, Colin. Taking a look at the Parkway East, the outbound lane near the Oakland on-ramp, progressing through the Bennett Bates in the direction of the Squirrel Hill Tunnel, is seeing brake lights. Southbound lane of 579 is stacked. Now taking a look at the major roadways. On the Parkway West outbound, the Bathtub region is stacked, starting right before 2nd Avenue, moving towards the lower level of the Fort Pitt Bridge. Parkway West inbound is stalled back at Green Tree Hill. Also, both lanes of the Liberty Tunnel are clogged, causing delays. 28 inbound is slowed starting in the city. With AAA traffic, I'm Logan Arblaster on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
My friends at NASCO Roofing take pride in exceeding customer expectations. Stephanie from Murraysville used NASCO for minor roof repairs. When a storm created substantial roof damage, she called NASCO. NASCO worked with Stephanie's insurance company and installed a beautiful brand new roof. NASCO has satisfied thousands like Stephanie. Get NASCO on your roof. Call NASCO Roofing, 412-373-2000, 412-373-2000. Most jobs done in a day. Special financing available. NASCO Roofing, NASCO.
When it comes to family law, a lot has changed in recent years, so assumptions can be costly. If you see or sense a change coming in your family life that could have legal implications, it's important to know where you stand. Getting good legal advice early is never a bad idea. I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. If you or anyone you know is facing a family law issue, start with a consultation. Visit CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
When sinusitis has your nose constantly blocked, life can feel smaller. You're stuck breathing through your mouth, which leads to sleep struggles, snoring that keeps your whole family up, fatigue, and more. The mornings start groggy, the days drag on, and it feels like nothing really helps for long. At Pittsburgh Sinus Centers, relief isn't just one size fits all. Their specialists use a wide range of innovative in-office treatments designed around you, designed to open your sinuses, restore natural breathing, and help you finally sleep through the night. You don't have to keep pushing through. If you're tired of the congestion, the pressure, and the endless cycle of sprays and pills that aren't providing relief, discover a treatment option that works for you at Pittsburgh Sinus Centers. Breathe easier, sleep better, and start feeling like yourself again. Schedule a consultation today. Call Pittsburgh Sinus Centers, 878-231-6036. 878-231-6036. That's 878-231-6036.
Looking for a great real estate agent? Someone who can help you sell your home fast and for top dollar? Go to ready.com, REDY.com. Because on Ready, agents will pay you just for the opportunity to sell your home. Yeah, on Ready, agents will pay you for your listing. Thousands of dollars up front just for a chance to sell your home. And it's easy. Just go to ready.com, enter your address, and when you want to sell. In just 48 hours, the best local agents are competing on Ready to be your agent with cash offers up front just to win your business. Hey, your listing is valuable. Don't give it away. Make those agents earn it. Get paid to pick your real estate agent. Go to ready.com or call 888-525-REDY. 888-525-READY.
From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 64 degrees under cloudy skies at Pittsburgh International at 4:30. I'm Pat Septak. The news is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. 45 years of experience and thousands of five-star reviews. Trust PJ.com. Drivers in downtown McKeesport are asked to use caution as crews work on a water main break there. The McKeesport Mayor's office says crews are working to restore a break on Walnut Street. The road is closed between Lowell Boulevard and 6th Avenue. Traffic is also affected in the 200 and 300 blocks of 5th Avenue. No timetable for repairs was given. A death at a Greene County mine. News Radio KDKA's David Valerado has more.
Not much is known yet about the death of the miner at Core Natural Resources. 34-year-old Zachary Wolf of Rice's Landing was killed in the accident at the mine's Aleppo portal in Aleppo Township. The accident happened around 10 last night, and Wolf was pronounced dead about 90 minutes later. The Greene County coroner says the cause and manner of death will be determined after an autopsy. No word yet on when OSHA will send in investigators, but that would be standard procedure for any work-related death. David Valerado, News Radio KDKA.
Well, the summer travel season is here. Yesterday, we spoke with the Pennsylvania Turnpike Commission, and now AAA is projecting nearly 45 million Americans will travel at least 50 miles from home during the Memorial Day weekend. Public Affairs Director Skylar McKinley has some tips on how to get the most bang for your buck at the gas pumps.
Make sure your car is properly maintained. A well-maintained vehicle is just cheaper to drive. You're getting better fuel mileage. You're not dealing with unexpected costly breakdowns along the way. Your vehicle's efficient.
AAA reporting a national average today of $4.55 for a gallon of regular. If you were hoping to get another glimpse of the historic NFL draft clock on Pittsburgh's North Shore, you're a little late. It's gone. The 18-foot tall clock, which was installed in May of last year, has been removed. Visit Pittsburgh says it's going to be placed into storage while they decide where its permanent location will be. On Wall Street, the Dow closed up 645 points. The NASDAQ closed up 399 points. and the S&P 500 closed up 79. KDKA Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO Roofing at 412-373-2000. And the Pirates playing their second game in a 3-game series in St. Louis tonight. First pitch is set for 7:45. KDKA Radio News Time is 4:32. Our next update at 5 o'clock. I'm Pat Septak on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Are your glass shower doors past their prime, dated, tarnished, faded, or maybe just boring? Transform your shower into a spa-like retreat with a customized glass shower enclosure from Boulevard Glass and Metal. Check out their easy, hassle-free quote request online at boulevardglassandmetal.com. Simply pick a layout, answer a few questions, and send it. They'll get back to you with a price. Or call 412-621-1799.
Brian Schlaba here from the Home Buyers of Pittsburgh. Born and raised right here. Since 2015, we've helped over 1,000 Pittsburgh homeowners sell their houses quickly and without the stress. No repairs, cleanouts, inspections, or appraisals. We give fast and fair cash offers, buy your home as is, and you choose the closing day. Visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com or call 412-500-9057. That's 412-500-9057.
Pittsburgh's local trusted homebuyer since 2015.
If you've got experience, though not necessary, working as a stonemason, bricklayer, concrete finisher, work on retaining walls, or you just need to break in as a laborer with a company that has its best days ahead of them, well, listen up. Precision Pointing is on a trajectory like a rocket ship. They're growing so fast, and they need people. So join the team with a winning culture, a place with true upward mobility. Don't just be a grunt for someone else. Be a valued team member at Precision Pointing. Real skills, real pay and benefits, and a real career. If you're interested, head to brickpointingpittsburgh.net to find out more.
Pool days call for cookouts and lots of laundry. This Memorial Day at Lowe's, save $80 on a Charbroil Performance Series 4-burner gas grill. Now just $199. Plus, get up to 45% off select major appliances to keep dishes, clothes, and food fresh. Having fun in the sun is easy with us in your corner. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 5/27. While supplies last. Selection varies by location. See associate or Lowe's.com for details.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this rush hour ad to keep you calm, which could help your driving. And science says therapy is great for a healthy mindset. So enjoy this 14-second session on us. I think you've done everything right and absolutely nothing wrong. In fact, anything that hasn't gone your way could probably be blamed on your father, not being emotionally available because his father wasn't emotionally available, and so on. And now that you're calm and healing, you're probably driving better too.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
From the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, thanks, Colin. Parkway East outbound at Technology Drive is bumper to bumper heading for the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. The outbound lane of the Parkway West of the Bathtub region is stop and go nearing the Fort Pitt Bridge. With AAA Traffic, I'm Logan Arblaster on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Mostly cloudy the rest of the afternoon with a few showers and even a thunderstorm. A high 72. A few showers in the area tonight, the low 49. Clouds break for some sun tomorrow, high 68. Occasional rain Friday, high 63. For AccuWeather, I'm John Feerick. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us all this week on the Big K Morning Show, 5:30 until 10, for your chance to win tickets to see the Temptations and the Four Tops at the Benedum June 5th.
All right, where were we? Oh, I know where we were. I know exactly where we were. All right, 866-391-1020 is that number. So, top of the hour, I do want to get back into this Bruce Springsteen talk. And before we're out of here today, one member of the Pittsburgh Police, well, he's retired now. He needs to be applauded because he was applauded. And if you're one of those defund the police people or F ICE people, maybe you want to listen to a different show. Really. Honestly, I'm not your guy. So there's that. But I will be applauding him before we're out of here today. But there was a story that was really interesting this morning from Ken Rice on the Channel 2 News a little earlier today. Really interesting because I'd kind of given this thought, and then people made a big deal of it, and then I really didn't give it a lot of thought after that. I do want to get into that in just a little bit. But you've been hearing this on the news updates. Heinz is going to have, are you ready for this? While supplies last, Walmart is selling a limited supply of Heinz's glass bottles. 8-sided, 14-ounce classic, drawn by Andy Warhol and added to the Smithsonian's collection. The nostalgia play kicks off the Heinz brand's 157th year of being food's best friend. And it's their anniversary campaign. When Henry John Heinz founded the company. Henry John Heinz, the second most famous person from Sharpsburg. So, anyway. So, H.J. Heinz did this 157 years ago. If you've ever read on the history of this whole stuff, H.J. Heinz had this wagon, and he had all these 57, flavors, and he'd go around, pickles, this, that, his 57 varieties, and what he would do is sell it, wheeled in and around the Allegheny River towns and do all that kind of stuff. A great self-made man, did a bunch, made a gazillion bucks, good on him. It turned into Kraft Heinz where it is now. We go nuts for all things Heinz, including these bottles, which I'm guessing will sell out in short order. People will go, and it's while supplies last, at Walmart. People will go there. They'll fight each other for them here in Western Pennsylvania. It'll be like Cabbage Patch Kids in the mid-'80s. That's the way that it'll work, okay? Cabbage Patch Dolls. So that's what's going to happen. But do we love Heinz more than they love us? I think about this all the time. There are these crazy Heinz stories. And I talked about this probably, 2 weeks ago. There was some other sort of story involving Heinz. Heinz doesn't have its corporate headquarters here in full form. Heinz doesn't have a plant here. Their biggest plant, I want to say, is in the UK. And there's one in the middle of nowhere, some flyover state, Iowa or somewhere in America. There's also a big bottling plant in Ohio, which is like over by Toledo somewhere. They told Pittsburgh, hey, we're out of here. We don't need you. But we still feel this enormous allegiance to Heinz. I'm not saying that we should turn our backs on them because they've done a lot for our city and all of that kind of stuff. But I think that there's a younger group of people especially that look at Heinz, and some of them aren't even educated in understanding Heinz doesn't have a lot to do with Pittsburgh anymore. They jumped ship. They got out of here. They had enough of us. But we can't get enough of them. They really have the win-win here. To the point where people from Pittsburgh, Western Pennsylvania, wherever, I've said this before, they'll go to a restaurant in Florida and they'll be, gold tag brand ketchup or whatever. These people will throw a fit. Put it all over social media. I'm not eating these fries. No, I'm not eating them. I'm not going to have them. I got to have Heinz. How dare this restaurant not having my favorite ketchup from the brand that, doesn't even stay here anymore, isn't even here anymore. So there's that. It's just odd to me. It is. I will say this, though. The Heinz ketchup, much like soda pop, right? Coke. It does taste better out of one of those bottles. If you go to a diner, Ritter's, that's a place, right? Great place, great diner. I have memories of my youth of Ritter's. I went there not long ago with my daughter. If you go to a place like that, an old greasy spoon kind of place, and they have a ketchup bottle, glass Heinz bottle on the table, I don't necessarily know if it does taste better. But psychologically, before you even think about dipping your fries into it, before you even think about shaking those over your home fries, or if you're the kind of person that puts ketchup on eggs or whatever it is, or your hamburger, you've already psychologically, I think, decided in your brain that ketchup tastes absolutely better than any ketchup that comes out and squeezes like out of a plastic bottle. That was a terrible sound effect, but you know what I'm doing. When it is that glass one, and you hit it on the 57 on the side, you turn it on its kind of on an angle, and it starts to ooze out, then you hit it, and then it comes flying out. That really is something comparative to the squeezy bottle. And I always wonder, too, at those restaurants that have the glass bottles, but also the ones that have the squeezy bottles, how much are they diluting this whole situation with water? You know, it's hard times, real hard times for a lot of people. How much are they doing that? I do think that it's greater than zero with a lot of places. I just do. But I also think of this whenever there's a Heinz story. When Heinz had that plant going on down on the north side, right, along River Avenue, and where you see it there now, and the Heinz lofts are and all of that. I was old enough. I'm old enough to remember when I was little and they still had it, but I'm not old enough to kind of. I'm young enough. I don't remember, like, I can't put my thoughts all together about it. You know, I don't have great recollection of it. It had to be something where everybody knew somebody who worked at Heinz. It did. It had to be something when you honestly, they were a Pittsburgh company and you had great pride in it. And you did carry your chest and puff it out a little bit more when everybody knew somebody or was related to somebody who had a job down there. Like the whole U.S. Steel thing. That had to be pretty cool. And we've carried that for some reason into 2026. Like I said, Pat is doing that story. He did it in some of the news updates. Heinz has these limited amount of bottles, 14-ounce classic bottles, 8-sided bottles, the glass ones. They will sell out in 10 minutes at Walmart. When people find out what Walmarts have them, where they are, what the supply is, you will have, and especially collectors, I'm guessing, but even just straight up Western Pennsylvania people, they'll go out there and they'll need to have them. And part of it for me is nostalgic. Part of it's really cool. But the other part is like, I always ask, do we love Heinz more than Heinz loves us? It's an interesting question. All right, coming up next, Ken Rice had a story today that really made me think about the Woods, by the way. I'll discuss. We'll talk about the boss at the top of the hour and his act last night at the arena. Traffic now. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, thanks, Colin. Both lanes of the Fort Duquesne Bridge are jammed. Parkway East outbound, starting at Technology Drive, is bumper to bumper heading for the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. The outbound lane of the Parkway West of the Bathtub region is stop and go, nearing the Fort Pitt Bridge. With AAA Traffic, I'm Logan Arblaster on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Snapshot from Progressive wasn't created for just anybody. Oh no, we made it for you. Smooth accelerators. When that light turns green, you're off. Like a warm knife through firm butter. Going from 0 to the speed limit in an appropriate amount of time. Sure, your car has horsepower, but your horses prance around as silky smooth as your right foot. Fancy Prancerton. With Snapshot, safe drivers like you get personalized rates based on your driving habits. Sign up today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents.
1 in 4 Americans have a disability. I'm one of them. I'm also a working mom who cares deeply about making sure every child with a disability thrives by getting their access needs met. We've got a trusted ally by our side. Easter Seals provides children and families the foundation for lifelong success through early learning programs, skills training, and prep for college and career. That's my Easter Seals. Make it yours. Join us at easterseals.com.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, covered by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company.
Hearing the news every day is one thing. Hearing it hit home is something altogether different. That's the difference you hear every day on KDKA Radio. We go beyond the benign headlines and bring the news to life, your life. So stay here and hear the news and what a difference it makes. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Getting warmer. Get to Schultz Ford right now, and I got something for you. Employee pricing. Oh, yep. Employee pricing is back. So many people love it. You will, too. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, Schultz Ford in Wheeling, and always online at schultzford.com. The selection is impeccable. So much going on. The service, outstanding. You're going to be treated like a king or queen. So get there. Employee pricing now. schultzford.com.
It used to be the sole function for a kitchen was food preparation. We cooked in the kitchen and we dined in the dining room. But times have changed. And although today the kitchen is still where we cook, it's also where we share meals, have an important family conversation, and even help the kids with their homework.
That's right. Today's kitchens are multi-use areas and should be designed accordingly. And that's where we come in. Petite Kitchen and Bath will make your new kitchen a warm and inviting place for family and guests alike. We'll make it supremely functional and beautiful.
You know, they say the heart of any home is the family kitchen. Make your kitchen great. Discover why generations of satisfied customers have chosen Petite Kitchen and Bath Design Center.
Visit our showroom on Route 50 or call us at 412-279-2222. Haven't you waited long enough?
PA 625.
Soldiers and Sailors Memorial Hall and Museum recognizes Pennsylvania's combat veterans who have received medals for gallantry. With this Hall of Valor moment, here's the Education Director of Soldiers and Sailors Memorial Hall and Museum, Tim Neff.
First Lieutenant Walter J. Will of Allegheny County was awarded the Medal of Honor in World War II on March 30th, 1945. Will rescued 3 wounded men from an exposed position, himself painfully wounded during the rescue. Ignoring his wound, Will led his platoon forward until they were pinned down by 2 enemy machine guns. He fearlessly crawled alone to within 30 feet of the guns and silenced them both, capturing the 9-man crew of the second gun. Discovering 2 more machine gun nests, he then knocked them both out with hand grenades. Will continued to lead his platoon in a fierce charge, forcing the enemy back until he was mortally wounded.
Soldiers and Sailors Memorial Hall and Museum reflects the valor and heroism that shaped this great country. Consider a tax-deductible donation. Visit soldiersandsailorshall.org for more information.
Pat Septak, he has you covered. Goldberg, Persky, White, Pioneers, and Asbestos Litigation News Desk. What's going on at 5, Pat?
Hey, Colin. Aaron Rodgers says he's done. Details coming up at 5 on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio KDKA.
Your drive just got easier. It's Colin Dunlap on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
All right, so I heard this story from Ken Rice. By the way, we'll get back into the boss at the top of the hour. I don't have anything terrible to say about the boss. You're just dumb if you didn't know it was going to be a political rally. That's what it was last night. Pat Septak was there. He came on up for the Rising. He was there. Yes, sirree, he was. I do, and I will go to my grave. They did Because the Night, which is a great song, but 10,000 Maniacs does it better than anybody else. Patti Smith wrote that with Bruce Springsteen, and both of their versions are very okay. Natalie Merchant and 10,000 Maniacs absolutely smashed that song. Anyhow, I digress. We'll talk Bruce at the top of the hour. Ken Rice had this story, and it goes like this.
With summer around the corner, medical experts are out with a warning about ticks. Last month, the CDC noted that ER visits for tick bites were the highest for the time of year since 2017. And a day earlier, the state health department said it had identified recent sustained increases in nearly all regions of the state. An expert in infectious diseases attributes the increase to climate change and better recognition and testing. He recommends doing a tick check when coming back in after spending time outdoors.
Examine your body, your skin, and get help if need be for those areas that are hard to see. And make sure there are no spots, so any black spots that are unfamiliar.
If you notice a tick on you, he says the safest way to remove it is with fine point tweezers.
Outside of that doctor sounding like he was AI, that was a pretty important story there. But I'll say this. I sometimes put pictures of these hikes that I go on. And they're out on the Rachel Carson Trail or other very woodsy kind of places because that's where I go on hikes. I like to disappear, get out, be in the middle of nowhere, that kind of stuff. So I can't tell you the amount of people, and I think some are buffoons. I think some are good-hearted, but I think some are just paranoid people. Every time that I'll put a picture of me in this, it's like a cool picture, some trail in the middle of nowhere, some kind of far reaches of Allegheny County or somewhere else, I'll get at least a few comments that go, why would you ever do that? What about the ticks? Well, I'm not going to sit at home my whole life because there could be a couple ticks. And those are the ones that kind of step on the gas. But I'll at least also get a few that say, and these are the good-hearted people, you better be sure to check yourself for ticks. They're really bad. And then various in between or over the top, somewhere in there. People that range everything from, hey, check yourself for ticks, or that's dangerous. You should never do that. The ticks are terrible. You're taking your life in your own hands. And 99% of this stuff goes in one ear and out the other. I'll survive. I'll get it figured out. I get a nice shower. I kind of check myself. It is what it is. There are people, and this is a real issue. I get it. I understand. You heard that doctor say hospital visits are up. There are people, and maybe it's a small vocal group of people, but I can tell you because they've hit my social media when I put a picture up of going on like a big nature hike somewhere. There are people who are deathly afraid of the woods, not because of bears, not because of Sasquatch, not because of rabid raccoons. These people have entered into my vortex. There are people who will never go in the woods and actually kind of scold me for doing it because they are deathly afraid of a tick bite. I'm not diminishing it. I'm not saying it's something you want to get. I'm not saying it doesn't happen. But they are so over the top tick truthers that they blow me away. Invariably, every time I post a picture like out in the woods somewhere, there's at least one tick truther that swears what I'm doing is dangerous and from a risk-reward quotient, not worth it at all. It's a crazy subculture. It is. All right, top of the hour, Bruce Springsteen. Let's talk about his act last night because he came out of the gate firing on Donald Trump. We'll talk about that next. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center. KDKA, AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Thanks, Colin. Both lanes of the Fort Duquesne Bridge are jammed, as well as the Liberty Tunnel. The Parkway East outbound, starting at Technology Drive, is bumper to bumper heading for the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. The outbound lane of the Parkway West of the Bathtub region is stop and go nearing the Fort Pitt Bridge. With AAA Traffic, I'm Logan Arblaster on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The amount of compensation received from a lung cancer or mesothelioma lawsuit varies. But at Pittsburgh-based Goldberg, Persky & White, the goal is simple. Maximize your recovery and ensure you receive the full compensation you deserve. Asbestos manufacturers spent decades concealing the dangers of asbestos exposure, and today, many suffering from lung cancer or mesothelioma are fighting back. You are not alone in this fight. Call GPW today at 1-800-COMPLEX to learn more.
It's the little things. The information you need. People you know. The little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas. The perfect place for mom.
Hey, folks, have you seen those ads that talk about how you can own it, not owe it at CCAC? Well, it's so true. You can own an education that will get you a good job, and you won't owe a ton of money. 81% of CCAC students graduate debt-free. And if you want to go to a four-year school, You can save thousands by spending your first 2 years at CCAC. Hey, it's time. Check out the programs and this month's scheduled open house events at ccac.edu. CCAC rocks.
Don't know who to trust? Go with the sure thing. PJ Fitzpatrick has been your trusted roofer for 45 years. They've earned thousands of 5-star reviews and back all new roofs with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. The PJ Fitzpatrick team of experienced professionals install most roofs in just one day. Set up a free consultation this month to save thousands. Plus, they have a variety of financing packages that work with any budget. Don't wait. Visit trustpj.com today.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
At Bowser Subaru, it's the perfect season to get behind the wheel of the all-new 2026 Subaru Crosstrek. Whether it's a weekend hike or road trip to the lake or just rolling the windows down on your daily drive, with Subaru's legendary all-wheel drive, you'll drive with confidence. Right now at Bowser Subaru, take home a 2026 Subaru Crosstrek Premium, VIN number T3767276, MSRP $33.97, and get 1.9% APR for 36 months, or lease for only $199 a month for 36 months with $2,999 due at signing. Visit BowserSubaru.com or in person at Bowser Subaru, Route 51 today. With credit approval and financing through SMFL, tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $490 applies. Lease with 10,000 miles per year. No security deposit required. See Bowser Subaru for complete details. Offer ends May 31st. Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 63 degrees under cloudy skies at Pittsburgh International at 5 o'clock. I'm Pat Septak. The news is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick with their famous lifetime warranty on materials and labor. TrustPJ.com. And by your local Western PA AAA travel office. Travel with someone you trust. Aaron Rodgers speaks. The Steelers quarterback had a lot to say to the media today as we hear from KDKA Radio Sports Director Jeff Hathorn.
The 42-year-old said it was really in doubt about him returning, especially to Pittsburgh when Mike Tomlin quit, but said the hiring of his old coach was a big part of why he's here.
You know, I thought when he said he was stepping away, that was an emotional moment just because we all love him so much and care about him. And, you know, I thought that that was probably it for me in Pittsburgh. But when the decision was made to hire Mike, I started opening my mind back up to coming back.
Rodgers said he mentioned to Steelers GM Omar Khan to talk to McCarthy early on and did say this is his final NFL season. With the Steelers, Jeff Hathorn, News Radio KDKA.
The new Pittsburgh Public Schools Board is once again taking up a controversial plan to close 7 schools. Superintendent Dr. Wayne Walter says the plan will save the district about $8 million a year on staff salaries, utilities, and maintenance costs. Money which would provide more resources and better educational opportunities in these merged schools. After nearly 2 years of study, the board voted the plan down last November. Even if the new board approves it, now it won't go into effect until the 2027-28 school year. State troopers across our region will be out in full force this Memorial Day holiday weekend to help keep our roads and highways safe. In anticipation of increased traffic on area roadways from Friday through Monday, the members of Troop A will be specifically watching for distracted, aggressive, and intoxicated motorists. President Trump taking a victory lap after a string of primary wins of candidates he backed. Tuesday's primaries across 6 states provided some early clues about how voters are feeling ahead of the November midterms. CBS's Natalie Brand has more details from the White House.
The president endorsed Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton over 4-term Senator John Cornyn. Senate leaders and colleagues have expressed frustration with the move.
We know that not all of us are 100% on the same page as the president all the time. And so we're just a little sad.
Democrats are still feeling confident about the midterms.
I think you're going to have a national referendum this November on Donald Trump. And I wouldn't want to be Trump or any Trump-backed candidate.
A bit of Pittsburgh history is returning to one store's shelves for a short time. News Radio KDKA's David Ballarado has more.
It's been gone for about 10 years, but the memories live on thanks in part to memorable TV ads.
Wait till you taste it.
And now for a brief period, Heinz ketchup in glass bottles will return to the shelves, but only at Walmart to mark the 157th anniversary of the company with 57 varieties.
Thick, rich Heinz ketchup. The taste that's worth the wait.
A 2-pack of the glass-bottled ketchup will sell for $14.99. David Ballarado, News Radio KDKA.
And the city of Pittsburgh's Independence Day celebration has been named America's Best 4th of July celebration in the USA Today 10 Best Readers' Choice Awards. Pittsburgh celebration tops a list that includes events from St. Louis, Philadelphia, and Washington, D.C. This year's event will commemorate the 250th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence. On Wall Street, the Dow closed up 645 points, the NASDAQ closed up 399 points, and the S&P 500 closed up 79. KDKA Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO Roofing at 412-373-2000. Steelers quarterback Aaron Rodgers announcing this will be his last NFL season. And in St. Louis, the Pirates will try to break their 4-game losing streak in Game 2 of their series against the Cardinals. First pitch, 7:45. KDKA Radio News Time is 5:04. Time to visit RomeMonuments.com. Life is a journey to remember. Memorialize that journey. RomeMonuments.com. It is cloudy and 63 degrees in Pittsburgh. KDKA AAA traffic and the AccuWeather forecast next.
If you're in the Pittsburgh area and caring for a loved one with Medicaid, get paid starting today. Freedom Care has already helped over 162,000 families get the care they deserve, with 97% satisfaction and more than 8,000 5-star reviews. If you have Medicaid, you need to hear this. You may qualify to choose a caregiver you already trust, a family member or friend, and they can start getting paid. No agencies, no strangers, just someone you know, helping with meals, medication, bathing, mobility, and more. This service isn't for later, it's for right now. It's 100% free to you through Medicaid, and caregivers get paid right away after their shift. Find out if you qualify today. Call 412-801-7213. That's 412-801-7213. Don't wait. Call 412-801-7213 now. Again, 412-801-7213. Freedom Care. Get paid to care, starting now.
Freedom Care. We're here for you.
Traffic time, here we are. PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic. It's all powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Logan.
All right, thanks, Colin. Taking a look at the major roadways, the Parkway East outbound starting at Technology Drive is seeing brake lights heading for the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. The outbound lane of the Parkway West of the Bathtub region is slowing down, nearing the lower level of the Fort Pitt Bridge. Both lanes of the Fort Duquesne Bridge are jammed, as well as the Liberty Tunnel. With AAA traffic, I'm Logan Arblaster on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Mostly cloudy for tonight. Some rain at times. The low 49, drying out for tomorrow. Clouds break for some sun. A high 68. Mostly cloudy tomorrow night, low 54, and then some rain on Friday. high 63. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist John Feerick, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Warmer weather rolling in. Heavy rain, strong winds, and sudden damage. ServiceMaster Greater Pittsburgh responds immediately, 24/7, 365. Demand the yellow van.
And the yellow van. Call ServiceMaster.
The Drive at 5. The stories driving today's headlines. Brought to you by ServiceMaster of Greater Pittsburgh. When disaster strikes, demand the yellow van. On 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, here we are. Happy 5 o'clock hour. Let's whisk through it. I do want to take a bunch of calls, and I want to hear from people who were at that Bruce Springsteen show last evening. So he came out of the gate firing. He was welcomed into the Steel City, and he welcomed people who gathered in the Steel City with this.
We begin the night with a prayer for our men and women in service overseas. We pray for an end to this conflict and for their safe return. The E Street Band is here in Pittsburgh tonight in celebration and defense of the American ideals and values that have sustained our country for 250 years. We are here to call upon the righteous power of art, of music, of rock and roll in dangerous times. Our democracy, our constitution, our rule of law are being challenged right now as never before by a reckless, racist, incompetent, treasonous president. Fool's administration. So tonight, we ask all of you to join with us in choosing hope over fear, democracy over authoritarianism, the rule of law over lawlessness, ethics over unbridled corruption, resistance over complacency, truth over lies, unity over division, and peace over war.
All right, pal. So that's Bruce Springsteen. Now, if you went to last night's Bruce Springsteen concert and didn't understand it was going to be a political rally, you're the dumbest human alive. Because he told people for years that's what it was going to be. I'm just the kind of person who goes to a concert or a game for an escape. Politics there doesn't appeal to me. Social justice there doesn't appeal to me. Hockey teams, baseball teams, football teams wearing 9 million different flags and this and that and having this cause, I don't need it. I'm there to see Pittsburgh, Baltimore, Penguins, Vancouver, Pirates, Reds. Entertain me, okay? Sing the songs. That's what it is for me. But again, he told you that's what it was going to be, so it shouldn't have been a surprise to anyone. There is something rich here, though, about Springsteen, and I'll be very fair about this. So he charges $500 plus for a ticket, and you could buy a personalized No Kings flag for $90 there. Bruce Springsteen fashions himself like some Woody Guthrie. Get the hell out of here, pal. Just like Kid Rock fashions himself like some hard-scrabble redneck that changes his own oil and works on carburetors. He grew up in a mansion. A mansion. Phonies to the left of me, jokers to the right. I'm in the middle. Phonies. Back to Springsteen, though. Chanting against the rich and having a bunch of people from Sewickley and Fox Chapel and St. Clair and Mount Lebanon and places like that chant against the rich, then support a guy who sold his music catalog for $500 million, that's rich. I would venture a guess, unless Thomas Tull was in town last night, that Bruce Springsteen was probably the richest guy in the tri-state. He was probably the richest person in the tri-state area. And he's standing up there screaming no kings, screaming about wealth and privilege and all that kind of stuff. I get it, but it's an act, and it's a big one. Just like Kid Rock, total phony, working class cowboy image. You know how big his house was that he grew up in? 5,600 square feet. Tough life, huh? Gigantic house, 5-car garage, regulation tennis court, horse stables, and a big guest house. Same thing with Kid Rock. Phony as can be. But with this Springsteen, here's the deal. It's easy to be some working class hero. You don't risk much when you just made $500 million. And then to try to compare yourself and your fans to do this all the time to Woody Guthrie? Do some reading. This land apparently isn't your land. Because Woody Guthrie wasn't rich. He came from a middle-class family, Dust Bowl, Oklahoma. I've read all this a million times. He was impoverished even as an adult. He hitchhiked, he jumped trains, he was a hobo, he busked for food all the time. And what he did was he advocated for the working class and marginalized people, and he lived the life. He didn't fly private. He jumped on the back of a Norfolk Southern. You know, Woody Guthrie never achieved mass commercial success, and he intentionally avoided corporate control. This bozo last night sold you a T-shirt for $90. Look at Woody Guthrie. He quit jobs because he felt the corporate bosses were dictating what he was allowed to sing. This guy last night stood up there, acted like he didn't have his hand out, and he let you walk in there for $700. Stop with it. Next thing I know, he's going to write, "This guitar kills fascists" on his guitar and somehow have you believe it. Just the same as Kid Rock, Bruce Springsteen is a phony of the highest order. But again, it's his show. I think his music's all right. I have seen Bruce Springsteen. But he's totally gone over the mountaintop in terms of being a political activist. And so it's not entertaining for me. He's a brilliant singer. He's a decent wordsmith. He's all right. Puts on a good show. But this No Kings rally he had last night was being led by the richest guy around. So it's all just an act. Did you go, though? I want to talk to you about it. 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Thanks, Colin. Getting reports of an accident on Route 51 at the Coriopolis Road and Ramp in Robinson Township. Now taking a look at the major roadways, the Parkway East outbound starting around the Bennett Bates is seeing brake lights heading away from the city. The outbound lane of the Parkway West of the Bathtub region is clogged nearing the lower level of the Fort Pitt Bridge. Both lanes of the Fort Duquesne Bridge are jammed as well as the Liberty Tunnel. With AAA Traffic, I'm Logan Arblaster on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg with your KFC weekend weather update. On Saturday, expect cloudy skies and cool temperatures with a few showers. The high will reach 63 degrees. Sunday will bring mostly cloudy conditions with a chance of showers. It will be warmer with a high of 75 degrees. Introducing the KFC $10 bucket of the day deal. Now every weekday you get a different bucket of crispy, crunchy chicken for just $10 each. 24 nuggets, $10, 8 piece, $10, 10 wings, $10, 8 tenders, $10, only at KFC. Prices and participation may vary while supplies last.
Summer means longer days and more deals at Lowe's. This Memorial Day, shop Miracle-Gro 0.75 cubic foot garden soil, 5 bags for $10. Plus, get select 1.5-gallon red, white, and blue annuals hanging baskets, 2 for $15 to show off your favorite plants. Stop traffic with stunning landscaping and save while you do it. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 5/27, excludes Alaska and Hawaii. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
JK's done it again. I'm serious. My boy JK, the Oakmont Restaurant King, has done it again. Folks are texting me, man, did you see this restaurant? Whoa. Did you check out Abode? Whoa. Marty, it's beautiful. Marty, the food's fantastic. Marty, it's home-style cooking. Marty, it's fabulous. It's fresh. It's clean. It's amazingly different. JK did it again. Check out his new restaurant in Oakmont, Abode. It is rocking.
When a medical injury, misdiagnosis, or neglect in a nursing home turns your life upside down, your family deserves attorneys with decades of complex trial experience. At Massa Law Group, local Pittsburgh attorneys concentrate their practice to helping medical and nursing home injury victims. Their team listens, lays out your options clearly, and will pursue the justice your family deserves. Licensed in PA, Ohio, and West Virginia, visit massalawgroup.com or call 412-338-1800.
Marvelous May savings continue at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, all natural pork baby back ribs are $3.49 a pound. In the produce department, sweet bicolor corn is 6 for $1.99. In our deli, made fresh in store, Coons potato salad $4.49 a pound. And additional savings this week, Coke, Sprite, or Dr. Pepper 12-pack 12-ounce cans are $3 for $16.
It's happening now at Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
Life's best moments start with perfect choices. For Connie Nowak, it was a trolley ride and a 67-year love story. A life of family, smart decisions, and companionship with Chester the cat. Her retirement choice? The Village at St. Barnabas. Recreation, healthcare, close to family, everything on her list. Right now, we'll make your move to the Village perfect too. Up to $2,000 toward moving costs. St. Barnabas Retirement Communities, stbarnabascommunities.com, or call 724-444-5568.
Hey folks, my friends at NASCO Roofing take pride in exceeding customer expectations. Scott from Aspinwall was amazed at NASCO's quality, honesty, work ethic, and superior craftsmanship. Scott loved working with NASCO and appreciated that NASCO doesn't use high-pressure sales tactics like other companies. NASCO has satisfied thousands like Scott. Get NASCO on your roof. Call NASCO Roofing, 412-373-2000, 412-373-2000. Most jobs done in a day. Special financing available. NASCO Roofing, NASCO.
Oh, there's Pat. He's ready. Pat Septak is. Goldberg, Persky, and White, pioneers in asbestos litigation. News desk. What do you got going on for 5:30, Pat?
Well, Colin, Amazon announcing that it plans to build a distribution facility in Washington County. We'll have details on that coming up at the bottom of the hour at 5:30 on News Radio KDKA.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. With gas prices shooting up by nearly 50% since the U.S. war against Iran started, iSeeCars.com says owners of gas-powered vehicles are on track to spend $706 more this year to fill up the tank. Compare that to owners of EVs who will spend just $11 more. Massive gains on Wall Street today on renewed hopes for a diplomatic end to the war in Iran sent oil prices plunging, closing just above $98 a barrel, and stocks sharply higher at all the major averages today, up 1 to 1.5% at the close. The Dow topping the 50,000 threshold again, up 655 points. The NASDAQ up 400 points. The S&P up by 79. And the Senior Citizens League, a nonpartisan advocacy group for seniors, predicting a 3.9% increase in next year's Social Security cost of living adjustment, or COLA. And they say that's to account for stubbornly high inflation. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
You've heard the news. Now talk about it with Colin Dunlap on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The other thing is, and this gets taken so serious by the Springsteen loyalists, he's free to say exactly what he wants. I don't begrudge the guy. Go ahead and have your rally. It's great. But if people don't want to go, that doesn't mean they're against everything in life. Like, we've created this all or nothing society where you're either all in or all out. You got to love something or hate the other thing. You got to hate the other thing or love this thing. It's not it. I just don't go to concerts to be politicized. Just like Kid Rock sucks. Like, he's awful. It would be like going to a Ted Nugent concert and think that you're going to the ballet. You're not. He's going to talk about guns and Trump and all kinds of stuff. That's what it is. And in a better time, I think when you went to an entertainment venue, you went to be entertained, not politicized. Margie's in Murraysville. Hi, Margie.
Hey, Colin. I have two thoughts on this. I didn't go. I didn't realize if you're taking callers, you went there. But my thoughts are, first, if I'm a Republican, registered Republican, if there was a Republican entertainer, singer, whatever up there, and they were doing exactly what he was doing against a Democrat, administration, I would have been mad. I would have been mad. I would have been embarrassed. I just don't think it's the place, And here's the other thing I thought, too. And, I mean, of course, Bruce Springsteen doesn't care, but, there are people in the audience who are, of course, there were a lot of Republicans, I'm sure, there, too. So, you're going to people on why do it? Why even do it? It's kind of like when you have family gatherings at holidays. You don't talk politics or religion, because you're going to offend or make somebody mad.
You bring
so
up a great point. You bring up a great point, and I have your answer. It's easy to do when you sold your catalog for $500 million. Now, I'm not saying he's bad. I'm not saying he's evil. I'm not saying it's a terrible thing at all. It's a good thing. If you have somebody willing to pay that price, go ahead. I'd do it too, and I'd be done. But there's no bravery in that. You have a captive audience because you told them it was happening. You know where there'd be bravery in doing this? Down at some small club when you're trying to make it and you got a promoter trying to decide if they're going to sign you to a record label or not, and you're grinding it out on Carson Street. That's when there's bravery, when you're living in a van going city to city trying to figure it out. There's no bravery in what Bruce Springsteen did. He's the richest guy within 10 counties last night, by far. So when people do ask that question, well, why would you do that? You may alienate people. He doesn't care. He's already made his money. So he's going to make a stance, and if he makes you mad, it doesn't matter one bit to him. I just look at it like, I don't know who it benefits from an audience standpoint. And the thing about it is, the people who rally behind him and say, he never cared from the beginning, that's the wrong answer. Totally the wrong answer. He 100% cared at some point in his career. And then he graduated to the point where he cashed out, and it's easy to do now. It just is. But spare me this working class hero guy. And there is a ton of irony in the fact that he fashioned himself the working class hero, but calls himself the boss. That's funny to me. But spare me that. Spare me this working class hero when he's charging you $500 for a ticket or more, and he's the guy that's making all the money. He didn't fly on Southwest sitting next to Peggy from Baldwin on the way home last night. He's not some working class hero. From the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Thanks, Colin. The outbound lane of Route 65 starting back at Route 19 will slow you down towards the McKees Rocks Bridge. Getting reports of an accident on Route 51 at the Coriopolis Road and ramp in Robinson Township. Taking a look at the major roadways, the Parkway East outbound starting around the bend at Bates is seeing brake lights heading away from the city. With AAA Traffic, I'm Logan Arblaster on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
You know Zero Res, the zero residue carpet cleaner that leaves your carpets truly clean with no dirt-attracting soaps or harsh chemicals. Don't risk it with the other guys and skip the DIY disasters that leave your carpets soaked for days. Keep the mud outside where it belongs, not trapped in your carpets. This month, get 3 rooms of carpet Zero Resified starting at just $139. Call 412-701-1188 or visit ZeroResPGH.com and ask for the KDKA special.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEB-NOW-1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
The birds are singing, the flowers are in bloom, the sun is shining. What more can we ask for? Maybe to feel great and be the best version of ourselves. This is Dr. Shufo from the Weight Loss and Wellness Center. Isn't it time to take care of ourselves now? We put it off during the cold, dark, dreary days of winter. But it's time now. Get rid of that extra weight, which affects our movement, our physical health, and yes, affects our mental and emotional health. Have more self-confidence and self-esteem. Be happy, be healthy, be alive. Call me at 1-800-900-THIN.
Snapshot from Progressive wasn't created for just anybody. Oh no, we made it for you. Smooth accelerators. When that light turns green, you're off. Like a warm knife through firm butter. Going from 0 to the speed limit in an appropriate amount of time. Sure, your car has horsepower, but your horses prance around as silky smooth as your right foot. Fancy Prancerton. With Snapshot, safe drivers like you get personalized rates based on your driving habits. Sign up today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents.
1 in 4 Americans have a disability. I'm one of them. I'm also a working mom who cares deeply about making sure every child with a disability thrives by getting their access needs met. We've got a trusted ally by our side. Easter Seals provides children and families the foundation for lifelong success through early learning programs, skills training, and prep for college and career. That's my Easter Seals. Make it yours. Join us at EasterSeals.com.
Everyone needs to take care of their mental health. Even running back Bijan Robinson.
When I'm on the field and feeling the pressure, I usually just take a deep breath. When I'm just breathing and seeing what's in front of me, everything just slows down. It just makes me feel great before I run the play.
Just like Bijan, we all need a strong mental game on and off the field. Make a game plan for your mental health at loveyourmindplaybook.org.
Love your mind.
Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Foundation, the Arthur M. Blank Family Foundation, and the Ad Council.
From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 62 degrees under cloudy skies at Pittsburgh International at 5:30. I'm Pat Septak. Amazon is looking to build its first Washington County distribution facility. The Pittsburgh Business Times reporting today that Amazon and SunCap Property Group plan to build a delivery station in 84 PA. SunCap, you may recall, built a 115,000 square foot Amazon facility in Findlay Township. Amazon dedicates about $4 billion annually to expand delivery stations into rural areas. A deadly mining accident in Greene County is under investigation. The coroner there says 34-year-old Zachary Wolf of Rice's Landing was killed during an accident at Core Natural Resources in Aleppo Township last night just after 11:30. The cause and manner of Wolf's death will be determined by an autopsy. A legendary figure in the civil rights movement has died. News Radio KDKA's David Botterato has more on the life of Robert Woodson.
On social media, Woodson's son Jamal announced his father's passing. The 89-year-old, who was born in Philadelphia, had joined the Air Force, which he credited for turning his life around after he had become estranged from his mother after his father's death. Woodson would become a prominent civil rights figure beginning with the early 1960s, and he would work with both the NAACP and the Urban League before going on to create what became known as the Woodson Center in 1981. It was designed to fight crime and violence by strengthening community-based leaders. Woodson was a prolific author and frequent guest on the Sunday morning talk show circuit. He was also a senior policy advisor on housing and urban development for the George W. Bush administration. David Ballarado, News Radio, KDKA.
On Wall Street, the Dow closed up 645 points, the Nasdaq closed up 399 points, and the S&P 500 closed up 79. KDKA Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO Roofing at 412-373-2000. Steelers quarterback Aaron Rodgers announcing today this will be his last NFL season. In St. Louis, the Pirates will try to break their 4-game losing streak in Game 2 of their series against the Cardinals. First pitch at 7:45. KDKA Radio News Time is coming up on 5:32. Time to call One Health Benefits at 724-799-8873 for the best affordable health insurance plans tailored to your needs. Our next update at 6 o'clock. I'm Pat Septak on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
The Temptations. And the Four Tops. Friday, June 5th, 7:30 p.m., the Benedum Center. The Temptations. And the Four Tops. On sale at trustarts.org and 412-456-6666.
When it comes to family law, a lot has changed in recent years, so assumptions can be costly. If you see or sense a change coming in your family life that could have legal implications, it's important to know where you stand. Getting good legal advice early is never a bad idea. I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. If you or anyone you know is facing a family law issue, start with a consultation. Visit CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
Take a break and come out with us tonight.
Not tonight, man.
Come on. You deserve a night out. You're going to miss out.
Miss out on what?
While you stayed home, they won big. They celebrated. They got the suite, stayed up all night, and made memories. And you weren't there. Some nights are too good to sit out. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
My name is Ariel. When I arrived in the U.S. at 19, I struggled to find job opportunities without my high school diploma. My entire life changed when I took a chance and got my high school diploma at age 22. Everything I have, my education, my career, my marriage, I owe to the Adult Literacy Center and my teachers. They were with me every step of the way, helping with my English and math, making sure I push through all the challenges.
Ariel, your success proves that what I'm doing as a teacher has real meaning.
It was an honor helping you achieve your greatness. Now you're helping others achieve theirs. It inspires me.
Education was the key that unlocked all my opportunities.
When you graduate, they graduate. Find free and supportive adult education centers near you at finishyourdiploma.org. Brought to you by Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
All right, here we go. Traffic time. It's getting dark out there. PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, thanks, Colin. Getting reports of an accident on Route 51 at the Coriopolis Road and Ramp in Robinson Township. The outbound lane of Route 65 starting back at Route 19 will slow you down towards the McKees Rocks Bridge. Taking a look at the major roadways, the Parkway East outbound starting around the bend at Bates is seeing brake lights heading away from the city. The outbound lane of the Parkway West of the Bathtub region is clogged nearing the lower level of the Fort Pitt Bridge. Both lanes of the Fort Duquesne Bridge are jammed as well as the Liberty Tunnel. With AAA Traffic, I'm Logan Arblaster on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Mostly cloudy for tonight. A little rain at times, low 49, then clouds break for some sunshine. Less humid tomorrow, the high 68.
Partly to mostly cloudy tomorrow night, low 54, and then periods of rain Friday, high 63. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist John Feerick, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Brought to you by the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank. Every dollar, every hour, every voice. That's the power of you.
Because of you, families across our region don't have to wonder where their next meal is coming from. Thank you for your support of the 7th annual Feed the Need Radiothon. You're helping provide our neighbors food for today, stability for tomorrow, and opportunity for a lifetime. Visit PittsburghFoodBank.org.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at KennyRoss.com.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us all this week on the Big K Morning Show, 5:30 until 10, for your chance to win tickets to see the Temptations and the Four Tops at the Benedum June 5th.
All right. Before we're out of here today, I'm going to say bravo to a member of Pittsburgh's law enforcement community. I'm sure that's going to bother some people just because, yeah, that's what it is. Anyway, 866-391-1020. So I see a man on hold here who, in a different time, different place, different year, different venue, maybe different political climate, probably, and I'm not kidding, would have most likely been one of the first people to line up for tickets outside of National Record Mart to see Bruce Springsteen. But I'm not sure. I know the latest indication that I got a couple days ago was there was no way he was going to this show because even as deep a fan as he is, it just was going to be too politically tinged for him. I don't know if I have that all right. I don't know what he ended up doing last night, but let's talk to Dave in Rankin. Hi, Dave.
Hey, Colin. How are you?
Magnificent. How are you?
I'm good. I went, and it was definitely very different. The first thing that was really weird, we couldn't get in the venue in time for the start of the show.
Why?
I don't know. Something was awry with their entry system. Maybe it has to do with the ticketless or the what do you call it? They basically scan your phone to get into the show.
Your QR code.
Yes, and it's different now than it ever was. There's instead of there being a like a barcode, there was almost like a thumbprint. And we weren't really slow getting in once we got there, but when we got into the show, they were already 10 minutes in.
Wait, let me interject. So
good.
They left you standing out there. Let me think how I was going to phrase this. I was going to work it in. It was sort of darkness on the edge of town for you. It wasn't the promised land.
Absolutely. But, there were thousands of people in the same boat as we were.
And wait a minute. I got one for it. And they were screaming, "No surrender." I'm sorry.
Absolutely.
Go ahead, Dave.
No,
I'm an idiot.
It's good. But by the time I got in, I did post on Facebook more or less a review. I can share it with you.
Let's hear it.
But it's just a very different show than I've ever seen before out of Bruce. I mean, he would interject in the past little comments, tidbits here and there. He said F Trump once when he had a copy of the Pennsylvania Constitution. He turned it over and he said it said F Trump, and it came from a fan. But that was about it. But the thing that you could never doubt with a Bruce show was the fun, the spontaneity. You never knew what he was going to play at any given time. This was very rigid, very politically driven, and there was a lot of. I think Bruce is angry. If he really isn't, then he's putting on a really good act. But I think at his age and his position, he should be thrilled to be doing what he's doing.
Did you? Okay, then that thing that I played that started his show.
Yeah, I missed that.
You missed that then. Okay.
Yeah, but I heard it before because he's been saying the same thing in every city. And I'm philosophically basically opposed to that speech and the stance of this.
Wait, even as such.
Tour.
Wait a minute. So that wasn't that's like rehearsed, and that's not off the cuff at each place.
No. He's been saying basically the same thing at the same time every show.
That brings a different element even into it then for me in that I don't know. That seems to even add to the phony nature of it.
Yeah, and I hate to be cynical, but he is 76 going on 77. And I wonder if part of this isn't so much that he's so politically driven, is that now he has a rigid set list to go by, and it doesn't vary from night to night. And maybe as he gets older, he can't handle that spontaneity.
No, he can't, because he feels like the wrecking ball's coming for his life soon. I'm sorry.
Right. It was still a great and entertaining show, but it lost a lot of the charm and the attraction from a real diehard Bruce fan.
Okay, answer me this though. Whenever you're as big a Bruce fan as there is in the city. Like in the middle of, because generally towards the end of the show they do like 10th Avenue Freeze Out, and it's a big long, they kind of go around and each person in the band kind of takes a mini solo or whatever. Did you, even in that or in a different moment, did you at least lose yourself in the music and forget about the political entanglements while the music was roaring?
Yeah, and many times I did, but the problem was there was always something coming around the corner that would remind you of what the true purpose or message of this tour is.
Jeez, give me, even though I was never there in my life, give me the Stanley Theater, give me people that are riding a bus from town to town, and give me the music and let them rip it for 3 hours, and then I'm going to go home and maybe smoke a joint on the way home.
Well, I hope that, if he does it again, which he said he's going to do it until the wheels come off, it doesn't have this same feel, because it was very disappointing as a lifelong fan.
See, there's your synopsis. And everybody's mileage varies. Some people loved it. Some people hated it. Some people didn't go. Some people couldn't wait till those doors opened. But Dave is a gigantic Springsteen fan. Let's hear from my man, Jack. Jack, how are you?
Fine, Colin. How's the family?
Fantastic. How are you?
Can't complain.
Can't complain. Hey, let's hear it.
Amazon building a place in 84 PA.
Oh, they are?
Yeah, it was on the news, on your news.
Oh, yeah, I did. I heard Pat talk about that. I didn't hear that it was in 84, but I did hear him talk about that.
Yeah, now, what's wrong with Churchill? Oops, Sarah doesn't want anything in Churchill.
That's a great point. They had their chance. It wasn't necessarily in a Murado as much as it was the people in Churchill and the town council. It passed the first time, then they got cold feet, and then they gave them a bunch of headache, and then they finally said, well, we don't want the headache, we're out of here. And you're right. There's more business that could provide big tax revenue to Allegheny County that said, sayonara, we'll go to Washington County.
Yeah, and they have one in Newstand, too, I think.
You're right about that. They do. And it's, again, they're doing all these things, raising the money at the pool, putting this high rise, which is pretty much Section 8 downtown. They're having a pep rally to tell me how great it is. Okay, people have to live. I get it and all that. Tell me when you're securing big business or any business and moving it into Allegheny County. Then it's a victory.
Exactly. It brings money into the county, not riffraff.
There we are. You're right. I didn't even think of that. That's a great point by Jack. That's another missed opportunity. Like, there's not any land in Allegheny County for that to go. He's right. Churchill. Perfect. That's the place. They talked about that before. Another swing and a miss for Allegheny County. Sheesh. All right, coming up next, before we get out of here, what an honor for a member of the law enforcement community from right here in Pittsburgh. Talk about that and then hit the door. Remember, Pirates tomorrow, so I'm on a little later. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, thanks, Colin. Taking a look at the Parkway East, the outbound lane near the Oakland on-ramp progressing through the Bennett Bates in the direction of the Squirrel Hill Tunnel is seeing brake lights. Southbound lane of 579 is stacked. Now taking a look at the other major roadways on the Parkway West outbound, the Bathtub region, it is stacked starting at right before 2nd Avenue moving towards the lower level of the Fort Pitt Bridge. Parkway West inbound is stalled back at the Green Tree Hill. Also, both lanes of the Liberty Tunnel are still clogged, causing delays. 28 outbound is slowed, starting in the city. With AAA traffic, I'm Logan Arblaster on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to Colin Dunlap on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, this is Lisa from Nest Expressions Window Fashions in Wexford. I am so excited for the opening of my second Hunter Douglas gallery. 3150 Washington Road in McMurray is where your journey to beautiful window treatments begins. Call 1-888-952-NEST or simply book a free shop-at-home consultation at nestexpressions.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
My dad passed away unexpectedly. Of course, it was awful in every way, but we are very grateful that he had life insurance. So even after he was gone, he was still able to provide for us. And that's why I have life insurance for my family. Ethos.com. They make it fast and easy to get covered. It's 100% online. You get a quote in seconds, and you can apply in minutes. You get covered the same day.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/protect. That's ethos.com/protect. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
For generations, you've listened to us in your kitchen, catching baseball games on your front porch, and ending your day as your bedtime buddy. Now, you can watch us every day on your TV with our new KDKA Radio YouTube page or by clicking on KDKARadio.com. It's presented by Metropolitan Windows. Same great content, more live visuals. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
At Bowser Subaru, it's the perfect season to get behind the wheel of the all-new 2026 Subaru Crosstrek. Whether it's a weekend hike, a road trip to the lake, or just rolling the windows down on your daily drive, with Subaru's legendary all-wheel drive, you'll drive with confidence. Right now at Bowser Subaru, take home a 2026 Subaru Crosstrek Premium, VIN number T3767276, MSRP $33.97, and get 1.9% APR for 36 months, or lease for only $199 a month for 36 months with $2,999 due at signing. Visit BowserSubaru.com or in person at Bowser Subaru, Route 51 today. With credit approval and financing through SMFL, tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $490 applies. Lease with 10,000 miles per year. No security deposit required. See Bowser Subaru for complete details. Offer ends May 31st. Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
All right, Pat's got you covered. He does. Goldberg, Persky, White, Pioneers and Asbestos Litigation News Desk. A look ahead what's happening. Top of the hour. Hi, Pat.
Hey, Colin. Aaron Rodgers had some things to say today. We'll tell you exactly what he said coming up at 6 on the Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio KDKA.
It's a match made in heaven. Your drive home and Colin Dunlap. Only on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, who is Dan Mead? Who is Dan Mead? I'm here to tell you who Dan Mead is. He's a hero, that's for sure. So, Dan Mead is somebody who did a great thing. And these people need to be recognized more often, and I'm so glad that he was. So, just today, The U.S. Attorney's Office presents Hometown Hero Award to retired Pittsburgh police officer in recognition of his bravery and dedication during the Tree of Life shooting. How about that? So, Officer Meade retired not long ago. He was injured during all of this, and he got his just due. I'm going to read straight from the release because more people need to recognize acts like this, things like this, and when people are lauded for events like this. The United States Attorney's Office for Western District of Pennsylvania this morning presented former Pittsburgh Bureau of Police Officer Daniel Meade with the U.S. Department of Justice United States Attorney's Office Hometown Hero Award during a ceremony held at the police headquarters. Meade received the award in front of Pittsburgh Bureau of Police's command staff. Offered in commemoration of the 250th anniversary of the founding of the United States of America, the Hometown Hero Award honors, are you ready for this? This is a big thing. The enduring ideals of liberty, service, and civic responsibility, and is bestowed in recognition of brave men and women who exemplify steadfast commitment of the ideals and embody the spirit upon which our nation was founded. Those aren't small words. That's a big thing. The award was presented to Meade, now retired, in recognition of his courage and sacrifice during the October 27th, 2018 Tree of Life synagogue shooting, where Officer Meade and his partner, Michael Smiga, were the first to arrive at the synagogue that morning in response to the harrowing 911 calls about an active shooter. Armed only with a handgun, Meade quickly approached the entrance of the synagogue and observed the shooter inside the building before being shot through the hand and needing to retreat. He was one of 4 police officers and SWAT operators to be shot and injured by the shooter, who killed 11 congregants and seriously wounded 2 others during the anti-Semitic attack. The U.S. Attorney's Office is pleased to honor Daniel Meade with the Western District of Pennsylvania's Hometown Hero Award in conjunction with the celebration of our nation's 250th birthday, U.S. Attorney Troy Ravetti said. Nearly 8 years after the shooting, our gratitude and admiration for the heroic bravery and selfless dedication of the first responders that day, it endures. On the morning of October 27, 2018, Officer Meade walked directly into the line of fire in fulfillment of his sworn duty to uphold the law and protect his fellow citizens. Today we honor him. He's Pittsburgh's hometown hero. That's fantastic and chilling stuff. And I'm so glad I got that press release today from the office, because no matter how far removed we are from this, no matter how many years go by, no matter how many things that continue to divide us, and it's ridiculous how many things continue to divide us, that day will just always stand. Even now, as they've begun to rebuild and do all of that, it's just a stark reminder of the horror, but also, in a weird way, when police officers have it as bad as they've ever had, when the job is as difficult as it ever has been, you're reminded that there are people like Officer Meade, and still to this day, and way many more than not, who, when people call, when duty calls, when you need them, they're the exact kind of people that go running toward the danger as opposed to running away from it. So it was great for him to get that award, and people need to be recognized, not just on the day where something happens, but all days. More power to Officer Meade and people just like him. Short show tomorrow. Later show, I'll be on after the Pirates. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center. KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, thanks, Colin. Getting reports of an accident on the 100 block of Vine Street in Penn Hills. Taking a look at the major roadways, the Parkway East outbound starting around the Bennett Bates is seeing brake lights heading away from the city. The outbound lane of the Parkway West of the Bathtub region is clogged nearing the lower level of the Fort Pitt Bridge. Both lanes of the Fort Duquesne Bridge are jammed, as well as the Liberty Tunnel. With AAA Traffic, I'm Logan Arblaster on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Every Tuesday morning at 7:20, listen for Inside Independence Health, a look at all things healthcare with the experts from Independence Health System. It's brought to you by Independence Health System. Expert care here.
Andy Amrine here for Harmony Garden Organic Insect Control. This is not your average garden variety insect killer. Harmony is your only insect control you need for your garden. Nothing is safer, nothing works better than Harmony. Spray your trees, flowers, plants to kill garden pests including aphids, green fruit worms, mites, soil lice, and russets. To get your bottle of Harmony, ask for it at any participating True Value hardware store or online at harmonyoic.com.
Hey folks, it's Marty. Medicare can be confusing with all the rules, costs, and deadlines. Are you making the right choice for your future? Join MediConnect's free live webinars from the comfort of your home. No pressure, just clear, helpful information. Learn about Medicare, Parts A and B, how to avoid penalties, and if Medicare Advantage or Supplement is right for you. Get peace of mind. Register for the webinar by calling 888-818-6334. MediConnectInsurance.com. MediConnect. Medicare made simple.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. After 15 years and over 50,000 cancellations, I can tell you with confidence, we know how to get you out of your timeshare. Call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit guide absolutely free with all your options for cancellation. Attorneys, this was meant to be funny, so please don't sue me, especially my friend Kenneth from Black River Falls, Wisconsin.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-910-2233. That's 800-910-2233. 800-910-2233.
Hi, Paul Alexander here to let you know that KDKA has planned a fabulous 5-day Arizona getaway this September, and it's filling up fast. My wife, Shelley, and I want you to join us for an unforgettable trip based in beautiful Flagstaff, a relaxed mountain town that makes the perfect home base. From there, we'll explore the incredible red rocks of Sedona, travel by rail to the breathtaking Grand Canyon, a bucket list spot that everyone needs to see at least once. And then we'll take in the stunning scenery around Lake Powell with its deep blue water and wide open views. It's the perfect mix of sightseeing, natural beauty, and plenty of time to just enjoy where we are. And September is truly the sweet spot. Comfortable weather, no summer crowds, and everything planned for you. No guessing, no stress. Just show up and enjoy Arizona. Space is limited. Seats are disappearing quickly. Visit travelwithkdk.com or call 800-383-3131. Again, travelwithkdk.com or call 800-383-3131. Can't wait to see you there.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Ready or not, summer is coming, and Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance is on now. Right now through May 25th, get up to 70% off everything home at Wayfair. Plus, score amazing doorbuster deals all sale long and surprise flash deals on Memorial Day. We're talking thousands of products at every style and budget. Now is the time to save big on must-haves for your patio, backyard, and beyond. These savings won't last, so don't wait. Shop Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance now through May 25th.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 62 degrees under cloudy skies at Pittsburgh International at 6 o'clock. I'm Pat Septak. The news is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. Home improvements with no interest financing if you need it. Trust PJ.com. Aaron Rodgers confirming he's retiring after the upcoming season with the Steelers. KDKA Radio Sports Director Jeff Hathorn has more.
It was after the NFL draft in Pittsburgh that Rodgers finally decided to return. His health was good, and a major reason he returned, the reunion of a 13-year relationship with Mike McCarthy.
Yeah, it was surreal. Honestly, sitting in the meeting, the first 8 o'clock meeting on Monday, took me back to being a 22-year-old kid, sitting in Green Bay, listening to Mike's first meeting in 2006. So it's fun. I mean, it's like a pinch me moments, been happening the last few days.
He says this is his final season. Rodgers thought after the emotional Mike Tomlin departure, he wouldn't return. With the Steelers, Jeff Hathorn, News Radio KDKA.
Drivers in downtown McKeesport are asked to use caution as crews work on a water main break there. The McKeesport Mayor's office says crews are working to restore a water break on Walnut Street. The road is closed between Lowell Boulevard and 6th Avenue. Traffic is also affected in the 200 and 300 blocks of 5th Avenue. No timetable for repairs was given. A death at a Greene County mine. News Radio KDKA's David Bonorado has details.
Not much is known yet about the death of the miner at Core Natural Resources. 34-year-old Zachary Wolf of Rice's Landing was killed in the accident at the mine's Aleppo portal in Aleppo Township. The accident happened around 10 last night, and Wolf was pronounced dead about 90 minutes later. The Greene County coroner says the cause and manner of death will be determined after an autopsy. No word yet on when OSHA will send in investigators, but that would be standard procedure for any work-related death. David Bonorado, News Radio KDKA.
Well, it's about to be Memorial Day weekend, and between the price of gas, food, and travel, people are about to pay a pretty penny. CBS News correspondent Allison Keyes reports.
Steve Hoskins from Rochester, New York, traveled to Nashville, where flights are up $121 compared to last year.
There's sticker shock on pretty much everything we do.
Sally French at NerdWallet says there's inflation across the board, but for airfares to be up this high
is really suggestive of not just higher fuel prices, but even higher demand.
The average domestic airfare nationally is up $89 from the same time last year. Allison Keyes, CBS News.
Well, if you were hoping to get another glimpse of the historic NFL draft clock on Pittsburgh's North Shore, you're a little late. It's gone. The 18-foot tall clock, which was installed in May of last year, has been removed. Visit Pittsburgh says it's being placed into storage while they decide where its permanent location will be. On Wall Street, the Dow closed up 645 points, the NASDAQ closed up 399 points, and the S&P 500 closed up 79. KDKA Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO Roofing at 412-373-2000. Steelers quarterback Aaron Rodgers announcing this will be his last NFL season. And in St. Louis, the Pirates will try to break their 4-game losing streak in Game 2 of their series against the Cardinals. First pitch, 7:45. KDKA Radio News Time coming up on 6:04. It is currently 62 degrees under cloudy skies in Pittsburgh. KDKA AAA traffic and the AccuWeather forecast next.
Are you turning 65 and have questions about Medicare? Aetna has Medicare Advantage plans that include prescription drug coverage in Pennsylvania with a $0 monthly plan premium. Plus, the plans include benefits like dental, vision, and hearing. You may also qualify for a monthly credit toward your Part B premium. Call Aetna today at 1-888-76-AETNA to learn more.
Aetna Medicare is an HMO PPO plan with a Medicare contract. Our D-SNPs also have contracts with state Medicaid programs. Enrollment in our plans depends on contract renewal. Plan features and availability may vary by service area.
Are you ready to take a walk on the wild side and have some family fun? Get to Living Treasures Animal Park in the Laurel Highlands. Living Treasures has animals from all over the world. With over 300 animals you and the family will love. Their concession stand is now open weekends for family fun. Stay at the Log Cabin Suites with up to 6 bedrooms available. Plan your staycation today at funanddonegal.com. Living Treasures Animal Park of the Laurel Highlands, where animals are loved.
KDKA traffic on the 5s.
From the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, we got KDKA AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet from, is that Logan over there or is that
it's
Margo?
It's Margo. Over here.
Okay, I couldn't quite tell.
All right, thanks, Brandon. Looking at those major roadways, continuing to see a few brake lights on the Parkway West outbound through the Bathtub region of the city as you head towards the lower level of the Fort Pitt Bridge. Other major roadways are starting to die down with some of their heavy rush hour delays, just seeing a few more brake lights on the Parkway East outbound from the Bend at Bates. With AAA traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Mostly cloudy for tonight. Some rain at times. The low 49, drying out for tomorrow. Clouds break for some sun. A high 68. Mostly cloudy tomorrow night, low 54. And then some rain on Friday, high 63. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist John Feerick. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-419-2387. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-419-2387. 800-419-2387. 800-419-2387.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Hey, Pittsburgh. Brandon McGinley here from the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. It's actually my first time filling in. I just realized this literally as I started talking. It's my first time filling in since the Post-Gazette switched owners from Block Communications to the Venetoulis Institute out of Baltimore. I'm still with the Post-Gazette. I'm pleased to be one of the half or so who were privileged to stay on at the newspaper. But for now, I am a radio host tonight, and that's what I'm going to talk about. I'm going to leave the newspapering to one side. Yesterday was a kind of blink if you'd miss it election. I know, I mean, it's my job. It's my job to follow these things, and it sneaked up on me. There just wasn't very much interesting going on in Pennsylvania for the election, especially this corner of the state. There was some bigger stuff over in Philadelphia. But that being said, I want to talk about actually a couple races that did happen yesterday that I think were more interesting than meets the eye. And if you're listening to this right now and you live in Washington County or Greene County and a little sliver of Beaver County, you'll know what I mean, because there was a Rock'em Sock'em state Senate primary that I think was very interesting. And I'll talk about that in a second. But there was also over in the west suburbs of the city an interesting Democratic primary for State House. And this one pitted a name that's probably one of the more known names, certainly among county councilor. I mean, everyone, I don't want to say everyone, but most of our listeners will know the name Bethany Hallam from county council. But Council President Pat Katina is probably one of the more well-known county politicians. So he went into his primary race for that state house seat out in Robinson Township, Kennedy Township, Bridgeville, out that way. He went into that race as a pretty big favorite. He was endorsed by the Democratic Party. He was up against a woman named Brittany Blome, who was an attorney, but not otherwise a big political name. And Pat Katina got trounced. Pat Katina got trounced about 2-1 last I checked. I don't know if it got any closer after I stopped looking. And you may be aware of one of the things that was going on in that race, which was that Katina sent out a mailer from his own campaign that was targeting the fact that his opponent, and remember, this is a Democratic primary, was supported by a group that supported transgender athletes in youth sports, specifically biological boys playing in girls' sports. And this caused a massive outcry on the left. Now, of course, the fact that Katina ran this ad, first of all, I think showed he was a little bit desperate, knew that the thing wasn't going his way. But second of all, showed that this was one of the last remaining Democratic districts, because this will likely be won by Blome in the general election, where that kind of politics might still work. It was held by one of the last pro-life Democrats in all of Pennsylvania, Anita Kulik. And yet, Katina was not only criticized in social media, not only criticized in the usual way, but there was dozens of people came to county council to demand he not only lose his race, but step down from county council because he ran an ad, a mailer, that adopts the position held, last I checked, and this is according to the New York Times, the position held by at least 80% of Americans. So this was an interesting case where, and this is just one of these issues with the way the primary system works today, these primaries, and we'll talk about the Republican one down in the southwest corner of the state, these primaries bring out, they give a lot of power to the activist bases of each party. And I don't think Pat Katina lost just because of the transgender sports thing. I think that the people who opposed him on that basis are going to say that because they're incentivized to do so. But I don't think that's why he lost. You don't lose by 30 or 35 points just on that basis. He was already going down. It's pretty clear now. But let's think about the reason that so many of the activists, who, again, I want to emphasize, represent at most 20% of Americans. So this is a massively losing issue for Democrats. And yet the party's activist base is absolutely motivated to try to make sure that their elected officials, their candidates, toe the line on this issue. The point of going after Pat Katina and trying to get him to step down from county council presidency, and half the Democrats in county council have signed a letter saying that they want to do that. This really isn't about Pat Katina, or if it is about Pat Katina, it's probably the internal personal beefs that just happen in politics, and people are taking the opportunity to take a swipe at him. But in the bigger picture, the point of these kinds of operations, the point of trying to hold Pat Katina's feet to the fire over one mailer that questioned kind of left-wing orthodoxy, left-wing kind of theology on this issue, on transgender athletics, isn't to get rid of Pat. It's to send a message to every other Democrat, especially in Allegheny County, but beyond as well, that if you step out of line, even on this 80-20 issue, even on this issue where you are representing only 20% at most of Americans, if you step out of line, we're going to come get you. We're going to come get you. And even if we can't get you out of office, we are going to make it miserable for you to continue to operate in office. We're going to make sure you get primary challengers that cost you time and money. We're going to make sure that your name is getting dragged through the mud on Reddit and on Blue Sky, maybe a little bit of X and Facebook or whatever. We're going to make it difficult to operate. It's not just about the individuals. It's about sending a message to the entire system. And that is the same thing that happened from the right, and we'll talk about this after the break. It's the same thing that happened from the right down in Washington County. Although in that case, State Senator Cameron Bartolotta prevailed. But that doesn't mean that the activists didn't win in a sense. In this case, the right-wingers, yeah, they didn't get their candidate in. Bartolotta will still be a state senator. But they did send a message. If you cross us, we will make your life miserable. And she had to spend several months on the campaign trail that she didn't want to and spend a whole lot of money. We'll talk about that and how that money came into the race after the break. From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, we got KDKA AAA Traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet with that still Margot over there.
Yes, it is. Thanks, Brandon. Getting a report of an accident on Ellsworth Avenue and South Negley Avenue. That's right in the city. So your USPS Ground Advantage reliable route would be to take a street before that intersection. So either looking at Maryland Avenue or Ivy Street or Myrtle Way. Taking a look at the other major roadways, the Parkway West inbound is still bumper to bumper from that Banksville interchange. Both sides of the Liberty Tunnel looking at a bit of a slower commute as well. And the outbound side of the Parkway East, it slows you down around the bend at Bates. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Make 380 Auction of Murraysville your next stop for name brand furniture. Stop in and compare their quality and pricing and save. 380 Auction has name brand furniture for less. Before you buy, shop 380 and save on your next furniture purchase. 380 Auction is open Tuesday through Sunday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Call 724-339-3132. That's 724-339-3132 or log on to shop380.com and save.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
It's spring. That means birthdays, anniversaries, graduations, Mother's Day, and fresh, colorful spring flowers from OliverFlowers.com. Family-owned Oliver Flowers, celebrating spring for 96 years. Order online for free delivery in their service area. OliverFlowers.com.
Hey, it's Pony for my friends at Comer & Cross. Does your garage floor have cracked and stained concrete? Mine did. Maybe your garage floor had a bad epoxy or paint job. A new Comer & Cross garage floor is going to transform your whole garage, and all it's going to take is one day. I love mine, and you'll love yours. If you call them right now, and you should do it, don't waste another second. They'll take 50% off your installation. So here's that number, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. A Comer & Cross garage floor is the gold standard. It is guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever. And just like they did for me, they will make it so easy for you. Stuff in your garage, they'll take it out. Cracks and pits, they'll fix them perfectly. Look just like new. And they're going to put their proprietary Comer & Cross finish on it. So I want you to call them now and get that 50% off installation. The number is 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. 800-NEW-FLOOR. Or go to COMERCross.com. It's Comer & Cross Premium Concrete Coating.
Spring is calling, and the all-new 2026 Subaru Outback is ready to answer at Bowser Subaru. Whether you're headed to the mountains, the ball field, or just enjoying the sunshine on your commute, the Outback helps you make the most of every mile. Right now at Bowser Subaru, take home a 2026 Subaru Outback Premium, VIN number TY518040, MSRP $37,437, and get 2.9% APR for 60 months, or lease for only $269 a month for 36 months with $2,999 due at signing. Visit BowserSubaru.com or in person at Bowser Subaru, Route 51 today. With credit approval and financing through SMFL. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $490 applies. Lease with 10,000 miles per year. No security deposit required. See Bowser Subaru for complete details. Offer ends May 31st. Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Hair Volume from New Nordic will make your hair look thick and healthy. Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
From the Goldberg, Persky, and White Pioneers in Asbestos Litigation news desk, here's a look at the bottom of the hour news with Pat.
Hey, Brandon, remember when Heinz ketchup came in those glass bottles? Well, they're coming back. Sort of. We'll explain coming up at 6:30 on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio KDKA.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute, a blowout earnings report, and a higher forecast from AI chipmaker NVIDIA after the closing bell, as tech companies continue to spend billions building out their AI infrastructures. It's also adding an additional $80 billion to a share buyback plan. Earlier on Wall Street, rising hopes for an end to the war in Iran sent oil sharply lower and stocks soaring higher. All the major averages today up between 1 and 1.5%. The Dow up 645 points. It's back above 50,000. The Nasdaq up 400. The S&P up 79, and oil around $98 a barrel. Meta Platforms began the process of cutting upwards of 8,000 workers today to refocus on AI. And Intuit, the maker of TurboTax and QuickBooks, cutting 3,000 staffers, according to Reuters, to infuse AI into more of its services. And 2/3 of Harvard University faculty voted to cap the number of A grades for undergraduates to no more than 20% of a class plus 4. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
Alrighty, folks, welcome back. This is Brandon McGinley from the Post-Gazette, filling in this evening on KDKA Radio. Talking a little bit about yesterday's election. I want to remind you, by the way, you can call in anytime at 866-391-1020. We'd love to talk about the elections yesterday, especially if you're down in Washington County, Greene County, down that way. I would love to hear your impressions of the Bartolotta versus Buckton race, which, if you're... Well, you probably got television ads up in Pittsburgh, too, but it probably wasn't so much on your radar in Allegheny County. But farther south, this was a huge one of the most expensive state Senate primaries ever. Millions of dollars came in. Of course, as I'll talk about in a minute, those millions of dollars had very little to do with things of concern to people in Washington and Greene counties. The reason that Camera Bartolotta had a primary, one of the reasons, was that she was not seen by some people, especially actually in parts of the Washington County Republican Party, as being sufficiently supportive of Donald Trump and his policies. This is kind of the mirror image of the Pat Katina situation over in Robinson Township and Carnegie and over in that state house race on the Democratic side, where he was targeted for not being sufficiently supportive of transgender athletes. Here we have Camera Bartolotta, state senator, Republican, whose sin was being too nice about immigrants. Her kind of original sin, or one of the sins that certainly came up during the race, or that motivated the sense that she was not a reliable Trump supporter, was when she defended, back during the 2024 campaign, the Haitian immigrant community in Charleroi down in the Mon Valley. You might remember all the business about, what was it? They're eating the cats in Springfield, Springdale, something like that in Ohio. That kind of lie, that calumny. And then it was repeated here. And the president, or at that point, just the candidate, Trump, mentioned Charleroi in particular as a place where there were more Haitians and how we need to get rid of them and so on. And it was Senator Bartolotta who came out and said, no, these are our neighbors. They are here legally. Their legal status is typically temporary, but real. And they're working jobs. They are, in fact, I actually went down to Charleroi during the campaign to see for myself. I saw the businesses that the Haitian immigrants were building. And so this is what Bartolotta said, and that, of course, resulted in her being seen as a kind of a traitor, an unreliable Trumpist. And then over time this built up, and so she ended up with a challenger from Greene County who had held office in Greene County, may or may not have property in Washington County. It's complicated. Al Buckton. But so first of all, you had the same dynamic as you had in the Pat Katina race, where you had a right-wing insurgency try to punish an insufficiently right-wing elected official. In the case of Katina, it's vice versa, coming from the left. Now, what supercharged this one, and we'll talk about this more in the coming segments, what supercharged this race is that two sides of the gambling issue in Pennsylvania came together in this race. The skill games operators supported Al Buckton, the right-wing insurgent. The traditional gambling interests, including, it's hard to call them traditional, but at this point they're, I guess, the incumbent gambling interests, FanDuel, DraftKings. These are the guys who were funding the operation in favor of the incumbent, Bartolotta. This ended up with, I think, $2.7 going on $3 million in a state Senate race in Washington and Greene counties. I can only imagine the extent to which the airwaves were and the social media feeds were clogged with political ads over this race. And of course, all this money, they weren't even talking about gambling. They were just trying to get their person or keep their person, or who they think their person is, in office. But the result was a big mess. Bartolotta wins, won. She survives, but she's wounded. She had to go through a bruising primary, had to spend a ton of money, spend a lot of time on things she did not want to spend time on. And that is how the activists win either way. This is the killer, okay? Whatever you think of Camera Bartolotta, whatever you think of Paccatina, whatever you think of their opponents, the same dynamic played out in both races, even though Bartolotta still won. The activists made, in this case the right-wing activists, made her life miserable. And even though they lost, they sent a message to the rest of the system. Don't cross us. We'll find someone to run against you. We'll raise millions and make it difficult for you to do business. Hey, you got Ralph in Pittsburgh. Hey, Ralph, how you doing?
All right, Brandon. I'm going to ask you a couple tough questions.
Okay,
now,
go for it.
First of all, I want to ask you this question. You have kids, correct?
You got it.
They go to school in a public or in a school system, right?
We homeschool, so no. But I see where you're going. But you've just finished your line of questioning. That's fine. I only have 2.5 minutes,
right.
So you got to be quick.
All right, I will be quick.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So the reason I'm asking that question is because those of you who didn't vote for Paccatina, how would you like it if your daughter went to a school and the boys were allowed to walk into a girl's bathroom?
Yeah.
That's what this was all about, Brandon.
Yeah.
That's exactly what this was all about, and it's wrong. And this Allegheny County continues to let these progressives run roughshod all over this county, and it's going to ruin this county even more. And I thought maybe they would send a message out that Paccatina was right when he said about what he said, and that flyer was right about what he said. Maybe I don't know. I don't care what the flyer was about. I don't live in the.
Totally, yeah. It's 45th district out there, and it is one of the last districts that has elected a more traditional moderate Democrat in Anita Kulik. Now, Kulik endorsed Blome, and I honestly do not know why. I don't know the insider. All of these local races always have insidery stuff that's that's often very personal and so on. So I don't know the details of that. But I will say this. This is just another example of how the closed primary system in this state encourages this kind of polarization that gets candidates who tend to be the more extreme ones into the general election. Now, that 45th district has elected Democrats for a long time, but it is not a super deep blue district. So, Ralph, my view for your point is the people of the district now have a chance to make a statement. If they, if Brittany Blome runs on this issue, then the people of the district have a chance to make a statement by voting for the Republican.
Yeah, exactly. And I hope they do, because I'm going to tell you what, that's what this is about, Brandon. They just sugarcoated it. All right, the progressive Democrats just sugarcoated this thing, and I feel bad for Paccatina because he possibly on Tuesday could be voted out as council president, which is unacceptable to me. And then we got to have his blowhard Bethany Hallam possibly getting in. I'm hearing stories she might be the president.
We'll see.
We don't need her either.
Yeah.
So,
Ralph, I got to go. I appreciate it. I've actually been asking around about who might be the next county council president if it's not Paccatina. I don't know yet. I have some guesses. We can talk about that more after the news.
from the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 62 degrees under cloudy skies at Pittsburgh International at 6:30. I'm Pat Septak. Allegiant Air will fill the void in the Pittsburgh area left by the departure of Spirit Airlines, formerly the carrier between Pittsburgh International Airport and Fort Lauderdale. Allegiant has announced it will be offering nonstop flights between Pittsburgh and the Fort Lauderdale Hollywood International Airport beginning October 2nd. The flights will operate all year, 3 times a week on Mondays, Fridays, and Saturdays. The new Pittsburgh Public Schools Board is once again taking up a controversial plan to close 7 schools. Superintendent Dr. Wayne Walters says the plan will save the district about $8 million a year on staff salaries, utilities, and maintenance costs. Money which would provide more resources and better educational opportunities in these merged schools. After nearly 2 years of study, the board voted the plan down last November. Even if the new board approves it now, it won't go into effect until the 2027-28 school year. The City of Pittsburgh's Independence Day celebration has been named America's Best 4th of July celebration in the USA Today 10 Best Reader's Choice Awards. Pittsburgh's celebration tops a list that includes events from St. Louis, Philadelphia, and Washington, D.C. This year's event will commemorate the 250th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence. A bit of Pittsburgh history is returning to one store's shelves for a short time. News Radio KDKA's David Ballarado explains.
It's been gone for about 10 years, but the memories live on thanks in part to memorable TV ads.
Wait till you taste it.
And now for a brief period, Heinz ketchup in glass bottles will return to the shelves, but only at Walmart to mark the 157th anniversary of the company with 57 varieties.
Thick, rich Heinz ketchup. The taste that's worth the wait.
A 2-pack of the glass-bottled ketchup will sell for $14.99. David Ballarado, News Radio KDKA.
On Wall Street, the Dow closed up 645 points. The NASDAQ closed up 399 points. And the S&P 500 closed up 79. In sports, in St. Louis, the Pirates will try to break their 4-game losing streak in Game 2 of their series against the Cardinals tonight. And first pitch is at 7:45. KDKA Radio News Time is 6:32. Time to call Dina Schmidt and Michael Coleman at One Health Benefits at 724-799-8873 for the right health insurance plan that can save you thousands. Our next update at 7 o'clock. I'm Pat Septak on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Tech, sponsored by University of Maryland Global Campus.
Early OpenAI employees received a massive windfall. The Wall Street Journal reports that OpenAI allowed employees to sell up to $30 million worth of the company's stock in a recent financing, with more than 600 current and former OpenAI employees selling a combined $6.6 billion worth of OpenAI stock. The Journal says 75 OpenAI employees sold the full $30 million worth of stock. I'm Jason Brooks.
Earn an accredited MBA in as few as 16 months for about $21K at University of Maryland Global Campus. Explore 10 specializations, including finance, HR, cyber technology, and more. Plus, showcase the value of your MBA with a comprehensive learner record and digitally demonstrate in-demand skills and credentials to employers. No application fee if you apply by June 1st. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Shell.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-948-7878. That's 800-948-7878.
By texting 64000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Pocket Host. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at pockethost.com/terms.
Hi, I'm Richard Karn, and the world's #1 expandable hose has gone ballistic. The brand new Pocket Hose Ballistic is here, and it's the hose I reach for every time. This brand new anti-burst sleeve uses an extraordinary new liquid crystal polymer used in bulletproof vests, tough enough to handle anything your outdoor tasks throw its way. And that's not all. The Pocket Hose Ballistic comes with even more upgrades like thicker washers that resist leaks and an enhanced UV coating so your hose looks brand new year after year. What could be better than that? How about not one, but 2 free gifts with your purchase? For a limited time, when you purchase a new Pocket Hose Ballistic, you'll get a free 360-degree rotating pocket pivot and a free thumb drive nozzle. Just text SUMMER to 64,000. That's SUMMER to 64,000 for your 2 free gifts with purchase. That's SUMMER to 64,000.
KDKA traffic on the 5s.
From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, it's KDKA AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Margot.
All right, Brandon. Taking a look at the major roadways. Seeing some bumper-to-bumper traffic still back up the Parkway West inbound around that Banksville interchange, making for a bit of a slow commute as you head towards the Fort Pitt Tunnel, but nothing as bad as it was in the height of the rush hour. Also looking at a tiny bit of brake lights through the Squirrel Hill Tunnel on both sides of the Squirrel Hill Tunnel, the inbound and outbound lanes. With AAA traffic, I'm Margot Renzel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Mostly cloudy for tonight. A little rain at times, low 49. Then clouds break for some sunshine. Less humid tomorrow, the high 68. Partly to mostly cloudy tomorrow night, low 54. And then periods of rain Friday, high 63. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist John Feerick, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
I was diagnosed with postmenopausal osteoporosis and thought, am I going to step off a curb and break my ankle? My doctor said I needed to start treatment right away. He prescribed Divinity, and my bone density improved. Now, I like knowing I have stronger bones.
For women with postmenopausal osteoporosis at high risk for fracture, there's more you can do to strengthen your bones. Evenity is proven to significantly reduce spine fracture risk in 12 months. Elaine is a real Evenity patient. Individual results may vary. Evenity can increase the risk of heart attack, stroke, or death from a heart problem. Tell your doctor if you have had a heart attack or stroke. Do not take Evenity if you have low blood calcium or are allergic to it, as serious events have occurred with Evenity. Signs include rash, hives, swelling of the face or throat, which may cause difficulty in swallowing or breathing, muscle spasms or cramps, numbness or tingling. Tell your doctor about severe jawbone problems as they have been reported with Evenity. Report hip, groin, or thigh pain. Unusual thigh bone fractures have occurred with Evenity. Ask your doctor about building new bone with Evenity.
Nest Expressions Window Fashions is offering free motorization right now on Duets and Aria soft shades. 1-888-952-NEST. Or simply book online, nestexpressions.com.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us all this week on the Big K Morning Show, 5:30 until 10, for your chance to win tickets to see The Temptations and the Four Tops at the Benedum, June 5th.
Alrighty, Pittsburgh. Brandon McGinley from the Post-Gazette filling in this evening on KDKA Radio. We've been talking about yesterday's election, and there wasn't too much going on, but what did happen was very interesting. The shellacking of Pat Katina, the county council president, who you would have thought on paper was the favorite to win a Democratic primary in the west suburbs for a state house seat, and how that unraveled. And then the slim victory for Camera Bartolotta, the Republican, in the southwest corner of the state. Partially, the suburbs of northern Washington County, Peters Township, North Strabane, but way down to Waynesburg and some of my favorite places like Bobtown and Rice's Landing. If you're from any of those places, I hope you call in. I love those places. In fact, my family was just down in Fayette County over the weekend at the Friendship Hill National Historic Site. So love all those places. Big fan of the deepest, darkest corner of western Pennsylvania. But getting back to the politics. When it comes to the county council presidency, if Pat Katina is ousted, which I think is probably the betting favorite right now, because this is crazy. There are 15 members of county council, and 14 of them are Democrats. That is so radically unrepresentative of Allegheny County. When county council was first constituted, I think it was 9-6 Democrats to Republicans, which is closer to the actual voting patterns in the county. It's a little bit more than that. I guess a truly fair kind of proportional arrangement might be like 10-5. 14-1 is absurd. It's completely absurd, and it absolutely warps the politics of the county in the same way that having a 9-0 city council, where there's not even a hint of Republican opposition, warps the politics of the city. It becomes these bubbles, insulated, these political bubbles, insulated from the real world, and where all of the politics becomes within the party, and not just within the party, but within the activist fringe of the party, because they are the ones who motivate primary voters the most. But my point about Katina is that 7 out of the 14 have already signed a letter saying they want to get rid of him, and at least one has said verbally he wants to get rid of him. That's 8 of 15, so that's a majority. So who will replace him? I do not know. Ralph earlier said he thinks Bethany Hallam wants it. Well, of course she wants it. I'd be surprised. I think there would be a lot of drama that would come with that even sympathetic members of council would quickly grow tired of. I don't know who it will be. I suspect it will be I suspect it will be a compromise candidate. Although I would keep an eye on, if you're from my South Hills listeners, I'd keep an eye on Dan Grisbeck from Bethel Park. Young, left-wing, ambitious, smart. So don't sleep on that one. So with that being said, the politics of the county, and this is a problem that the Democrats are going to have. And let me say this. These suburban Democrats, whether we're talking about Dan Grisbeck down in Bethel Park, or for that matter, Brittany Blom, who is, I think, likely to become the state representative for Robinson and Kennedy and Bridgeville and all these pretty normie places, to be honest. These suburban Democrats who are tacking hard left on issues like transgender athletes, which I want to repeat, this is an 80-20 issue, and that's for adults, by the way. That's an 80-20 issue for adult men and women's sports, adult biological men and women's sports. For kids, I don't have data in front of me, but I can almost guarantee you that it's worse than that. It's probably an 85-15 issue. And yet you're seeing Democrats continue to hold on to this issue. And one of the reasons, by the way, the activists are so keen to punish your Pat Katinas of the world and anybody who gets out of line on these issues, it's exactly because they're so unpopular. They're doing it because the political pressures in terms of the actual popular, the popularity of the opinions, the political pressures against sticking with the kind of hardline boys and girls sports kind of opinion. So the pressure that's brought to bear on individuals who get out of line needs to be all the greater, which is why it was so brutal against Katina. But these suburban Democrats should be thanking their lucky stars that Donald Trump is president. Because if Kamala Harris was president, I'll tell you right now, a lot of these guys would be voted out. A lot of these guys who are continuing to embrace the short end of a 85-15, 80-20 issue, they would be in a lot of trouble politically if it weren't for the fact that Donald Trump is president. And for a lot of suburban voters, that is the most important thing. And getting Democrats in there and anybody who is potentially attached to Donald Trump is totally, anathema. That's saving the skins of a lot of these progressive Democrats, especially in the suburbs. If it weren't for that, they'd be in a lot more trouble, and I suspect they'd have to moderate a little bit more on some of these issues. But they can go as far left as they want to some degree under these conditions, because Donald Trump, even though he's president of the United States, it has nothing to do with the politics of Allegheny County, or very little to do with the politics of Robinson Township, or for that matter, Waynesburg or Bobtown, sucks all the air out of the room. That's all anybody can think about. It's all anybody was thinking about in the Bartolotta race whenever she squeaked by, and there's a lot of what people were thinking about getting, with Katina losing and Blom getting in, and she's probably going to beat the Republican whose name I'm forgetting, because Trump is this all, kind of omnipresent force in politics, which is just absurd. Because there's so many more interesting things going on locally, where having engaged citizens and elected officials who are actually in touch with those citizens will go a long way toward making this place better instead of focusing so much on Washington. More about this after the break. From the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, it's KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet with Margot.
All right, thanks, Brandon. Taking a look at those major roadways, it will be a pretty fast commute for you if you're trying to zip around the city. Just seeing a few extra brake lights back you up on the Parkway West inbound, starting around that Banksville interchange, so nothing too crazy. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Renzel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before. We now have more offices, more staff, and more lawyers than any other injury firm in the world. Protecting America, fighting for you. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Crowded waiting rooms, 5 rushed minutes with the doctor. No real answers, just solutions that mask symptoms. For so many, that's what healthcare has become. In and out, no time, no connection. Just another appointment on the schedule. At Pittsburgh Sinus Centers, it's different. They take the time to listen, explain, and design a plan built around you. Because real relief starts with understanding what's really going on, not just treating the surface. From allergy testing to in-office sinus and nasal procedures, their experienced team uses the latest technology and a personal touch to help you breathe, sleep, and live better. Here, you're not just another number. You're the reason they do what they do. Discover a better way to feel better, one that's built around you. Pittsburgh Sinus Centers. Schedule a consultation today. Call Pittsburgh Sinus Centers, 878-231-4950. 878-231-4950. That's 878-231-4950.
Pittsburgh's very own board-certified and licensed hypnotherapist Dan Vitchoff of the PA Hypnosis Center is here to help you. He has helped train U.S. Olympic team members control their brains, stay relaxed, focused, and in control, giving them the edge for the gold. He's recognized by many organizations around the world as one of the top hypnotherapists anywhere. He has gotten over 3,000 people to give up cigarettes for good in the last 22 years. He's helped folks even who've tried gastric bypass to lose weight. He can help you and give you a 98% success guarantee. Call 724-934-8446. That's Dan Bitchoff, the PA Hypnosis Center. Mention KDKA and get $50 off any program. But call for a free consultation today, 724-934-8446. The PA Hypnosis Center with Dan Bitchoff. Make that call today, 724-934-8446.
There's one box that you'd run back into your burning house to grab. It's the box filled with your videotapes, film reels, and photos. Those sentimental, meaningful, irreplaceable moments. Hi, I'm Nick Mako.
And I'm Adam Baselogger. We started Legacy Box over a decade ago so that we could help families save their memories from being destroyed by floods or fires.
And it's not just natural disasters, Adam. Every day, videotapes and photos are slowly fading away, decaying, neglected in closets and attics.
Digitizing your old media stops fading, and preserving those recordings means they are safe forever. It's like magic, converting your shoebox of memories into digital files, ready to watch and share.
It's the only way to ensure your legacy is safe for generations. That's why over 1 million families have already trusted Legacy Box. Legacy Box is simple and easy, it works, and is safe. We'd love to preserve your family's collection. Don't wait, the risk is too great.
Visit legacybox.com/radio to save 50%. That's legacybox.com/radio to get started and save. legacybox.com/radio.
Spring storms can cause havoc. When water gets in, ServiceMaster Greater Pittsburgh, they get to work. 412-RECOVER, the best call to make in the worst situation.
Man, the yellow van, call ServiceMaster.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
From the Goldberg, Persky, and White Pioneers in Asbestos Litigation News Desk, here's a look at the head at the top of the hour news with Pat.
Hey, Brandon, good news for those with a sweet tooth who live in Washington County. We'll explain. Coming up at 7 on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. AI chipmaker NVIDIA, the world's most valuable company, posted a strong earnings beat for last quarter and raised its outlook. But with no sales yet in China and so much more competition from Google, Broadcom, and other chipmakers, Wall Street was a little disappointed and sent shares lower, at least for a short time. Earlier on Wall Street, it was a blowout day for the markets thanks to rising hopes for an end to the war in Iran. That sent oil plunging down to around $98 a barrel, while the Dow shot up 645 points, 1 1/3% higher, back above 50,000. The Nasdaq up 400 points, a 1.5% gain. The S&P up 79, 1% higher. Tinder experimenting with AI-powered matching, group dating, and appealing to younger Gen Z members by hosting live in-person events to stop people from doing all that swiping. And just in time for summer, Coca-Cola is bringing back a TikTok trend that became a big seller last year, Sprite mixed with iced tea. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
Everything you need, every time you listen. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Alrighty, folks, welcome back to KDKA Radio. Brandon McGinley filling in this evening from the Post-Gazette. And, we're talking about yesterday's election, politics in Allegheny County, which, it's different than it was 5 years ago, 10 years ago, certainly 15 years ago. I mean, it's hard to imagine that in, the year 2000, 2001, the county elected a Republican county executive. And then that was Jim Roddy, of course, followed by Dan Honorato. Not exactly a hard left figure, followed by Rich Fitzgerald for 12 years, ran from the left, but did not govern as a hard left, figure by any stretch of the imagination. And now here we are with a quite left-wing county executive in Sarah Innamorato. And we're going to talk more about some of her policies, including this push for mandated parental leave. We'll talk about that a little later in the show. But then you have this county council that's 14-1 Democrats, including, by the way, this is something that really burned me up. There is supposed to be one seat set aside for the opposing party. It was set aside for the Republicans. Now, there is one, but it's not that seat. One of the reasons there's two at-large county council members was to make sure that each party would have at least one who represents the entire county, and these two are also members of the election board for Allegheny County. But last year, the Democrats kind of connived to get someone from the, quote, Labor Party, which doesn't really exist, into the spot that was set aside for the Republicans. So now even both at-large county council members are functionally Democrats, both very left-wing, both, in fact, I think, avowed socialists, leaving only one Republican, Susan Filagi, who represents parts of the North Hills, if memory serves. The point is that the primary system and the incentives in these local races and, frankly, the existence of Donald Trump in Washington has completely perverted county politics to the point where it's now almost indistinguishable. Not completely indistinguishable, but it's becoming less and less distinguishable from city politics. And that's not good for the county. The county should be different. The county should have significant representation from people who are, first of all, just straight up Republicans. And second of all, who have different perspectives on what the county needs. Because what happens, and you see this in the city, what happens when almost everybody who matters is from the same party, is that all the conversations happen within a very small little group, not just among the elected officials themselves, but among their campaign staff, their kind of activist base, their the party campaign people, and all of that. And it's not good for the county because you have decisions being made on behalf of 1.2 million people in Allegheny County. It's a massive county, 1.2 million people in Allegheny County, based on considerations that are almost entirely within the left wing of the Democratic Party. Because at the end of the day, in most of these races, now there are some county council races which could be captured by Republicans still, and I would hope the GOP would try to get back in a little bit. But a lot of these races, they're determined entirely by the Democratic primaries. And who votes in the Republican primary or the Democratic primary? Typically, the most motivated voters. Who are the most motivated voters? They tend to be the most right-wing in the Republican Party and the most left-wing in the Democratic Party. So when people talk about one-party rule in Allegheny County is experiencing it to a degree that it hasn't for a while, and the Pittsburgh has experienced it for generations now. I think people don't always quite nail what the biggest problem is. It's especially in a closed primary system, and open primaries wouldn't help too much. Would help a little bit because you would have to at least appeal to some other voters of different kind. The thing that happens is that you are constantly looking over your left shoulder if you're a Democrat, and in fairness, in parts of the world that are run entirely by Republicans, where it's basically single party rule by Republicans, they're constantly looking over their right shoulder. They're constantly worried that someone's going to swing in from the right and dislodge them, which is what almost happened to Senator Bartolotta. Whereas the Democrats are always worried someone's going to swing in from the left. They're very rarely concerned that someone's going to swing in from the center to get them, because the primary system, the primary election system, works almost exclusively in favor of more extreme candidates. This is why, by the way, Corey O'Connor's victory against Ed Gainey was particularly notable. And I would caution more moderate or centrist Democrats, don't look at that race and say, oh, the city is suddenly more centrist. It's suddenly more pragmatic. It's suddenly more moderate. No, that was just because the previous mayor was so had so kind of struggled at the basics of the office that it opened up an opportunity for an unusual thing to happen, for someone from the center to come in. But I tell you right now that in that office, I'm sure that they're mostly concerned about their left flank. They're not worried about their right flank. They're not worried about this because no one's going to come in from the right against Corey O'Connor, but someone might come in from the left. Weirdly, I think Sarah Enamorado actually sometimes thinks the same way, because even though she almost lost that general election to Joe Rockey, the Republican, she still fundamentally, her greatest challenge is still going to be within the Democratic Party. And I find it unlikely that a centrist is going to be able to dislodge her. So she still has that concern, though, that maybe she could get dislodged if she got it from both sides. If you had a left-wing candidate swoop in as well as a centrist and squeezed her, left her with no space to maneuver. The point is that the single-party systems almost always work in favor of shifting toward the polls, shifting toward the extremes. Pittsburgh has gotten a reprieve from that, and I hope that continues. I think there's reason to believe that if the mayor continues to be a pragmatic leader, that he will get some grace from the electorate, even from those to his left. Because at the end of the day, no matter how left-wing you are, you still need to get your roads cleaned. You still need to get your trash picked up. But this question of the way the ratchet just keeps going to one side, this now may be manifesting itself in the question of parental leave, which Sarah Enamorado is trying to bring into Allegheny County. And we'll talk more about that and what that could mean for the county after this.
When you need to know, depend on the news leader. At home, in your car, or at work. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM, AM 1020, and KDKA-radio.com.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, covered by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company.
Pittsburgh, we've got a problem. Home care is in crisis and there aren't enough caregivers to meet the demand. So if you've got a loved one with Medicaid and needs care, don't wait. Freedom Care was built for this moment. We help you get care at home from someone you already trust, a family member or friend who can get paid to help with everyday needs like meals, medication, bathing, and mobility. If you have Medicaid, it's 100% free to you. No waiting lists. Just real care from your people right now. Freedom Care handles it all. Training, payroll, and support. So you can stay safe and comfortable at home, and your caregiver gets paid after every shift guaranteed. With 97% satisfaction and over 150 million hours of care delivered, Pittsburgh families are already making the switch to care at home. Take care of your own and get paid with Freedom Care. Call 412-844-5990. That's 412-844-5990. Call now, 412-844-5990. 412-844-5990.
Freedom Care, we're here for you. Is reviewing life insurance on your to-do list? Now's the perfect time to add it. A friend recently told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I bumped this up on my list and got it done. I called SelectQuote and couldn't believe how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $16 a month. My husband's also 40 and his $500,000 policy was only $18 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage, there was no medical exam required, and we were covered by the time we hung up. Knowing I have this checked off my list feels amazing, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-329-1010. That's 1-800-329-1010. Or go to SelectQuote.com to get your free quote today. That's 1-800-329-1010. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 62 degrees under cloudy skies at Pittsburgh International at 7 o'clock. I'm Pat Septak. The news is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. For your home's windows, siding, doors, and bath, trust PJ.com. A legendary figure in the civil rights movement has died. News Radio KDKA's David Ballarado has more on the life of Robert Woodson.
On social media, Woodson's son Jamal announced his father's passing. The 89-year-old, who was born in Philadelphia, had joined the Air Force, which he credited for turning his life around after he had become estranged from his mother after his father's death. Woodson would become a prominent civil rights figure beginning with the early 1960s, and he would work with both the NAACP and the Urban League before going on to create what became known as the Woodson Center in 1981. It was designed to fight crime and violence by strengthening community-based leaders. Woodson was a prolific author and frequent guest on the Sunday morning talk show circuit. He was also a senior policy advisor on housing and urban development for the George W. Bush administration. David Ballarado, News Radio KDKA.
Amazon is pursuing its first distribution facility in Washington County. The Pittsburgh Business Times reporting that Amazon and SunCap Property Group plan to build a delivery station in 84 PA. SunCap, you may recall, built a 115,000 square foot Amazon facility in Findlay Township. Amazon dedicates about $4 billion annually to expand delivery stations into rural areas. Aaron Rodgers says he's done after this year, after deciding to return for a 22nd NFL season, saying his second season with the Steelers will be his last. KDKA Radio Sports Director Jeff Hathorn reports.
Rodgers said he had a lot of conversations with Mike McCarthy and Omar Khan over the last few months, talked with his wife, and really decided after the NFL draft that he wanted to come back.
I was honest with Mike and Omar and Mr. Rooney from the start, where I was at, what I was thinking, and after I saw the moves and felt like my body was in a good place to make a decision, I felt like it was right decision to come back.
Rodgers says he's been in Pittsburgh since early May, and this is his last year. With the Steelers, Jeff Hathorn, News Radio KDKA.
Sarah's Candy is planning to open up a new factory store at its headquarters in Washington County. The new facility on Meadows Lane in Canonsburg will offer public tours on weekdays and private tours by appointment. Those 45-minute guided factory tours will begin on July 6th. And a small Michigan town with a distinctive name is up for sale. CBS News correspondent Allison Keyes reports.
Who hath summoned me to this realm?
Clearly, South Park Satan has heard. Hell is for sale. That's the unincorporated town of Hell, Michigan. It's roughly 7 acres and it's about 20 miles northwest of Ann Arbor. When it was first settled in 1838, local farmers could be paid for their grain with home distilled whiskey, and wives used to explain their husband's whereabouts by saying, "He's gone to hell again." The price? A hot $625,000. Michigan's tourism website calls it a quirky must-visit destination. Uh-oh.
We shall open the gates of hell. Rise up to the earth.
But the website doesn't promise Satan will be an attraction. Allison Keyes, CBS News.
By the way, the town's website says more people tell you to go to our town than anywhere else on earth. KDKA Sports, Steelers quarterback Aaron Rodgers announcing that this will be his last NFL season. And in St. Louis, the Buccos trying to break that 4-game losing streak in Game 2 of their series against the Cardinals. First pitch later this hour, 7:45. KDKA Radio News Time is 7:04. It is 62 degrees and cloudy in Pittsburgh. I'm Pat Septak. Our next update at 7:30 on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
ZipRecruiter. Life-changing medicine is happening every day at UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute.
We have the luxury to be bold, to continue to be pioneers in the world for innovative heart care.
We are the place of discovery. Literally, the world experts in cardiac care are in this institution.
By combining technology, research, and the latest innovations, patients from all over the world come to UPMC.
Because of the expertise that exists here at UPMC, it allows us to take on patients that have been turned down at other centers.
We offer unique heart procedures that you cannot get anywhere else. One of our founding mantras is that compassion has to be at the forefront of everything that we do.
From leading the region in cardiac procedures to being the only center in the state to offer integrated women's health and heart care, UPMC is pioneering life-changing cardiac care every day. Your heart care matters. Visit upmc.com/heart to learn more.
At Petite Kitchen and Bath Design Center, we love to exceed our customers' expectations. It's what we've been doing for over 50 years.
Our kitchens are a combination of quality materials and master craftsmanship. And through each step of custom creation to expert installation, it's all about taking care of the details.
With a focus on the details, we make sure that the design meets your needs and that the materials and construction ensure that your kitchen will stand the test of time.
All while managing the scheduling so that your life has as little disruption as possible and your kitchen is completed without surprises.
Exceeding expectations. We'll deliver more kitchen than you expected for less money than you expect to pay.
Visit our showroom or call us at 412-279-2222.
That's 412-279-2222.
Haven't you waited long enough?
PA 625.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Mostly cloudy for tonight. Some rain at times. The low 49, drying out for tomorrow. Clouds break for some sun. A high 68. Mostly cloudy tomorrow night, low 54. And then some rain on Friday, high 63. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist John Feerick. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
I'm Altima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Alrighty, Pittsburgh. This is Brandon McGinley filling in this evening here at KDKA Radio. You know, you might know, if you have read anything I've written for the Post-Gazette, or I probably have mentioned it here on the air before, that my wife and I have an unusual number of children. We have 7 kids. So needless to say, I am something of a subject matter expert in parental leave. You know, if Allegheny County's policy were to be enacted, I might never work again. But, you know, I think I think there's a middle ground to be found here. We'll talk about that in a second, but let's talk about what the policy is that County Executive Sarah Innamorato is proposing. Or technically, she's not proposing it. Technically, the Allegheny County Board of Health is proposing it. The county is unusual in Pennsylvania for even having a Board of Health, for having a health department, that is. It's not something that most other counties in the state have, but we do, and it has some pretty significant power. And this county executive administration is attempting to use that power to get a new policy through. The Board of Health is going to propose that, as a matter of public health, every employer in the county, with no limitations on size, so doesn't matter if you have two employees or 20,000 employees, every employer in the county must provide, if this passes, 18 weeks of paid parental leave, and you can use it in increments over the course of a year, so you can split it up. I don't think you could split it up forever, but I think you can split it up. So basically, you get 18 weeks off over the course of the year after the birth or adoption. I believe adoption as well. I'm not 100% sure about that, actually, but of a child. I'm pretty sure adoption is in there, too. So, like I said, if this, I'm sympathetic. More than sympathetic, I downright support the idea of paid parental leave as a concept. I think that this country could stand to be a lot more supportive of parents. I think that it's good for both the public and private sectors to signal to young people especially that we want you to have kids, that we don't want your work obligations to get in the way of what will be, at the end of the day, the most important thing that you ever do. More important than any job, more important than anything else. So yeah, I think we should live in a culture that is supportive of families, that is supportive of having kids, having more kids than are currently being had, because not enough are being had, because the society is literally evaporating for lack of children. So yeah, I think we should live in a culture that supports parents, that signals that this is important, that we will suspend other obligations that you have in order for you to be able to focus on the most important obligation that you have. Could not agree more with that principle. I think it should be something that is part of being in American society. I think that some European policies go a little bit far, where they have 52 weeks of leave for both mom and dad. That seems a little bit much to me. I literally would never work again. But I think that's a bit much. But I think that making sure that you get several weeks to a few months to sort out your new living situation, to be able to get used to and care for this new child in your life, that's a good thing. The question, though, isn't whether parental leave is good in the abstract. Okay? I think it is good in the abstract. The question is whether this particular policy is good. And about that, I'm much more skeptical. For two main reasons. One, it's unfunded, which means that the entire cost of the policy will be, the burden of the policy will be felt entirely by businesses, including the smallest mom and pops in the county. And the idea, frankly, of a single county being able to fund such a mandate seems a little bit far-fetched. So you're basically stuck with it being unfunded, which leads me into my second concern, that this is a county policy as opposed to a state or national policy. If we were talking about a federally funded mandate, 18 weeks seems, I don't know if that, well, Yeah, 18 weeks is probably ballpark. We'll just, for the sake of argument, we'll say 18 weeks is fine for a federal policy. If it were a funded federal policy where the country is coming together through its elected leaders and saying, we as taxpayers are willing to make a statement about what matters by paying for parents to get some time away from work after the birth of a child, that's a totally different question than a single county compelling its employers to do it on their own, especially, again, at the county level. The borders of Allegheny County, there are no border patrol agents, business border patrol agents in Cranberry who are going to stop businesses from leaving because they can't afford this. Okay? My concern is that however well-intentioned this is, and I obviously think it is well-intentioned, it would certainly, I would benefit from it. Young people all over would benefit from it. But the question is, do the costs in terms of losing businesses and therefore tax revenue, and therefore not just tax revenue for the county, tax revenue for all the taxing bodies that are dependent on property taxes, is losing that economic dynamism worth the cost? Excuse me, is it worth the benefits? Is that cost worth the benefits? I am not convinced that that's the case. And I think there are better ways to go about this. We'll talk about that after the break.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
Ready or not, summer is coming, and Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance is on now. Right now through May 25th, get up to 70% off everything home at Wayfair. Plus, score amazing doorbuster deals all sale long and surprise flash deals on Memorial Day. We're talking thousands of products at every style and budget. Now is the time to save big on must-haves for your patio, backyard, and beyond. These savings won't last, so don't wait. Shop Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance now through May 25th.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
Tune in this Sunday morning at 8 for the Coons Cooking Hour with Rob Pratt and the Coons Market team when they discuss your favorite picnic foods for Memorial Day. It's the Coons Cooking Hour, presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer.
Pittsburgh's very own board-certified and licensed hypnotherapist Dan Bitchoff of the PA Hypnosis Center is here to help you. He has helped train U.S. Olympic team members control their brains, stay relaxed, focused, and in control, giving them the edge for the gold. He's recognized by many organizations around the world as one of the top hypnotherapists anywhere. He has gotten over 3,000 people to give up cigarettes for good in the last 22 years. He's helped folks even who've tried gastric bypass to lose weight. He can help you and give you a 98% success guarantee. Call 724-934-8446. That's Dan Bitchoff, the PA Hypnosis Center. Mention KDKA and get $50 off any program. But call for a free consultation today, 724-934-8446. The PA Hypnosis Center with Dan Bitchoff. Make that call today, 724-934-8446.
When it comes to family law, a lot has changed in recent years, so assumptions can be costly. If you see or sense a change coming in your family life that could have legal implications, it's important to know where you stand. Getting good legal advice early is never a bad idea. I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. If you or anyone you know is facing a family law issue, start with a consultation. Visit CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
Because of you, families across our region don't have to wonder where their next meal is coming from. Thank you for your support of the 7th annual Feed the Need Radiothon. You're helping provide our neighbors food for today, stability for tomorrow, and opportunity for a lifetime. Visit PittsburghFoodBank.org.
Everything you need, every time you listen. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Alrighty, folks, welcome back. Brandon McGinley filling in this evening here on KDKA Radio, and we're talking about Sarah Inamorado's pitch for parental leave in Allegheny County. Now, I kind of suspect that this 18-week mandated parental leave policy, with no limitations on who it applies to. So, to be clear, like if you run a coffee shop that has 3 employees or you're UPMC, it would apply to you equally. I kind of suspect this may be a kind of opening negotiating gambit. You might remember, if you're a real nerd like me, you might remember that when Inamorado pursued a tax increase that was, in truth, necessary a couple years ago, she initially asked for a much higher tax increase than what was ultimately passed, significantly higher. But I don't think she ever thought she'd get the big number. She was trying to get to the middle number. It was good politics. It worked. I think in this case, I wouldn't be surprised at least if she's opening with a more extensive policy than the one that she expects will ultimately pass. And if so, it's good politics. Good for her. I do think that 18 weeks with no limitations on who it applies to from a single county, and I want to stress this, of the states in the United States that do not have a state paid leave policy, which is most of them, Allegheny County would be the first county level government in a non-paid leave state to enact a paid leave plan of its own. That was a little bit complicated, but the reason is pretty obvious. Counties are too small to have these kind of social policies because they will disproportionately affect especially small businesses who are very, not all of them, but many of them are very mobile. They can easily operate out of Washington County, Beaver County, Westmoreland County, Butler County, and they will, and not because they're bad people. Okay, this is I think where the progressive argument on this sometimes gets a little bit, not more than a little bit, unrealistic. For a small business, the difference between break even and the difference between barely making it work and being reasonably prosperous is very, very small. In many cases, sure, there are small businesses that make money hand over fist, and that let people live very luxurious lives. Okay, it happens. But your average small business owner is like the difference between this. This is something that it's kind of hard to describe, but you have a certain amount of costs. Okay, if you just make enough revenue to cover those costs, and you're a small business owner, you're toast. Because you don't have anything to live on. So it's not like, oh, well, they're making $100,000 a year in revenue, or they're clearing $100,000 for the business owner. Therefore, they can take a haircut. Well, not really, because if you're getting that closer to zero, you're getting to zero, not just zero revenue, you're getting to zero income for the family who's trying to run a business. So when businesses make decisions about, for instance, where they'll locate based on what the policies are and what will in the counties or the places where they want to consider operating, and they're looking at what will cost them more. It's not because they're mean, rich jerks who are looking to, just screw over young parents. It's because they need to decide, can this enterprise work? And you might say, well, an enterprise that can't pay for for parental leave shouldn't be in business to begin with. Well, that's an interesting argument, but it's a really hard one to make in a single county when you can just walk right across that line. And in places around the world that have even more, like radically generous parental leave policies, they're paid for by the government. You're not saying that you, as a small business owner, have to budget for unpredictable or somewhat predictable absences that will last a long time, long enough that you would have to probably hire a new worker to fill the spot, at least temporarily, and it'd be hard then to get rid of that worker, especially if that worker is good. This also is why a lot of women especially end up getting replaced while they're on leave, not because there's anything wrong with them, not because of sexism, but because their role has now been replaced by somebody who's, you know, the people on leave may have legal protections, but that doesn't mean you can't be functionally replaced and end up in a diminished role afterward. So I'm very, I want to stress, I'm very sympathetic to the idea of parental leave. I think that it should be a part of our culture. I think it should be a part of our national political culture, that this is something that was just, as a matter of course, is something that we celebrate. But I do not think that the benefits of the policy as described for Allegheny County would be worth the cost. A couple ways you could make it better: exempt the smallest businesses. Yes, that would leave a lot of employees without that protection, the parental leave protection. But we can't let the perfect be the enemy of the good, and I think that it's far more likely you would lessen the negative impact substantially by letting small businesses skate by on this one and do what they can to care for their employees, as opposed to being mandated. One idea that was floated to me today by a kind of local expert, I think it'd be a bit hard to sort out, but what if it was not a mandate, but an option, and if you don't provide that leave, there's a penalty, and that penalty is used which is less expensive than what the leave would cost you as a business owner. That penalty is used to fund a fund in Allegheny County to support the leave policies of others. I think in practice, in the long run, the price of the penalty would probably end up converging with the cost of leave for everybody else, and you could kind of reach an equilibrium there. The point is, I think there are clever ways of doing this that would increase protections for parents in Allegheny County without causing substantial damage to the business climate in the county. Because at the end of the day, as great as parental leave is, or at least can be, and after the break, I want to talk a little more about the actual experience of leave, and whether, I'm curious actually, to get calls about, did you take leave? What do you think about not just the policy, but what do you think of it as a person? Do you, is it something that you like, or do you just not take it? If I had 18 weeks, I wouldn't take it. I'd probably take 2 or 3. But there's a big difference between dads and moms on this. That's another thing I want to talk about. But here's the thing. I think we can protect parents in this county, give them better protections as workers without causing too much damage to the economy, because the thing that ultimately helps parents the most is living in a place where they can make a living. And we don't want to make it more difficult for all of us to make a living here in Pittsburgh. More after this.
Rock and Roll Hall of Famers, the Rascals, bring their legendary sound to Carnegie of Homestead Music Hall on Saturday, June 13th for their 60th anniversary tour. Hear the timeless hits you love, performed live in an intimate setting. Doors open early for a night of classic soul, rock, and unforgettable memories. Tickets are on sale now at librarymusichall.com. Relive the soundtrack of a generation together. Get your tickets now for the Rascals Live, Saturday, June 13th at librarymusichall.com. Another Drusky Entertainment event.
Life's best moments start with perfect choices. For Connie Nowak, it was a trolley ride and a 67-year love story. A life of family, smart decisions, and companionship with Chester the cat. Her retirement choice? The Village at St. Barnabas. Recreation, healthcare, close to family, everything on her list. Right now, we'll make your move to the Village perfect too. Up to $2,000 toward moving costs. St. Barnabas Retirement Communities, stbarnabascommunities.com, or call 724-444-5568. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 61 degrees with showers in the vicinity at Pittsburgh International at 7:30. I'm Pat Septak. A death at a Greene County mine. News Radio KDKA's David Ballarado has more.
Not much is known yet about the death of the miner at Core Natural Resources. 34-year-old Zachary Wolf of Rice's Landing was killed in the accident at the mine's Aleppo portal in Aleppo Township. The accident happened around 10 last night, and Wolf was pronounced dead about 90 minutes later. The Greene County coroner says the cause and manner of death will be determined after an autopsy. No word yet on when OSHA will send in investigators, but that would be standard procedure for any work-related death. David Ballarado, News Radio KDKA.
Drivers in downtown McKeesport are asked to use caution as crews work on a water main break. The McKeesport Mayor's Office says crews are working to restore a break on Walnut Street. The road is closed between Lowell Boulevard and 6th Avenue. Traffic is also affected in the 203rd and 300 blocks of 5th Avenue. No timetable for repairs was given. Stephanie Pashman is stepping down as the CEO at the Allegheny Conference, a position she's held since 2017. Pashman will remain at the helm until a search committee led by incoming chair Leroy Ball selects her replacement. The transition was announced today, along with new board appointments at the organization. Ball, the CEO and chairman of Coppers, will serve as chair between 2027 and 2029. Well, if you were hoping to get another glimpse of the historic NFL draft clock on Pittsburgh's North Shore, you're out of luck. It's gone. The 18-foot tall clock, which was installed back in May of last year, has been removed. Visit Pittsburgh says it's being placed into storage until they decide where its permanent location will be. In sports, Steelers quarterback Aaron Rodgers announcing that this will be his last NFL season with the Steelers. And in St. Louis, the Pirates will try to break their 4-game losing streak in Game 2 of their series against the Cardinals. First pitch coming up in about 14 minutes, 7:45. KDKA Radio News Time is 7:31. Our next update coming up at 8 o'clock. I'm Pat Septak on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Hi, this is Les Botkin of Botkin Family Wealth Management. My wife Barb and I celebrated our 50th wedding anniversary with a Florida family vacation. The intense August heat prompted me to share a story with my grandkids about working my first job as an assistant golf pro in my early 20s. I earned $2.10 an hour and was thrilled when I found a great pair of work shoes for only $7. They were injection molded plastic. Even the stitching was plastic. I felt like I'd hit the jackpot with those fine-looking shoes. That was until I was teaching a golf lesson on a hot summer day. When standing on the tee, I felt my feet burning up and realized my shoes were literally melting onto the grass. I suddenly realized why they'd been such a bargain. Remembering times like those make me appreciate the journey of my life. At Botkin Family Wealth Management, we're interested in hearing your story because understanding your beginnings is an important part of appreciating what it took to get where you are today. Visit us at botkinfamilywealth.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC.
This is Barry and Steve Ehrenrich from Petite Kitchen and Bath Design Center, and we'd like to say thank you.
Thank you for making Petite the premier kitchen and bath design center and remodeler in Western Pennsylvania.
For over 50 years, you've welcomed us into your homes to help solve your remodeling problems. Our goal is, and always has been, to avoid the nightmare of remodeling. We want to give you the kitchen or bath of your dreams.
Thank you for taking it one step further. You recommended us to your friends. There's no greater statement of satisfaction than to say to a friend, I love my Petite kitchen, or I'm so happy with my Petite bath. You should call them too.
From custom creation to expert installation, you don't have to go anywhere else. And you didn't. You came to Petite. So, thank you.
And to those of you who haven't been to Petite yet, haven't you waited long enough? PA 625.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com. Auto repair bills are through the roof. $3,000 to replace the transmission. $4,000 for a blown engine. And if your manufacturer's warranty is expired, you'll have to cover it all out of pocket. You need an Endurance Auto Protection Plan. No matter what the mileage, if your car is under 20 years old, Endurance can get you covered on the engine, electrical system, transmission, AC, drivetrain, and more. Endurance has plans for any budget. Repairs can be done at the certified mechanic of your choice, and they're paid directly with no middleman. Plans cover 24/7 roadside assistance, towing, battery jumps, fuel deliveries, tire changes, lockout services, and a 30-day money-back guarantee. Act now and get our elite benefits, including complete tire care and key fob replacement. A $2,000 value at no extra cost. With Endurance, you could never pay for covered auto repairs again, so call now for your free quote. Call 800-319-5725. 800-319-5725. 800-319-5725.
Pros, save more on the materials you need to get the job done inside and out at Lowe's. Right now, get 10% off in-stock Trex Naturals decking, now available in more styles. Plus, get 15% off select custom entry, interior, and storm doors. Then, we'll deliver it all straight to your job site to help keep your jobs moving. Get the brands pros trust, priced right, and ready when you need them. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 5/27. While supplies last. Selection varies by location.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Mostly cloudy for tonight. A little rain at times, low 49, then clouds break for some sunshine. Less humid tomorrow, the high 68. Partly to mostly cloudy tomorrow night, low 54, and then periods of rain Friday, high 63. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist John Feerick, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Amazon Business. Discover smart business buying where unmatched selection meets AI-driven tools to simplify complex processes so you can focus on what matters most. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us all this week on the Big K Morning Show, 5:30 until 10, for your chance to win tickets to see The Temptations and the Four Tops at the Benedum, June 5th.
Welcome back, Pittsburgh. Brandon McGinley filling in this evening here at KDKA Radio. I hope you'll call in at 866-391-1020. We're talking about parental leave policy here being proposed by County Executive Sarah Innamorato. And I want to hear what you think about, what are ways that we as a society can encourage our families, our young people especially, to have kids and have more of them. A lot of people these days say they don't want to have kids at all. Or if they do, just one or two at most. I mean, the numbers in terms of the number of kids that a society needs to have in order to keep going, 2.1 children per woman, that's the number. We're way below that and dropping. If it weren't for immigration, we'd be shrinking as a society in a way that Pittsburgh is shrinking even with immigration. So what can we do? What should we do? Is this a crisis? Maybe you don't think it's a crisis at all, but I want to hear what you have to say about that, because ultimately, these policies, whether we're talking about parental leave or other family policies or just other cultural things, they have to be responsive. They have to be responsive to what people are actually looking for. And kind of abstract ideas, abstract notions of what people are looking for and what they need to feel comfortable raising a family in this world are only going to go so far. The truth is that the numbers on how generous parental leave policies increase or adjust or change fertility rates is not great if you're looking for a baby boom. Europe's fertility rates are a lot lower than America's, and they have generally far more generous parental leave policies. If anything, if you were being cynical about it, you might say that the policies are so darn generous that they almost discourage you from having kids because it takes you out of the workforce for so long. I don't necessarily think that's the case, but I've heard stories of people and how long you can be out. You could be out for years if you're with some of these 52-week, and then some of them go up to 2 years. So, which 2 kids that are spaced reasonably close together, a mom could be out of the workforce, but still getting paid, at least partially, for half a decade. I'm not sure this actually helps get more kids born, though, because it then enforces the idea that to have a kid takes you totally out of commission for so long, it may even discourage it. The other thing about leave policies that I think is super obvious, but isn't talked about enough, is how it's different for fathers and mothers. The 18-week policy that County Executive Innamorato is talking about for Allegheny County, I think that sounds pretty close to square on the button for moms. But dads? I mean, let's be honest. Dad's experience of childbirth and the postpartum period is just radically different from mom's. Psychologically, physically, it's not the same thing. I know. For me, I can't imagine wanting to take 18 weeks. The most I've ever taken off after one of my kids was born was 2 weeks. I could imagine taking a little bit more than that if it was available to me. But at a certain point, you get itchy to go back, and there's only so much you can do at home as dad. Especially in my case, because as I mentioned, we have, a Sound of Music style family. So with, older kids who are helping out with babies, if anything, I get in the way. But for moms, it's totally different. And this is why, until relatively recently, the term parental leave was not heard. It was maternal leave or maternity leave. That's what people talked about. The reason that we now talk about parental leave as opposed to maternity leave, when maternity leave, frankly, is far more reasonable as a concept, is that if the leave only applies to moms, it disincentivizes employers from hiring women of, in their 20s and 30s. Because it's likely that they will require leave at some point in a way that in a world with only maternity leave and no paternity leave, moms would be, women would be at a disadvantage in the workforce. So that's why we talk about parental leave. And we talk about these policies being equal for moms and dads, because we don't want to create a kind of perverse incentive in the system that works against women and moms. But it really doesn't make sense. There should be, if we didn't have to worry about that, that very legitimate concern, we should be talking about 2 to 4 weeks for dads and 2 to 4 months for moms. That's the way I look at it. Because it is just obviously, this goes without saying. It should go without saying. It's a heck of a lot more serious process for moms than for dads. Not saying that dads aren't important in the process, but the bonding that happens in the postpartum period between mom and baby is far more intense than that happens between baby and dad. It happens. It's really important. That's why I do think that dads should get, frankly, as a matter of law, just a national policy, not a county policy, at least a few weeks. Because I don't want to downgrade that role. I don't want to seem like that role is not important, that dads are primarily workers and only secondarily fathers. That's not the case at all. I think we should have policies that accentuate that our first obligations, our first identities should belong to the family and not to your employer. But the question is, how do we do that in a way that actually achieves the goal? This is the problem that I have with a lot of progressive policies that come from a place of real empathy or caring, but that in practice have, if not the opposite of the intended result, have negative consequences that are at least as serious as the benefits. And we have to think about these things not from a place of abstract principle, but from a place of hard reality. What will happen to the system in this county if we enact this policy? I think that you'll have, I think it's unlikely that you will actually encourage more children to be born. The numbers just don't bear that out. I think that you are likely, and here's where I am totally on board with the Innamorato plan, I think you are likely to have at least marginally healthier moms and babies, and dads as well. Certainly reducing the stress of worrying about work during a period of your life when you really have to be intensely focused on the little, beautiful little being right in front of you. That would be the positive. Absolutely. We have to take that seriously. We can't just say, oh, businesses are going to go away as if that's the only thing that matters. But businesses will go away, and that does matter. So we need to think, is it worth it? Or can we craft a policy that makes this county a standout for its generosity for working parents, while also not significantly harming its ability to attract and retain businesses? Because if you don't get that second part right, then a lot of other things fall apart. You can't have generous social welfare policies. This is a concern I've had about the progressives in this county for a long time. You cannot have generous social welfare policies, whether for the homeless or the mentally ill or for parents or for the elderly, unless you have a robust economy that is generating the kind of tax revenue that you can then use to fund those programs.
When the weather turns bad, turn to us for the best news, weather, and traffic information from the KDKA Radio Storm Center. Presented by Duquesne Light Company. Larger than light. Online and on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Warmer weather rolling in. Heavy rain, strong winds, and sudden damage. ServiceMaster Greater Pittsburgh responds immediately, 24/7, 365. Demand the yellow van.
Demand the yellow van. Call ServiceMaster.
Join Beth Andrews for the Net Worth Financial Hour Saturdays at 1 to get the news and information you need to make your retirement dream a reality. That's the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews, Saturdays at 1. Net Worth Advisors, LLC is a registered investment advisor.
Life is all about attitude and perspective. The old saying is the glass half full or half empty. Life will always throw curveballs, so how do we survive and actually thrive? This is Dr. Shufo from the Weight Loss and Wellness Center. Yes, I will get the weight off of you. That's a given. But I also find the root of the eating, and that's always emotional. It's actually weight loss therapy, and I know it works. People lose weight, feel better, and have lifelong tools. I want to help you. I really do. Call me 1-800-900-THIN.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Pocket Host. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at pockethost.com/terms.
Hi, I'm Richard Karn, and the world's #1 expandable hose has gone ballistic. The brand new Pocket Hose Ballistic is here, and it's the hose I reach for every time. This brand new anti-burst sleeve uses an extraordinary new liquid crystal polymer used in bulletproof vests, tough enough to handle anything your outdoor tasks throw its way. And that's not all. The Pocket Hose Ballistic comes with even more upgrades like thicker washers that resist leaks and an enhanced UV coating so your hose looks brand new year after year. What could be better than that? How about not one, but 2 free gifts with your purchase? For a limited time, when you purchase a new Pocket Hose Ballistic, you'll get a free 360-degree rotating pocket pivot and a free thumb drive nozzle. Just text SUMMER to 64,000. That's SUMMER to 64,000 for your 2 free gifts with purchase. That's SUMMER to 64,000.
Snapshot from Progressive wasn't created for just anybody. Oh no, we made it for you. Smooth accelerators. When that light turns green, you're off. Like a warm knife through firm butter. Going from 0 to the speed limit in an appropriate amount of time. Sure, your car has horsepower, but your horses prance around as silky smooth as your right foot. Fancy Prancerton. With Snapshot, safe drivers like you get personalized rates based on your driving habits. Sign up today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents.
1 in 4 Americans have a disability. I'm one of them. I'm also a working mom who cares deeply about making sure every child with a disability thrives by getting their access needs met. We've got a trusted ally by our side. Easter Seals provides children and families the foundation for lifelong success through early learning programs, skills training, and prep for college and career. That's my Easter Seals. Make it yours. Join us at easterseals.com.
What can make me feel this?
The Temptations.
My girl,
and the Four Tops. Friday, June 5th, 7:30 p.m., the Benedum Center. The Temptations. And the Four Tops. On sale at trustarts.org and 412-456-6666.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out? Spruce, spruce, spruce.
It's Spruce, the weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people, pets, and bees. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play. Spruce, pet friendly, weed deadly. Find wherever weed killers are sold.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get connected. That's the Inside Connection this Saturday morning at 9 with your local Medicare experts from MediConnect. If you're turning 65, hear all the inside information available to seniors on the Inside Connection, presented by MediConnect. Medicare made simple.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Where Pittsburgh comes to talk. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Welcome back, Pittsburgh. Brandon McGinley filling in this evening here on KDKA Radio from the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette, which, yes, still exists, and yes, I'm still employed there, so I'm very blessed by that. We're talking about potentially bringing a quite generous but unfunded, importantly, paid parental leave policy to Allegheny County, and how, you know, it's an idea that I'm absolutely sympathetic to, but I'm not sure that the cost for the business climate of the county are worth it, and I think there probably are ways to do it better. I have Craig here in West Virginia to talk about all this.
How you doing today, Brandon?
How you doing?
Doing good. How about yourself?
Oh, doing all right. Yep, it's been a nice day here in Pittsburgh. A little rainy, but nice.
No doubt. We missed both of those storms that came through today.
Yeah.
But let me start off with this. I want to thank you for recognizing how Sarah does politics.
Yeah.
You know, you come in high, negotiate your way down to what you were looking for in the first place, and just like you did with taxes. And not to take a quick left turn here, Rich Fitzgerald, who seems like a wonderful guy, fantastic person every time I hear him on the radio, if he wouldn't have kicked the can down the road, she would not have had that thing dumped in her lap with the taxes, just to get that out.
That's undeniably true, and I share your affection for the former county executive, but that is undeniably true.
Exactly. And here's the kicker about this. You ask, that the progressives aren't they don't have a plan of attack. There are 10 to 15 states out there already that have this in place. So why not go to those states, see how they do it?
Yeah.
And once again, let me start with this. I'm not sure I agree with even the whole concept without looking at the paperwork myself.
Yeah.
But there are country after country after country in Europe and in Scandinavia that have been doing this for decades.
Yeah.
So it's not that it's impossible to do. I think once again, every time you turn on the radio, you hear about the kids getting in trouble is because there's no parenting.
Yeah.
Well, if you're at work 10 hours a day, and
I want to talk about that later too. I want to talk about downtown and my own experience with my own kids downtown. But I think if we were talking about a Josh Shapiro plan for all of Pennsylvania, we'd be having a very different conversation. Because it's a lot easier to retain businesses within the borders of a state than it is to retain businesses or attract them within the borders of a county. And I think it sounds like maybe rinky-dink and technical, but I think it makes all the difference in the world about whether a policy like this is prudential, is the difference between the state level and the county level. And at the, we're talking about the state level. I think you still have to be careful because you will have, businesses go to Ohio or whatever. But I think you would also, and I don't have the data immediately in front of me, but my impression is that at the state level, these policies have not been seriously detrimental to businesses. Even now, whether unfunded versus funded, I can't say for sure. But I think if a state level policy is just a lot more likely to succeed than a county level policy. And I think that makes all the difference.
And here's the kicker. I have yet to find a single state that doesn't have this in place to where a county was able to come out and do it on their own. It's only a statewide policy. But let me say this. Sarah Annamarato is not dumb enough to think that a 5-person company can pay 12, 18 weeks worth of salary, hire another person and pay them to fill in that slot, and think that company is going to. She's not that dumb. She came in high. She's going to negotiate her way down to what she's looking for, and it'll all come out in the wash. But
Greg, I appreciate it, man. I hope you're right. I hope you're right about that. And I do not think she's dumb, and I do not think that, and I also do not think that the people who she hired to make this administration happen, I don't think they're dumb either. I can say that with absolute confidence. I am concerned about a certain kind of myopia, nearsightedness that can come from being within a bit of an ideological bubble where the concerns of the business community are just not taken seriously. We saw this, to the nth degree with the Gainey administration, where every time anybody said a word on behalf of real estate developers, they were just called, greedy jerks, shills for greedy capitalists. So that would be my concern, and I don't want to assume that that's the case here. But I do want to flag that is something that, and it is the same, not to play the both sides thing again, but you see the very similar things on the right where you get stuck in these bubbles where, for instance, the concerns of the country's immigrant communities are just not even taken seriously. They're put completely off the map of things to care about. And what can happen on the left is that the concerns of business are put completely off the map of things to care about. And every time that the business community, small or big, complains or raises a concern, the thought is, we can't trust these guys. They're just out for themselves. They're just greedy capitalists. Unfunded mandates like this, and I've been talking a lot about the county, but I really want to emphasize that unfunded part because that is unusual, if not completely unique in these kind of policies, and it will, I think, it will absolutely limit its effectiveness, even on the terms that the county executive wants. More on this after the break.
While you sleep, there are people you've never met who are working hard to make your morning. People who get up at ungodly hours to make sure you get the information you want. People who dedicate their lives to make yours better while you sleep. These people come together during the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert, 5:30 to 10 in the morning, to make sure you have the best news, traffic, and weather to start your day. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Join Rob Pratt every Sunday at 11 a.m. for Black and Gold Sunday, presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer. Rob keeps you posted on Pittsburgh sports with 2 hours of exciting talk. That's Black and Gold Sunday, 11 to 1, presented each week by Coons Market.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for moms.
Just don't do it. Just don't go another day climbing in and out of that unsafe, ugly old bathtub. Today's the day to step into a gorgeous new shower from PJ Fitzpatrick. The jacuzzi shower system from PJ Fitzpatrick features a low entry threshold. Just walk right in. The jacuzzi shower is luxurious, affordable, and installs in just 1 day. Plus, PJ will include a free shower seat and safety bars for all customers this month. Visit trustpj.com today for your free design consultation.
If you're in the Pittsburgh area and caring for a loved one with Medicaid, get paid starting today. Freedom Care has already helped over 162,000 families get the care they deserve, with 97% satisfaction and more than 8,000 five-star reviews. If you have Medicaid, you need to hear this. You may qualify to choose a caregiver you already trust, a family member or friend, and they can start getting paid. No agencies, no strangers, just someone you know, helping with meals, medication, bathing, mobility, and more. This service isn't for later, it's for right now. It's 100% free to you through Medicaid, and caregivers get paid right away after their shift. Find out if you qualify today. Call 412-801-7213. That's 412-801-7213. Don't wait. Call 412-801-7213 now. Again, 412-801-7213. Freedom Care. Get paid to care, starting now.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's 60 degrees with rain showers at Pittsburgh International at 8 o'clock. I'm Pat Septak. Aaron Rodgers speaks. The Steelers quarterback had a lot to say to the media today, as we hear from KDKA Radio Sports Director Jeff Hathorn.
The 42-year-old said it was really in doubt about him returning, especially to Pittsburgh when Mike Tomlin quit, but said the hiring of his old coach was a big part of why he's here.
You know, I thought when he said he was stepping away, that was an emotional moment just because we all love him so much and care about him. And, you know, I thought that that was probably it for me in Pittsburgh. But when the decision was made to hire Mike, I started opening my mind back up to coming back.
Rodgers said he mentioned to Steelers GM Omar Khan to talk to McCarthy early on and did say this is his final NFL season. With the Steelers, Jeff Hathorn, News Radio KDKA.
The new Pittsburgh Public Schools Board is once again taking up a controversial plan to close 7 schools. Superintendent Dr. Wayne Walters says the plan will save the district about $8 million a year on staff salaries, utilities, and maintenance costs, money which would provide more resources and better educational opportunities in these merged schools. After nearly 2 years of study, the board voted the plan down last November. Even if the new board approves it now, it wouldn't go into effect until the 2027-28 school year. Allegiant Air will fill the void in the Pittsburgh area left by the departure of Spirit Airlines, formerly the carrier between Pittsburgh International Airport and Fort Lauderdale. Allegiant has announced it will be offering non-stop flights between Pittsburgh and the Fort Lauderdale-Hollywood International Airport beginning October 2nd. The flights will operate all year 3 times a week on Mondays, Fridays, and Saturdays. A bit of Pittsburgh history is returning to one-store shelves for a short time. News Radio KDKA's David Bollerado has more.
It's been gone for about 10 years, but the memories live on thanks in part to memorable TV ads.
Wait till you taste it.
And now for a brief period, Heinz ketchup in glass bottles will return to the shelves, but only at Walmart to mark the 157th anniversary of the company with 57 varieties.
Thick, rich Heinz ketchup. The taste that's worth the wait.
A 2-pack of the glass-bottled ketchup will sell for $14.99. David Bollerado, News Radio KDKA.
Well, here's an interesting way to celebrate America's 250th birthday, and it could be coming to your town. CBS News correspondent Allison Keyes reports.
There are 18-wheelers rolling with interactive high-tech exhibitions, and people are lining up to learn about the founding of the nation.
Our mission is to bring Americans together,
all Americans, and to get them to also participate and honor our history, our values, and what we stand for as a nation.
6 of them are traveling, with stops so far in Atlanta, Washington, D.C., and Miami. More cities are coming in the weeks leading up to July 4th. Allison Keyes, CBS News, Washington.
And one of the exhibitions chronicles Washington's spies. By the way, the city of Pittsburgh's Independence Day celebration has been named America's best 4th of July celebration in the USA Today 10 Best Reader's Choice Awards. Pittsburgh celebration tops a list that includes events from St. Louis, Philadelphia, and Washington, D.C. This year's event will commemorate the 250th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence. It is 60 degrees with rain showers in Pittsburgh. I'm Pat Septak on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Tickets are on sale now for the upcoming season of the Pittsburgh Speakers Series at Heinz Hall, presented by University of Pittsburgh, with Anderson Cooper, former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, historian Anne Applebaum, financial journalist Andrew Ross Sorkin, former NASA Administrator Charles Bolden, and acclaimed war photographer Lindsay Addario. For information and tickets, go to pittsburghspeakers.org. Sponsored by News Radio KDKA and the Spanos Group of Raymond James.
Hey, want to do dinner with us tonight?
I don't know. The kids just left. I think we're just going to stay in tonight.
Oh, come on. Don't miss out again.
Miss out on what?
Catching up with friends. The sounds of winning. Celebrations. Endless laughs. And memories they'll never forget. Don't just hear about the fun. Time moves fast, so go have it. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Mostly cloudy for tonight. Some rain at times. The low 49, drying out for tomorrow. Clouds break for some sun. A high 68. Mostly cloudy tomorrow night, low 54, and then some rain on Friday. High 63. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist John Feerick, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Rob Fratz on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
I asked earlier in the show, and this is Brandon McGinley from the Post-Gazette filling in this evening on KDKA Radio. I asked earlier in the show, what can we do as a culture, as a society, to make this society more welcoming to kids? One of the areas that has been a hot topic of conversation in this area, in Pittsburgh, specifically about maybe places being a little too open to kids, is downtown. I'm going to tell a little story about my own family that I actually wrote about in the Post-Gazette recently. On Mother's Day, my wife told me that the number one thing that she could use was a little time to herself, which is totally understandable. For those who were not listening earlier, we have 7 kids, so that means that alone time is at a significant premium. And so I dropped her off at a cafe in Brookline with a book and put the kids in the car. I thought about taking them hiking. Mother's Day was beautiful, but they were not into that. so I kind of fudged it a little bit and kind of took them on a hike, but it was an urban hike. I took them downtown. We parked down at Commonwealth Place in front of the Wyndham Hotel. We went to the point, walked around the fountain, got a little bit wet. I took them down to the Allegheny Riverfront. We walked all along there. Some of that is pretty ugly, to be honest, especially the areas under the Fort Duquesne Bridge and all those ramps. I don't know what could be done there, but it could be made a little bit more human-friendly. It looks just like infrastructure. But the farther you go down, we get closer to the Three Sisters Bridges. It's nicely landscaped. There are some boulders the kids were climbing on. There are trees to look at. It was nice. It was nice. My biggest concern the whole time I was down there was that they wandered too close to the river. Didn't have any other major concerns. We made it to the convention center. We walked underneath the convention center. Unfortunately, that little watery walkway down there wasn't turned on yet, so that was kind of dim. But then we got out onto Penn Avenue, walked down Penn, and I was taking them back toward the point when I stumbled on something I knew was there, but I'd forgotten was there, which was the new Arts Landing Park. And there was playgrounds there. And my kids had started complaining about the heat. Meanwhile, it was like 68 degrees, but, it felt hot to them. I was telling them to pipe down, and then they saw the park, and all of their worries in the world they evaporated. They went and played on the new playgrounds. They really liked them. They had a blast. In fact, I bumped into a friend downtown, and we were talking on Penn Avenue, and everyone but the littlest kid was just over at the playground, 100 feet away, safe, crowded in a good way. We got a drink at a coffee shop. Took them through Gateway Center, popped them in the car, took them back home. 3 hours, give or take. It was great, okay? The kids loved it. They especially loved the playground, but they loved the point. They mostly loved the riverfront walk. Penn Avenue, they could have, the al fresco dining isn't exactly appealing to, 5-year-olds. But all in all, great experience. Here's the thing. Places like Arts Landing, which, to be honest, I was a little bit skeptical of. But places like Arts Landing, successful places like Arts Landing, are open to be used and are waiting and eager to be used by everybody, including families, even in downtown. It's amazing how many kids you see, and I was talking to someone about this just earlier today, but how just in 2 or 3 weeks, it's become a magnet for kids, for families, in a good way. Kids will, families will just be walking from place to place downtown. The kids will see the playground. They go and play on it. It's become a vibrant place within just a few weeks. Places like that are absolutely essential to the health of a city. Places where you can feel safe, where you can enjoy yourself. Well-designed places attract people. People, they're magnetic. The point is magnetic. Mellon Square, when it's taken care of, is magnetic. Arts Landing is, I was not sure it would be, but it is magnetic. That's a good thing. Here's the second part. Why could I feel comfortable by myself downtown with 7 kids? At the point, along the Allegheny River, and at Arts Landing. Why could I feel comfortable? Because you can't keep track of them all at once. I do not, as much as they might think I do not have extra sets of eyes. I can only see in one direction at once, and they are never all in one direction at once. But I never felt uncomfortable with, again, the exception of them wandering a little too close to the river. The reason is surprisingly simple. Rules. Even when Pittsburgh was going through its worst, the worst of the homelessness crisis 3 or 4 years ago, Point State Park was always clean and tidy because the state enforced the anti-camping rules. It was the places where the rules were not enforced that had problems. The Allegheny Riverfront used to have tents. I was down there during the January day, I think it was January, there was 2 years ago, I think, we had one of the biggest floods since Hurricane Ivan. I think it was late January. I was taking a long walk to work, actually, when our offices were on the North Shore, and I saw tents going into the river. So I actually went down there to see if make sure people were, nobody was in danger. But that was when, and nobody was, and it tried to save some of the belongings. But the point is, this is when that riverfront park, that riverfront trail had lots of tents. Obviously, I would not have been comfortable with 7 kids along a trail that's with tents along the side. And I'm not trying to say that, homeless folks or mentally ill folks or whatever are dangerous, but 2 things. 1, that means there'd be very likely to be drug paraphernalia, including needles. And 2, when people tent on public property where it's not permitted, that public property becomes private. So no, I would not want my kids anywhere where I could not immediately have a hold of them when they could wander around somebody's essentially private property that they have claimed. It's like squatting. It takes up public space and makes it private. That trail is now signed with no tenting, no camping, and that is being enforced. Arts Landing. It's a very porous space. You can walk in from anywhere. There are signs with rules. There's private security in the square. We'll talk more about Market Square in the next segment. But those rules are really important. And they can't just be there. They can't just be window dressing. Those rules have to be enforced. And it does not demonstrate a lack of empathy to enforce rules against antisocial behavior. In fact, as I believe I said on this radio station, and I know I wrote in my column, you have to be unsentimental about enforcing the rules. Because if you do become soft about it, these spaces will get captured and they will no longer be meaningfully public. Folks like me and my family will not feel comfortable with our kids playing there or walking along the trail or hanging out around the fountain. And these spaces will become captured by people who are not behaving as they should. That is ultimately the key. Well-designed spaces need enforced rules. And that is how you have decent, accessible public spaces for everybody in the city. Places where people like me could take my kids and they can come away saying, downtown's great, I want to go back. That's what we all need to hear. Back after this.
Your source for everything that's news. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
Marvelous May savings continue at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, fresh, boneless, skinless chicken breasts are $1.99 a pound. In the produce department, whole seedless watermelon, $4.88 each. In our deli, Coons 8-piece baked chicken is $7.99 each. And additional savings, selected varieties of Bush's baked beans, 21.7 to 28-ounce cans, 2 for $5.
It's happening now at Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
Hello, KDKA listeners. This is Carlos, owner of Greater Pitt Tree Service. If you have any concerns about any trees on your property, call Greater Pitt Tree Service, 412-884-TREE. We have an A-plus rating on the Better Business Bureau. To serve your needs best, we have an ISA-certified arborist on staff. We have 32 years experience, 412-884-TREE. We will be your best choice for tree work. Greater Pitt Tree Service, 412-884-TREE. And remember, we did your neighbor's tree.
There are many reasons to hire Morgan & Morgan for your injury case. Here's reason 17. In today's new world, many law firms have had money injected into their firms by Wall Street, private equity, and other lenders. This money usually comes in at very, very high interest rates. It's one of the reasons you see so many lawyers advertising. I'm John Morgan. This money is expensive and the interest compounds quickly. These law firms can have a huge need for cash just to pay that debt. Why does it matter to you? My fear is your case is settled early and for far less than it's worth, just to service the loan that has mafia-like rates. Our financial strength is your advantage. That plus our reputation makes our firm your firm. Visit forthepeople.com to see our results and verdicts. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, 603 Stanwyck Street, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Retirement, it's almost here. Are you ready? Well, join Kurt Kanodik and Ethan Lane of Accurate Solutions Group for your retirement blueprint. Let Kurt and Ethan help you plan for your retirement dreams. Don't miss your retirement blueprint, Sundays at 10. Investment advisory services offered through ASG Investment Management, LLC.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
The 50,000-watt voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
I love downtown. I mean, it's actually one of my favorite places to hang out. It pained me when it became a place that was uncomfortable. And I think that's really, it's not completely behind us. It's not completely behind us. But it is a lot more cleaned up than it was 3 or 4 years ago. And something, when I talk about this topic, I want to always make sure that I add, given that I'm sometimes seen as being very hostile to the Gainey administration, this was a genuine success of the Ed Gainey years. He and his team absolutely got the ball rolling on making downtown a more pleasant place to be. It was bumpy, but they got there. And including things like getting the downtown police substation on Wood Street. That was a PNC-led initiative with city council participating, especially my own city councilman, Anthony Coghill. But the mayor's office has to take some credit for that. In addition to Arts Landing, Market Square has obviously been in the news. And just two words on that before I pick up a caller here. I also wrote a column about Market Square. I went down to Market Square. I talked to the men who are doing outreach work for the youth in Market Square, who are serving as the buffers between the youth in Market Square and the cops. And here's what I was told. Not only did they want a policy that limited some youth access to the square, they have been advocating for it. So the idea that the policy that restricts kids from being in a Market Square unattended Thursdays through Sundays from 3 to midnight, the idea that that is some kind of a imposition from, again, greedy capitalists on the innocent children of Market Square is just not accurate. I know some people think that, and I can guarantee you that the policy could have been communicated better. But the people actually doing the work in downtown say we need rules. And I'll tell you right now, those rules these ones are not necessarily being enforced very strictly. In this case, I think that's actually a good thing because it is quite a strict rule. The point of the rule isn't to exclude all young people from Market Square. The point of the rule is to give the private security, the cops, and the outreach workers in the square leverage to tell kids who are misbehaving or look like they're about to misbehave or who are just loitering that they to move along because there is a policy in place that could be deployed against them. The square is not dead because of this. There are still kids in the square, but they are behaving better. Here's the other thing the outreach workers told me. On the days where the policy is not in effect, the square is calmer because it has signaled to the kids that the adults are serious. So much of this is just adults not being serious and not helping kids by not being serious. Because at the end of the day, the kids who go downtown, most of them are not looking to cause trouble. They're looking to hang out. They're looking for a place where there's a crowd, and the crowds are good because they signal safety, because if something does go down, you have witnesses, you have helpers, and it's a place to hang out and be with friends or meet new friends. They're not looking to cause trouble. When the rules aren't enforced, though, or when the adults let chaos reign because we're too sentimental about trying to break it up, it makes it unsafe for the kids, and they don't want to be there either. Greg in Pittsburgh, welcome to the show.
How you doing? Welcome. Welcome in new voices, sir. I would like to see a girls and boys club open up in downtown Pittsburgh, a nice big one, where all the kids from everywhere can come together and get together and talk and have fun, man.
Yeah.
You know, it shouldn't be every time some kids come downtown and looking to fight or to get in some trouble.
Yeah.
They should come downtown and have a good time.
Yeah.
I grew up in the hills as a kid. I used to come downtown all the time, man. I didn't have nothing but fun, man.
Yeah.
It was nothing but fun growing up.
That's the
coming into downtown Pittsburgh.
Absolutely.
A girls and boys club would do a lot of good, man.
Definitely. Yeah. I mean, there's been talk about this kind of thing.
I hope somebody can put that together.
Yeah.
Maybe you can help put it together. You sound like a pretty intelligent guy, man.
I appreciate it, Greg. No, I think, there's definitely been talk about that kind of thing.
It's nice listening to you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Greg.
When you coming on again?
Okay. I appreciate it.
On again?
Thank you, Greg. Yeah. I mean, I think that I think there's definitely been talk about putting that kind of like teen space downtown. The example I always give of a successful one, and downtown would be a heavier lift, would be a little harder, but in my home neighborhood of Brookline, there's something called Brookline Teen Outreach. They do great work. They have, on-site therapists to help with mental health issues. They do workforce development stuff, so they have like a kitchen to teach kids about, cooking and so on. And that's not just workforce. That's like just learning how to live. Great stuff. If my friend Caitlin McNulty were here, who runs it, she would also point out that they have to have rules. They don't love kicking people out, but if someone's disturbing the ability of the institution to function and making it worse for other kids, they have to kick them out. It's the same thing at Arts Landing. It's the same thing at Market Square. Ideally, it would not be law enforcement dealing with 14-year-olds, but this is kind of a remedial situation because so many of the families and neighborhoods don't have the resources to give kids the spaces to be themselves. Greg mentioned growing up in the Hill. That was how I first got connected with the outreach workers downtown. My son had a baseball game in the Hill. One of the coaches for the Hill District team was wearing a jacket for Reach, which does outreach in the square. We talked, and that's how I ended up in Market Square. Part of the problem is that in communities like the Hill, there are not enough programs or things going on in the neighborhoods themselves to keep the kids occupied. So where do they go? Well, where can the buses take you? They could almost all, take you downtown. And so it's a natural place for kids to congregate. That's not a problem in itself. It is a problem if the people who are supposed to be the grown-ups don't act like grown-ups and let chaos begin to take hold. It takes adults acting like adults to make sure that the kids can actually be kids. Got some news coming. We'll be back after that.
When sinusitis has your nose constantly blocked, life can feel smaller.
You're stuck breathing through your mouth, which leads to sleep struggles, snoring that keeps your whole family up, fatigue, and more. The mornings start groggy, the days drag on, and it feels like nothing really helps for long. At Pittsburgh Sinus Centers, relief isn't just one size fits all. Their specialists use a wide range of innovative in-office treatments designed around you, designed to open your sinuses, restore natural breathing, and help you finally sleep through the night. You don't have to keep pushing through. If you're tired of the congestion, the pressure, and the endless cycle of sprays and pills that aren't providing relief, discover a treatment option that works for you at Pittsburgh Sinus Centers. Breathe easier, sleep better, and start feeling like yourself again. Schedule a consultation today. Call Pittsburgh Sinus Centers, 878-231-6036. 878-231-6036. That's 878-231-6036.
Do you owe back taxes or have unfiled tax returns? The IRS won't quit until they get your money. Here's great news, fresh from those in the know. Major changes have happened at the IRS. If you owe more than $10,000, you may be eligible for a 99% reduction of what you owe. Haven't filed a return for a while? Their happy clients are talking.
The IRS was going to levy my bank account, but Guardian was able to prevent that and fix all my IRS issues. Thanks again, Guardian Tax.
Need relief from crushing tax debt? The IRS now has special programs. Guardian Tax knows all about them. Personal or business, this is the fresh new break you've been hoping for.
We aren't the company you call when you need a hug because you're scared of the IRS. Guardian Tax is the company that wins when you need it most.
Guardian Tax Service is really great to work with. They really help me out. I'd recommend them highly.
Call now for a free confidential consultation. 800-499-1424. 800-499-1424. 800-499-1424.
Ready to start thinking like Wall Street without leaving Main Street? Tune in Sunday mornings at 6:30 for a slice of advice with Kelton Burgess. Right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA.
Pirates baseball tomorrow on the station that invented baseball on the radio.
Hard to left field, going back is Pache. It's a cruise missile. Swing and a miss. He struck him out.
Toward the wall. There it is. First home run for Connor Griffin. The Bucks face the Cardinals at 12:10 with a North Shore Tavern leadoff show presented by Keystone Custom Apparel on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Elon Musk eyes a Wall Street record with a SpaceX IPO. CBS's Jolene Kent.
SpaceX filed documents on Wednesday showing that this could be the biggest IPO ever, meaning the biggest sales of stock to the public ever.
Patrick DeHaan with Gas Buddy says you might catch a break at the gas pump this Memorial Day weekend.
The drop in the price of oil related to the possibility that the U.S. and Iran could be close on negotiations, according to President Trump, though we have seen in the past similar talk that has not yet panned out.
The U.S. indicts Cuba's former leader, Raul Castro, on murder charges for the downing of 2 humanitarian planes in 1996. Republican Congresswoman Nicole Maliotakis, her mother, fled Cuba because of the Castro regime.
We hope that this will be a turning point in Cuba, that we will see the people of Cuba rise up and demand freedom and regime change once and for all.
CBS News Brief, I'm
When it comes to family law, a lot has changed in recent years, so assumptions can be costly. If you see or sense a change coming in your family life that could have legal implications, it's important to know where you stand. Getting good legal advice early is never a bad idea. I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. If you or anyone you know is facing a family law issue, start with a consultation. Visit CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
Planning for retirement isn't easy. If you don't know where to start, join Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors every Saturday at 1 for the Net Worth Financial Hour. Beth shares helpful tips and strategies that just might change the course of your retirement. Listen every Saturday at 1 to the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors. Net Worth Advisors, LLC, is a registered investment advisor.
When you're handling an estate or an inherited home, the decisions can feel overwhelming. At Homebuyers of Pittsburgh, we help families through this every single week. We make a quick, fair cash offer on the home, coordinate any cleanouts, help you through the process, and we'll buy it in its current condition. No pressure, no surprises. Visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com or call 412-500-9057 for help selling today. That's 412-500-9057 for help selling today.
Homebuyers of Pittsburgh, Pittsburgh's local trusted homebuyers since 2015.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Mostly cloudy for tonight. A little rain at times, low 49. Then clouds break for some sunshine. Less humid tomorrow, the high 68. Partly to mostly cloudy tomorrow night, low 54. And then periods of rain Friday, high 63. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist John Feerick, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Welcome back. This is Brandon McGinley filling in this evening here on KDKA Radio from the Post-Gazette. We've been talking about a little of everything, but mostly talking about my favorite thing, which is kids. And in the last segment, I was talking about my own experience going down to Market Square and actually seeing what's going on down there. And I'll tell you, what the cops will tell you. They tell you that the amount of activity they've seen in terms of reports of not just like nuisances, but real violence have gone up 2 or 3 times this year compared to last year. And this year, during the first part of the year, the square was closed. So there were more bad things going on in the square this spring when it was closed, a lot more than last spring when it wasn't. So the idea that there's no big problem here, which is what some people want to tell you, is just not the case. There was a problem, and there is a problem. The question is, how do you handle it? And you have to, first of all, you have to be willing to enforce the rules that exist, and to make it clear to kids that, that antisocial conduct is not going to be tolerated. One of the things that you're seeing now is something that both parents and kids have talked about, parents and cops and others have talked about that's really, really unsettling, is that the smartphone situation has just exacerbated, has just, thrown fuel on the fire in terms of things like kids who are filming fights and live streaming fights and organizing fights in order to live stream them in Market Square, on Wood Street. That kind of thing just has to be nipped. You cannot allow that to continue. And the idea that it's somehow good for the kids or somehow respectful of the kids to allow that kind of thing to continue without a serious intervention is just unrealistic and doesn't actually respect the kids. In fact, whenever we act like this kind of bad behavior is just normal and has to be tolerated, we are accepting the very anti-kid argument that this kind of thing is normal and can't be helped. It is not normal and can be helped. You just need to have the will to do it. And at the end of the day, the majority of kids who don't want to be involved with that kind of thing will thank you. Ted, Mount Washington, welcome to the show.
What's going on, guy?
Hey, Ted, what's up?
Well, I'm glad that you raised the subject. Look, in D.C., New Jersey, Chicago, you've seen the same thing. Mm-hmm. Kids, especially, I don't know why kids are attracted to police. I have no idea. but
yeah.
I have no idea why these kids are attracted. I mean,
it's expensive, man.
I have no idea why they love the police.
I know.
But real quick, I think the DA in D.C. said it best. This is a learning moment.
Yeah.
Just to get a click or a like, the kids have to understand, parents have to understand, you're one step away getting a criminal record.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
You're one step away getting a criminal record. And also, I do agree with you. The resources and the way downtown is designed, and, from previous administrations, also school boards, was the dumbest thing in the world to centralize everything. For one, there's not a YMCA down there where you can go learn how to box.
Yeah.
They shut everything down, which to me was criminal. And also the neighborhoods is not enough investment for kids. I do agree with that. And also they could do a gun buyback program, which would help curb some of the violence.
Yeah.
And I agree with you when you talk about the county exec. For Schumann Center, they're not functioning. Somebody should kick her right up and you know what. Okay? And she's been getting away with murder. Okay? Kids are getting killed because of the mishandling from the county exec. And she should be held accountable for that.
So on Schumann, I want to make sure I understand. Are you what's your argument about Schumann? That it took too long to reopen, or that it's not being managed well right now?
It's not functioning. Okay, taxpayers are spending their money on a contract for a company that's 5 years who is not living up to what they're signed that contract for.
That is interesting because, the Schumann situation, that's one that kind of it fell off the radar of the local news. It was a big talk of the town almost a couple years ago, last year. What's the name of the group it's out of Latrobe that's running it now. I can't remember the name of it, but because then Bethany Hallam was complaining about it, didn't want it to get privatized.
They're out their minds. Look, I have no idea who's voting for these fools.
The Schumann thing, here was my concern about the Schumann thing. And I do not know. I have not been out there. I haven't looked into it. So I honestly don't know about what's going on out at Schumann right now. Here's what I can tell you about Schumann 2 or 3 years ago when there was no Schumann. Kids were getting killed on the street. They were getting killed on the street because they should have been somewhere. And the other bad thing that was happening was that kids who couldn't be put back on the street were in the county jail, and that was bad for them too. There was an undercurrent of activism, not really an undercurrent. It was a very explicit activism when Schumann was closed to keep it closed permanently, and that I think was deeply destructive. Schumann being closed for a long time, we were sending kids to Westmoreland County, which meant they were away from their support systems. We were sending kids to ACJ, which meant they were with the general population, or we were putting them back on the streets. You might remember, I think it was a 17-year-old cut off his ankle bracelet and shot a kid to death in Carrick. He should have been in Schumann.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Public safety should be number one. Not saying every kid is a criminal.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
But for those kids who do need that, you can keep them off the street and cool them down for a while. They're still kids.
Yeah.
I have young minds, man.
I hesitate. You said they've young minds. They're still forming their prefrontal cortex or whatever it's called. I get that. And I do hesitate to want to use law enforcement on these cases, especially. And this is the thing. And, people will say, you just want to sick the cops on them. They want to criminalize everything, blah, blah, blah. Well, the cops tell you they don't want to arrest these kids. They don't want to do the paperwork. It'd be a huge pain in the butt.
Of course they don't want to do paperwork.
They want... Ideally, the presence of cops in these situations is not to arrest kids, not even to put out citations, just to make it clear that antisocial behavior is not going to be tolerated. And that, that goes a long way. And, my understanding down on Market Square is that it really depends on the cop. There are cops down there who, I'm told, do seem to relish getting in the kids' faces, and that's not good. We don't want that. Nobody wants that. But most of the cops are not that way. Most of them are, they're doing this with a light touch because they, like I said, they don't want to deal with all the crap.
Oh, no, I understand that. But it goes again, where's the parent? Where's the father?
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
Like I said before, I was more afraid of my father than the cops, man.
Yeah.
Okay? That is just missing. Yeah. And also, I'll tell you another thing. To see the homelessness downtown is a sin and a shame.
Yeah.
Okay, and I'll tell you one thing that Pittsburgh and Allegheny County is not talking about. You have a rise in the elderly as far as homelessness.
Mm-hmm.
You have a huge rise of elderly on the street, and no one cares. Yeah. No one cares.
I think that the county executives 500 and 500 attempted to address that a little bit. The housing initiative, some of that was definitely set aside for elderly folks.
But not
if enough.
You don't address.
No,
Not if you don't address mental illness. Now you don't address drug and alcohol addiction.
Well, this is a lot of things. This is all remedial. So you mentioned the the parents situation. Like I wrote a column about this in the Post-Gazette, and I was basically, the column was what I just said, that, you know, kids need a place to be, but that place doesn't have to be Market Square. You need to enforce rules in Market Square so that everybody can enjoy it. Okay, that's the argument I made. The number of people who commented on the article saying, you're letting the kids off the hook, it's their parents and their families. I was like, okay, yes, their parents should be more involved, but what is a newspaper article or a radio show going to do about that? At the end of the day, when it comes to public policy, it's all remedial to family and neighborhood and community breakdown. And I can't fix that on the radio. I can't fix it through the newspaper. What we can do is try to remediate the consequences in the hope that in the long run, some of these underlying issues can get, you know, if not resolved, at least, you know, mitigated a little bit. But it's, I mean, yeah, but the thing is that if there's not an underlying kind of culture of family, then that's just like, my complaining about it doesn't do anything. And there are very complicated reasons why in American, and this is not even just a black and white thing. I mean, this is, you know, very, very similar dynamic in parts of Fayette County, where I was the other day, very similar dynamics in rural America as well. There are just, you know, deeply dysfunctional social systems that nobody can correct with just a few words. And so what we're trying to do is figure out, how can you deal with the negative consequences of that in a constructive way?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, look, the breakdown of the family today, it's just incredible to me. It's a sin and it's a shame for it. It says a lot about society.
Yeah,
it really does. It's just, I don't know what to say. I mean, this is the worst I ever saw Pittsburgh. I hate to say it. It used to be the most livable city, the most safest city in the world. And it was always about our neighborhoods.
Yeah.
And look at our neighborhoods now. People are afraid just to walk through it. And it's, I don't know. I mean,
Ted, you're in Mount Washington. What do you see in Mount Washington?
Woo! I see a decline in certain areas.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I really do. And I'll be honest, last year was the first time in my life, I hate to even say this on radio, that I said, hey, you know what? I got to get the hell out of here.
Yeah.
Okay? First time I ever said that in Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
It's getting to the point where I really feel disgusted with it.
I've lived in Brookline for 10 and a half years now.
Oh, man.
And
yeah, I was a Beachview kid, man.
Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. So, I mean, we love it. Last year, it was last year? Yeah, it was last spring. There was a gunshot. No one was hit.
Yeah.
There was a gunshot at Brookline Park while my son was getting ready for his Little League game. And there was a part of me that was like, is this it? Like, is this, can I do this? And luckily that hasn't recurred, but that was the first time, because we have a ton of friends in Brookline. We were really committed to it. And I was like, have I made a mistake? Have I committed to something? But I'm you know, that has passed, but you know, I think what people don't realize, I think what you know, I think what a lot of politicians don't realize, especially, is just how fragile it can be. A city is can be a very resilient thing, but if you do not treat it well, it can also quickly become a very fragile thing, especially at the neighborhood level.
Well, you become Detroit. Once you lose your urban core, it's over. And you look at our school district, pretty much Pittsburgh's going to lose their school district.
Yeah.
Okay?
Well, the school,
they do not have a pro-growth.
I'm going to talk about that later.
They don't have a pro-growth policy. You know, when I'll be honest, when the Pittsburgh Promise went, school board went. I mean, everything went.
Yeah.
And if you want to pack kids into one school and like animals and think they're going to get a great education, you're out of your mind.
Well, yeah.
That's exactly
Ted, I got to get to a break, man. I really appreciate it. The school situation's a whole other thing. I appreciate it. The school situation's a whole other thing. You can't fix the city without fixing the schools, and fixing the schools is the hardest thing of all. But I got to get to a break. We can talk about that afterward.
It's the little things. The information you need. People you know. The little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Carpal tunnel syndrome. Heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
Pittsburgh's very own board-certified and licensed hypnotherapist Dan Vitchoff of the PA Hypnosis Center is here to help you. He has helped train U.S. Olympic team members control their brains, stay relaxed, focused, and in control, giving them the edge for the gold. He's recognized by many organizations around the world as one of the top hypnotherapists anywhere. He has gotten over 3,000 people to give up cigarettes for good in the last 22 years. He's helped folks even who've tried gastric bypass to lose weight. He can help you and give you a 98% success guarantee. Call 724-934-8446. That's Dan Vitchoff, the PA Hypnosis Center. Mention KDKA and get $50 off any program. But call for a free consultation today, 724-934-8446. The PA Hypnosis Center with Dan Vitchoff. Make that call today, 724-934-8446.
Tune in this Sunday morning at 8 for the Coons Cooking Hour with Rob Pratt and the Coons Market Team when they discuss your favorite picnic foods for Memorial Day. It's the Coons Cooking Hour, presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer.
When it comes to surgery, trust matters. At Independence Health System, our award-winning surgeons use advanced techniques and technology to deliver safe, precise, and personalized care. We offer minimally invasive options for faster recovery, smaller incisions, and less risk. From hernia repair to bariatric surgery, our skilled team is here for you every step of the way. Learn more at independence.health. Independence Health System. Expert care here.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Pittsburgh's 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
It was a great talk with Ted there from Mount Washington. One thing that I do want to disagree with him about, he's not here to defend himself now, is I don't think Pittsburgh's worse than it's ever been. I think that I think that first of all, I mean, we could go back to the 80s and the real collapse. But in my lifetime, or even in the 11 years that I've lived, 11-ish years I've lived within the city itself. I grew up just outside the city, but I've lived within the bounds of the city of Pittsburgh for the last 11 years. I do not think this is the worst it's been. I think that it feels that way sometimes because there was such a positive trajectory in terms of safety, in terms of even things like, you know, getting written up in the New York Times for our food scene, things like that made us feel like we were really coming up in the world. And we, you know, everyone, we're going to be the next Austin, the next Portland, the next Nashville, whatever, you know. That was always silly. We were only ever going to be the next Pittsburgh. But, and I think that having a taste of the big leagues, in a sense, made it harder to get demoted back to the minors, which is what happened during COVID, basically. You know, this city was particularly susceptible to the problems of COVID. Downtown is unusually important to the health of the city compared to other downtowns, unusually dense, very susceptible to the work from home trend. There are lots of reasons that we were in trouble there. And then, you know, frankly, we've had leadership, pretty serious leadership deficit coming out of COVID. It's not just the mayor's office either. It's also other institutions around the city that have not stepped up to the plate or that are so busy competing with each other instead of trying to do right by the city, by the region, to make the thing move forward. So, no, I do not think the city itself's in a worse position than it was 3 years ago when I was using transit more frequently to go to and from work. And, I think of myself as being, more tolerant than usual of kind of the messiness of urban life, of people talking to themselves on Smithfield Street and so on. But yeah, there were times where I was like, I'm not comfortable right now in what's supposed to be the nerve center of the city. I do think that has improved. I think it is. Is it where it needs to be? No. One institution that I should always make sure I give credit to is the Pittsburgh Downtown Partnership, which has done tremendous work to help to be the really driving force behind cleaning up downtown. I was just talking to someone the other day about how, or just messaging with someone the other day about how the partnership offers to basically they're not first responders, but like someone to call whenever you see something that isn't the way it should be, and they will try to respond as best they can or get the resources that are needed. So I think there are reasons to be optimistic. I do not think that this is the worst it's been, even in the past. I don't think it's the worst it's been certainly in the past generation, and I don't even think it's the worst it's been in the past 2 or 3 years. I think there's been a good positive trajectory for the city. This is still a city of neighborhoods, and your impression of how things are going in Pittsburgh depends almost entirely on two things. A, downtown, because everybody shares downtown to some degree, and B, your neighborhood. Ted was talking about Mount Washington. I don't spend a lot of time up on Mount Washington, but sounds from what he had to say that he's not feeling great about how things are going up there. You hear about that in Brookline sometimes too. I think it's overstated. We just, had some really positive growth with the business district and everything. But this is not a Brookline radio show, so I'm going to get off that for now. East End, on the other hand, all over the East End, it depends on where you are, how you think about how things are going. I mean, Squirrel Hill is, to my mind, more or less the same as it's always been. Whereas Bloomfield, Garfield, Lawrenceville, Polish Hill, these places are changing dramatically. And it kind of depends on who you are, what you think of that. The point is this. The city's greatest strength is, and the thing that makes it most resilient is its neighborhoods. The fact that you have basically, someone once put it, 90 little towns in a trench coat. That means that if one or two are struggling, the whole thing doesn't have to struggle. But that does also mean that if you're living in one of the ones that's struggling, you will feel it and feel it very, very acutely. So one of the biggest challenges for Corey O'Connor going forward is going to be establishing the good health of the city and of each of the neighborhoods and trying to respond to them as much as possible. We'll be back after this news.
While you sleep, there are people you've never met who are working hard to make your morning. People who get up at ungodly hours to make sure you get the information you want. People who dedicate their lives to make yours better while you sleep. These people come together during the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert, 5:30 to 10 in the morning, to make sure you have the best news, traffic, and weather to start your day. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
Pittsburgh, we've got a problem. Home care is in crisis and there aren't enough caregivers to meet the demand. So if you've got a loved one with Medicaid and needs care, don't wait. Freedom Care was built for this moment. We help you get care at home from someone you already trust. A family member or friend who can get paid to help with everyday needs like meals, medication, bathing, and mobility. If you have Medicaid, it's 100% free to you. No waiting lists. Just real care from your people right now. Freedom Care handles it all. Training, payroll, and support. So you can stay safe and comfortable at home, and your caregiver gets paid after every shift guaranteed. With 97% satisfaction and over 150 million hours of care delivered, Pittsburgh families are already making the switch to care at home. Take care of your own and get paid with Freedom Care. Call 412-844-5990. That's 412-844-5990. Call now, 412-844-5990. 412-844-5990.
Freedom Care, we're here for you.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Because shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
Have you or a loved one recently needed nursing home care? This can be very expensive, and you could lose your life savings without proper planning. The attorneys at Julie and Gray Associates have helped thousands of families navigate these difficult situations. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, covered by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company.
Save big and head to your local Toro dealer for this spring sales event on now. Groundbreaking savings on Toro Zero Turn, Stand On, and Walk Behind mowers. Stop in today to check out the great deals and amazing finance offers. For more information on spring sales event deals, visit your local Toro dealer. Penn Hills Rental at 11125 Frankstown Road or call 412-242-6777.
Open Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. and Saturday, 8 a.m. to 3 p.m.
The Pittsburgh Speaker Series at Heinz Hall, presented by University of Pittsburgh, announces its 26-27 season. 7 events to challenge your mind, enlarge your world, and make you laugh. With Anderson Cooper, former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, historian Anne Applebaum, financial journalist Andrew Ross Sorkin, and the former U.S. Ambassador to China, Nicholas Burns. The series is sponsored by News Radio KDKA and the Spanos Group of Raymond James. Tickets on sale now at pittsburghspeakers.org.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Michael Toscano. The world may be about to get its first trillionaire, and it comes as Elon Musk announces plans for one of the biggest sales of stock to the public ever. Business and tech correspondent Joe Ling Kent reports it's for SpaceX.
The company hopes to reportedly raise about $75 billion, maybe more than that, in this IPO. But if you look deeper into that S1 filing, that SEC filing, it shows that SpaceX lost $2.6 billion from operations. Last year, there was about $18.7 billion in revenue, and the losses continue throughout the year so far.
CBS News intelligence and national security reporter Olivia Gazis is following the Trump administration's renewed focus on Cuba, including the murder indictment of its former president. That big federal indictment of Raul Castro and his 5 associates. All of that is against this backdrop of quiet but now increasingly visible diplomacy that we know has been going on. State Department officials have been engaging Cuban counterparts for months. Last Friday, CIA Director John Ratcliffe traveled to Havana to deliver this personal message from President Trump that the U.S. is open to engagement. Wildfires across California are eating up more than 20,000 acres. Correspondent Matt Gutman reports from the fire zone near Simi Valley, where more than 40,000 people have been told to evacuate.
There are helicopters in the air, but firefighting officials tell me that they are now confident. They made good headway. The fire's now 15% contained, which is actually pretty good, and there are favorable weather conditions over the next 2 days. So they're feeling confident about this.
Roads have been reopened in Atlanta after a heavy rain caused flash flooding and stranded vehicles. Tuesday was a good night at the polls for candidates endorsed by President Trump. More from CBS's Weijia Jiang.
President Trump flexed his political muscle.
We won all races last night, every one of them.
After 2 of his foes lost Republican primary races, Kentucky Congressman Thomas Massie and Georgia gubernatorial candidate Brad Raffensperger. And Trump issued a warning to another vulnerable Republican, Congressman Brian Fitzpatrick of Pennsylvania.
Modern medicine has a huge impact on human gut microbes, important to immunity and digestion. For example, researchers at Rutgers University find that when doctors treated people in the Amazon for river blindness, their gut microbial diversity declined.
It didn't take much. 1 to 2 visits was enough to see the effect. So the effect is very fast.
Study author Maria Gloria Dominguez-Bello, low gut microbial diversity can lead to inflammation, obesity, and other gastrointestinal problems. This is CBS News.
Join Adriana Diaz and Kelly O'Grady for the perfect start to your weekend. Ease into your Saturday with CBS Saturday Morning on CBS and streaming on Paramount+.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
Ready or not, summer is coming, and Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance is on now. Right now through May 25th, get up to 70% off everything home at Wayfair. Plus, score amazing doorbuster deals all sale long and surprise flash deals on Memorial Day. We're talking thousands of products at every style and budget. Now is the time to save big on must-haves for your patio, backyard, and beyond. These savings won't last, so don't wait. Shop Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance now through May 25th.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
A Las Vegas restaurant known for massive high-calorie burgers is shutting down.
That's the customer at the Heart Attack Grill being spanked for not finishing his massive bypass burger. Another says,
I'm feeling my arteries are seizing up, but it's worth it.
The Heart Attack Grill is famous for a reason and not just its scantily clad hospital-themed servers.
What's in a quadruple bypass is 4 half-pound patties.
Then the buns are coated in lard and it's
melted all together with 8 thick slices of cheese.
Yum? The restaurant says it's not renewing its long-term lease due to corporate greed for pricing people out of affordable indulgence. Allison Keyes, CBS News.
Single Gen Z women outpace men of their generation in home buying. They're 35% of all home buyers in that generation, while single Gen Z men represent 18%, according to the National Association of Realtors. Michael Toscano, CBS News.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Mostly cloudy for tonight. Some rain at times. The low 49, drying out for tomorrow. Clouds break for some sun. A high 68. Mostly cloudy tomorrow night, low 54. And then some rain on Friday, high 63. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist John Feerick. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Welcome back, Pittsburgh. Brandon McGinley filling in this evening, KDKA Radio. Give us a call. Give me a call, 866-391-1020. We spent a lot of the show talking about the politics of children, I guess. We were talking about the potential parental leave policy being pushed by County Executive Sarah Innamorato. We've talked about public safety and kind of the enforcement of rules with kids who congregate downtown. I want to move on to something a little bit different, though. Although I'd love to go back to any of those things if anybody else wants me to. But I want to actually cycle back to something I said at the very beginning of the show, which where I was talking about some of the elections that were held yesterday. There was a really weird dynamic in the race down in Washington and Greene counties, the state Senate race between Camara Bartolotta and Al Buckton. Both of them were supported to the tune of over $1 million by gambling interests. Well, I'm not supposed to say gambling interests whenever you talk about the skill games, because by law in the Commonwealth, they are not officially gambling, although I think we all know what they actually are. Whereas the skill games interests were supporting the challenger, whereas the established gambling interests were supporting the incumbent. I've had mixed feelings, I'd say, mostly negative, but somewhat mixed feelings about the skill games phenomenon. But every day that goes by, I become more and more negative. The other day, I was at a suburban gas station I was filling up my car with gas, and I was getting something from the convenience store, and I looked to my left in this very normal convenience store, and there were just two people banging away at these, quote, skill games. It looked for all the world just like a little, very, 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 very sad casino in the middle of a suburban convenience store. And now they're in almost every convenience store. They're in pizza parlors. They're in VFWs. They're everywhere. Whatever the courts have ruled about what these devices are, it's clear that in terms of their effect and in terms of the way people treat them, they are gambling devices. They are just like having slot machines in every convenience store, every bar, excuse me, every VFW, every pizza parlor, everywhere. I am so tired of seeing the signs, the same gaudy signs. I'm so tired of the LED lights in the windows advertising them. This is a deeply, deeply vicious business that is taking advantage of people who either don't know the difference between a game and gambling or who are probably addicted or close to it, to the experience of playing these games. So I find it hard to come to any other conclusion whenever you see people mindlessly tapping that stupid button in the middle of a convenience store. It's not even like it's one thing if you're doing this in a casino where you're in an environment that is meant to be entertaining and where you could at least possibly be enjoying yourself by watching a game or getting a burger or something like that. But in a convenience store, these serve zero social purpose. They only serve a negative purpose. The only time I've ever felt somewhat okay about the skill games is when they're in, say, like a neighborhood bar, and the revenue that the bar owner generates from it helps them stay in business so that you have a neighborhood institution. Okay? But then that's totally different from convenience stores and even the pizza parlors and all these other things. These things and frankly, the people who design them, they're designed to be addictive. They're designed to be gamified gambling. The people who design them and who take part in this whole process, it's vicious. I want to say it's evil. So they are ensnaring people in these bright and shiny games that are just seeping money out of them and into the pockets, fundamentally, of the businesses that make them. And whatever benefits the bars and so on might derive from them is just not worth it. It's just not worth it. If I could press a button right now and destroy the entire industry, I would. I remember years ago, I was writing. I wrote an essay. An essay. That sounds really academic. I wrote an article for a newspaper about gambling in Pennsylvania. And I want to stress here, by the way, that I'm not against gambling as a whole. I'm not against gambling as a whole. I absolutely enjoy a neighborhood poker game, and I wish there were more of them. I think that gambling within certain constraints can be sociable, can be fun, can be I think it's a deeply human thing. I think that trying to get rid of any kind of games of chance or gambling entirely is ridiculous. Okay? But I remember I'd written an op-ed. It was actually for the Post-Gazette, long before I worked for the Post-Gazette. And I talked with it was a reporter or an editor at the Post-Gazette. I forget exactly what the story was. And this was before the skill game menace had really picked up in Pennsylvania. This was when West Virginia was putting actual slot machines in little parlors around the state. I remember talking to a reporter for the PG who said, I went down to Weirton and I saw these places and they're so sad. They're so sad. Have you ever seen a skill game operation look, what's the word? Look good. Have you ever seen one of these operations look like the people who are participating are thriving? Have you ever seen one of these that makes a neighborhood, a community better? I haven't. I held out hope that maybe in some circumstances they could be helping community institutions survive, but I don't believe that anymore. I don't believe that anymore. Whatever possible positive effects they might have for that kind of thing is totally overwhelmed by the negative effects of the overall system, which is very little makes me as sad as seeing these devices and seeing people just staring at the screens and knowing that somewhere elsewhere in the state, people are making money off of them, making lots of money off them, millions and millions of dollars off of them. And telling themselves that that they're, I can't even think, like, with almost any other business, even businesses that I personally find to be offensive or immoral, I can usually come up with some understanding of how the people who are making money off of it see themselves as doing something good. In this case, I really don't see it. I don't see how you could design one of these machines, sell it, then go and look at what's happening in our convenience stores and our pizza parlors and say, I'm proud of myself. I've done something good. I've done something that helps communities thrive. It just seems to me to be vicious from the word go. And I've ranted too long about this. I got to get to a break. After the break, I got a call from DJ. I'm going to get to you right after this.
When you need to talk, we're here for you. Always have been. News Radio KDKA.
Hello, KDKA listeners. This is Carlos, owner of Greater Pitt Tree Service. If you have any concerns about any trees on your property, call Greater Pitt Tree Service, 412-884-TREE. We have an A-plus rating on the Better Business Bureau. To serve your needs best, we have an ISA-certified arborist on staff. We have 32 years experience, 412-884-TREE. We will be your best choice for tree work. Greater Pitt Tree Service, 412-884-TREE. And remember, we did your neighbor's tree.
Are you turning 65 and have questions about Medicare? Aetna has Medicare Advantage plans that include prescription drug coverage in Pennsylvania with a $0 monthly plan premium. Plus, the plans include benefits like dental, vision, and hearing. You may also qualify for a monthly credit toward your Part B premium. Call Aetna today at 1-888-76-AETNA to learn more.
Aetna Medicare is an HMO PPO plan with a Medicare contract. Our D-SNPs also have contracts with state Medicaid programs. Enrollment in our plans depends on contract renewal. Plan features and availability may vary by service area.
Why would a guy in financial services pick a fight with the financial industry? Because in many cases, the system they built works more for them than it does for you. Tune in for a new kind of retirement show with Greg Ayler. Now at a new time, Saturdays at 5 on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The Temptations, and the Four Tops. Friday, June 5th, 7:30 p.m., the Benedum Center. The Temptations and the Four Tops. On sale at trustarts.org and 412-456-6666.
Hey folks, my friends at NASCO Roofing take pride in exceeding customer expectations. Joe from Pittsburgh loved the excellent work NASCO did on replacing his roof and gutters. It was a big job that NASCO completed in just 2 days with excellent attention to every detail. Joe was also impressed with NASCO's cleanup that left his home spotless. NASCO has thousands of customers that are satisfied like Joe. Get NASCO on your roof. Call NASCO 412-377 412-373-2000. 412-373-2000. Special financing available. NASCO Roofing. NASCO.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Hear about it. Then talk about it. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Alrighty, folks. I got myself worked up about gambling in the last segment. I actually don't mind gambling. I think gambling can be good. But gambling, as it has become practiced in this country, has gotten out of control. The skill game situation, which is basically gambling, is the one I was talking about. I could get into the sports gambling thing, which I will do after this, because I promised DJ I would bring him on the air. Hey, DJ.
Yeah, so the old days, it used to be poker machines in the bars, and then on the news, you'd see them rolling out the front door, and then they'd bring them right back in the back door and make a big news story out of it. But
yeah,
it was funny. They'd smash them, and then they'd be back the next week or whatever.
Yeah.
But it was just time to renew them anyway. But I've seen Wilmington, Wilmington, Amish country.
Sure, yeah.
There's even vape shop up in that little town.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
You
the
know,
vape shop
so-
thing, that's a whole other thing. But, absolutely.
They do a co-op there. They got both. There's vaping and skill now. Vaping, skill,
and they have those ugly LED lights in the windows. DJ, you're in New Kensington, so this is a different river valley. But 2 days ago or 3 days ago, I took my family down. I mentioned earlier in the show, I took them down to a historic site down in Fayette County. So we went down through Brownsville and Masontown. All these places, hard luck places, man. I mean, it's hard, and all of these skill game parlors, it's so, oh my goodness, it's so depressing. It's so predatory.
up north where it's real rural, they put them in the gas stations up there.
Yeah.
Because there's nothing up there. Like Phillipsburg, there's nothing there. That town has nothing like on the road up there.
Right.
I'm going in there 3 o'clock in the morning and people are in there.
Oh my gosh.
DJ,
you're killing me. No, that's...
It's sad, and and then what about now they got drive-throughs with marijuana shops, medical marijuana, which nothing medical about most of it. Some of it is, but
I was in Michigan. I was in Michigan a few weeks ago, and there were so many billboards for cannabis, and I was like, oh, if we get, what do they call it? Adult use cannabis. Whatever they're calling it, whatever Josh Shapiro is calling it, but recreational cannabis. That's what's it's going to be billboards after billboard after billboard, all selling pot. And I hope it doesn't come to that, but that's a whole other thing. But no,
it's just a bad time to be stupid. That's what I say. I mean, they desensitize it like it's no big deal to get high and gamble, and it really is a big deal.
Yeah,
it really is.
Well, you said it's a bad time to be stupid. I know people say, "Oh, it's a tax on stupid," but here's the thing. Okay, if you're the world in the 21st century is complicated. It's a complicated world. You have to deal with insurance. You have to deal with so many things, and it taxes even a relatively intelligent person. Okay, so the idea that, and I know you're not saying this, but I'm saying when people say, "Oh, it's a tax on stupid," and that's fine. No, like that's raising revenue. And in this case, it's not even none of it's even going to the state because we don't tax it yet. So it's just going to people in like not Potter County, Schuylkill County or something like that over there where Pace-O-Matic is. But it's just sucking money out of communities from precisely the people who can't afford it.
I just think it's sad. That's all I do.
Yeah.
So
no.
I hope somebody that thinks about it that don't do it, that find out you like it and you're addicted. That's the worst thing. So don't even try it. That's the best way. Don't even try it. That's the best way to beat something. Not figure out you like it and then you're addicted.
Absolutely.
So that's what I'm saying. But I don't know what to say. It's they're everywhere like Dollar Generals. That's all I could say.
Yeah, I like Dollar Generals. I know. That's anytime. I mean, like I said, I was down in Fayette County the other day, and it's just like, oh, there's the town Dollar General. And
But I mean, my main point was Wilmington. Amish country. They're not even. There's a vape shop there, which is I thought ridiculous.
And this point I was trying to make earlier a little bit is that like these places. New Wilmington, New Kensington, Masontown, Brownsville, Waynesburg, all these places, I know they're never going to be what they once were. I get that, okay? But we can hopefully commit to not making them ugly. And all of these things you're describing, DJ, the vape shops, the cannabis, the skill game stuff, it's all ugly. The Dollar Generals, for that matter, they're ugly. And that to me is just, it's just soul sucking. It sucks the whatever life is remaining in these communities, just sucks it out. It says you don't even deserve to have a one nice looking storefront in your town. You get a skill games parlor and you're gonna like it. Like, it's just treating people like animals.
I don't know. I only have questions, not answers.
I know. I'm supposed to be. I don't know. I wish I. It's one of the reasons I don't get into topics like this too much, because I don't. I'm just complaining at this point. But I hope there's some value in the complaining, because it's something we all see, and it's just hard to put into words how we feel about it sometimes.
It's a very big deal. It's sad.
Yeah. Hey, thanks, DJ. I appreciate it. Thank you for the call, man.
Okay. Bye there. Bye.
Yeah. I feel, I as I said earlier in the show, I live in the city. I live in Brookline. I've lived there for a little more than a decade. I grew up in the suburbs. We don't talk enough, and we talk a lot, rightly, about the parts of Pittsburgh that need a pick-me-up. We talked about the Hill District earlier. We could talk about the Hilltop. We could talk about Homewood. We could talk about Carrick. There's all kinds of places that need help. Get in a car sometime. If you have time on a Sunday afternoon, get in a car and drive down Route 88. Get through Bethel Park. Go past Trax Farm, Finleyville. Keep going. Go down to Monongahela. Go down to Denora. I know Bishop from Denora often calls. Go down to Charleroi. You got all kinds of little ones down there. Elko, Roscoe, Twilight. Go down to Greene County. Bobtown. Aleppo Township. Go down to Fayette City, down in the Mon Valley, Fayette County. I already mentioned Masontown. There's a little one called Ada. It's 2 blocks right on the river. ADAH. We don't talk enough about what we as a society has done to those places. I mean, they're the reason that Donald Trump exists, and that's, when you think about it that way, you realize that this is a lashing out that has a real basis behind it. These are the places that I see, and I just don't know what to do about them. But I'll tell you this, it sure as hell isn't cannabis and skill games. That's not helping them. Back after these news break.
Want a health plan that travels with you? With UPMC Health Plan, you can access care wherever you are. That's access to UPMC doctors and hospitals, local providers, plus urgent and emergency care nationwide through the Cigna Healthcare PPO network. What's more, you get 24/7 access to virtual care. All this with award-winning customer service from their healthcare concierge team. When your employer gives you a choice of health insurance plans, choose UPMC Health Plan.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-948-7878. That's 800-948-7878.
I'm fixing to tell you something that the insurance industry does not want you to ever hear. Bullies often delay and deny. I see them sitting on premiums paid and making money and dragging it out for as long as they can. Many times, we're forced to take them to court. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Their high-paid lobbyists are on a mission to make sure that at trial, jurors are not allowed to learn that the at-fault party has insurance, and in some cases, lots of it. I can think of no case in all my years where there was no insurance for the at-fault party. So let's fight back. It's all these bullies understand. Tell everybody you know the truth. If you've been injured in a car crash or hurt at a store or business, visit forthepeople.com. We're here 24/7. It's that easy. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, 603 Stanwyck Street, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Bring your home back to life with Zero Res, a fresher clean that you can actually feel. Get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $139 and whole home air duct cleaning starting at just $599. Visit ZeroResPGH.com and tell them KDKA sent you.
While you sleep, there are people you've never met who are working hard to make your morning. People who get up at ungodly hours to make sure you get the information you want. People who dedicate their lives to make yours better while you sleep. These people come together during the Big K Morning Show with Larry Richert, 5:30 to 10 in the morning, to make sure you have the best news, traffic, and weather to start your day. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
When you call yourself the voice of Pittsburgh, you have to know when to not talk. Sometimes you just need to be the ears of Pittsburgh. Just listen. Listen to what you have to say. These are complicated and uncertain times. But when you need us, we're here for you. And we're listening. A trusted source that you can count on to be here. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
CBS News Brief. Elon Musk has announced plans for one of the biggest stock sales ever by taking SpaceX public.
If this IPO goes forward as planned, Elon Musk could become the world's first trillionaire. He's already the richest man, and his ambitions have really been what has carried him here to this moment.
Business and tech correspondent Joe Ling Kent. The Trump administration ramps up pressure on Cuba with today's murder indictment of former President Raul Castro. CBS's Olivia Gazis.
All signs right now point to sustained pressure on multiple fronts: economic, political, legal, military, diplomatic. Virtually all of those intensified in just the past week.
Wind-fueled wildfires rage across Southern California. Matt Gutman's in Simi Valley.
One of those firefighting aircraft dumped that Phosgene, that fire retardant here. The culvert also painted pink. We were splattered with it ourselves. But with the afternoon winds picking up again, that fire is making another run.
CBS News Brief. I'm Michael Toscano.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Mostly cloudy for tonight. A little rain at times, low 49, then clouds break for some sunshine. Less humid tomorrow, the high 68. Partly to mostly cloudy tomorrow night, low 54, and then periods of rain Friday, high 63. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist John Feerick, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us all this week on the Big K Morning Show, 5:30 until 10, for your chance to win tickets to see The Temptations and the Four Tops at the Benedum, June 5th.
Yeah, I don't have answers for the hardest cases in Western Pennsylvania. I don't have answers for Langloth outside Burgettstown. It's like a suburb of Burgettstown. I don't have answers for the parts of Greene County that have been left behind. I don't have answers for Fayette or Somerset. I don't have answers for the Allegheny Valley towns, the Ohio Valley towns. I don't have answers for them. I don't think data centers are the answer. I don't think they're necessarily the worst thing. I think energy generation attached to data centers could bring some jobs, some sense of participation in the economy once again. But that's not the answer. Obviously, the people who are making money off of the skill games, the vape shops and all of that is not at all. That's the opposite of the answer. That's predatory and the worst kind of predation. It's targeting precisely those who can afford it least and making those communities worse every day, making it harder to imagine them ever coming back. And it's hard for me to talk about without getting into the kind of moralizing that might seem a little bit much, but I hate it. I hate it. I love driving through these towns and seeing parts of our community that I don't see very often, and I hate seeing what the world has done to them. Tom in the South Side. What's up, Tom?
Yeah, you made a kind of a throwaway comment earlier about this is why Donald Trump exists.
Yeah.
Well, actually, the reason Donald Trump exists is Rupert Murdoch.
Sure. I mean, that was a flippant remark. I would say that in as much as. Well, I mean, here, okay, want to talk about predation? You want to talk about predatory tactics?
Well, actually, let me add one more comment.
Yeah. Well, let me just say real quick that, there's a kind of media predation that capitalizes on the despair of people and gives them a hero and a villain. I mean, I think that's part of the predation. But yeah, go ahead, Tom. Sorry.
Well, actually, it was it was a business relationship. It benefited Fox and it benefited Trump, and they fed off one another. And now the other reason, and I spoke to Chris for a long time, but I feel that his election is the ultimate indictment of our education system. At this point, if people don't know what Trump is, it's just willful ignorance or just plain ignorance that some people don't have the capacity to know better.
Yeah.
That's my view.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's basically right. I would just since I'm heavily now into this kind of despairing southwestern Pennsylvania towns thing. I would just add that it's hard for. In Donald Trump's base is not just people in down and out towns in Appalachia. It's a lot bigger than that. So I don't want to make it sound like this is the whole phenomenon, but I do think that we sometimes don't fully appreciate the level of just how far people's communities and families have fallen And there was when we were driving down through Fayette County a few days ago, I remember, it was some little town. It wasn't a borough. It was some little village. I could not tell you exactly where it was. It was near Brownsville. And there were some houses that they were just falling down. And I'm thinking there must be vermin living in these houses, because they don't. I mean, there are no longer people living in them. I hope not. They must be incubators for rats and who knows what else, and that will affect then the rest of the community. And then there was one house along this stretch of whatever highway it was, 166 or something like that. It was one house that was nicely kept, and not only was it nicely kept, but they had a flag. It was an America 250 flag to celebrate the sesquicentennial. And I'm thinking, what great hope these people who live there must have, that they can celebrate the country when all around them is squalor. That to some degree, the country as a whole is responsible for. And I didn't quite know what to make of it, but it was just, I don't know. It was just, but it wouldn't shock me if that was a Trump voter, because they're seeing the squalor all around them, seeing that, but they still they see. They might not. I'm not saying they were. I mean, maybe they weren't. Maybe they actually hate Donald Trump for all the other reasons, for the exact same reason that you would support him. That you think either he's the hero or he's the villain of the story. I guess what I would say about all this is that it's too easy to call him either the hero or the villain of the story. He's one of innumerable American characters, a particularly obnoxious one, a particularly important one, but I think we sometimes put too much, almost give him too much power by talking about him so much. You know what I mean, Tom?
Yeah, but I agree with you. I didn't mean.
No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to suggest. Yeah, but go ahead. Yeah.
I'm going to quote. The only reason I actually listened to KDKA was Chris Moore, and I'm going to quote another expression is that I don't have to look left and right to find out who's keeping me down. I just need to look up. As in, the money.
Yeah.
It's not exclusive. The money talks some bullshit. Sorry about that. Money talks some BS walks.
Yeah.
And those that have over the years largely taken advantage of those that don't. It's not universal.
Yeah, but it is the human condition. No, I mean, Tom, I don't disagree. Yeah. I mean, I do not disagree. I think I think that there is a lot of truth in the left-wing trope or the left-wing argument that the scuffles or the fights, whether it's racial or whatever, that there is a sense in which kind of the real power, the real financial power is, if not orchestrating, I think that's a bit too strong of a word, but certainly benefits from everybody else fighting against each other instead of I think there's a good deal of truth in that actually. And I think that, I mean, if we want to get into real historical analysis, the hard right rises when moneyed interests align with populist interests, as opposed to populist interests going after moneyed interests. Does that make sense? That's kind of very simplified, but yeah.
Last question: Are they gonna hire you or not?
Well, I don't know about that. I still have very happy in my full-time job at the Post-Gazette. I hope everyone at the Post-Gazette heard me say that. But I'm happy filling in. And we'll see what happens. But I appreciate it, Tom. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Bye. That was very nice. So yeah, I mean, I just have such mixed feelings when you see these places. We don't. Well, to go back to my original point, we don't talk enough about the left behind places outside the city, and what it must feel like to see your community over the course just die a slow death, and the doctor never comes. There's not even last rites. The priest doesn't come. It's It has to be so demoralizing. And this is traditionally where more radical politics comes from, because all of the politics as usual didn't work. This is one of the reasons you get more radical politics in the city, left-wing politics in the city. And this is the part of the left wing, the progressive movement, that I must have some kind of sympathy for, because to some degree it is coming out of despair. It is coming out of a sense that all of the usual ways of doing politics hasn't worked. So when I come up here and say, oh, we need a more pragmatic, centrist city government, blah, 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 I can absolutely understand why some people turn up their noses at that. Because for a lot of people, pragmatic, centrist government hasn't helped them one bit. So I understand why people are drawn to the extremes. I absolutely do. And we need to deal with that. We need to reckon with that reality. I think at the city level, a kind of, pragmatism is essential to actually run a city. And so I'll stick to that. But I also understand why people think it just doesn't work anymore. I get it. I don't think that their solutions are right, but I think that their passion is coming out of real pain. Not always. Some of them are just grifters. A lot of them are just grifters. But there are some of them who are truly coming from a place of real pain. Just as there are a lot of right-wing MAGA grifters and a lot of people whose MAGA sympathies come from a place of real pain. Rudy in Pittsburgh, welcome to the show.
Oh my God! Hello. I didn't mean to. I spoke with his name's Greg. That's amazing. When I was on hold, some of the things you were saying, I know you're not reading my mind, but I was telling Greg is his name.
Yeah.
And you're not. I'm just not familiar with you, but you sound great. And some of your, I don't like calling them talking points. You're welcome. I was down in Market Square, and I had to shut your show off. I'm normally hearing another guy, Rob Pratt, or some other guy, Michael Bartley. And I thought, wow, a couple hours ago, what a breath of fresh air you are. What do you do besides this? Are you,
until about 3 weeks ago, I was the editorial page editor at the Post-Gazette. But under the new regime, at the Post-Gazette, I'm still there. But I'm just writing a column 3 days a week. And a lot of the things I've talked about today, I've written about for the newspaper. So you can find it there. Please subscribe.
Well, that's I'm good for you. I'm happy to hear that for you.
Thank you.
And but you're welcome. No tongue in cheek, but we were all down there at Market Square, and we watched the thing to your Greg. He said his name is. We were watching people be told you don't come back, and based on the officers, we knew that they were underage, but they were banging on signs.
Yep.
And I don't go by like MAGA or left or right wing. I think that's some form of label that people are allowing themselves to be brainwashed into.
Sure.
I'm not against. I don't hate my enemy, but I don't want my enemy to do something to my property, whether I'm living in that state or I'm vacationing in another country.
Yeah.
So my point being, yes, thank you, sir. My point being is that we need law and order more than we need some. I don't know what progressive means, and I asked that to a guy that lives in Mount Lebanon. He was, and I said, "Oh, how's that officer know me?" Because I'm a friend of his. And he was a security guard there. And I said, I don't know what you mean by that, progressive. He said he was progressive. And I said, I don't know what that means, but thank you for – and there were a lot of police officers. I said, I feel more secure when I see people as security guards or police officers doing their job. And we were watching these unruly individuals.
Yeah.
I couldn't tell how old they were. But all of them, but three of them, but they were all told, if you don't leave, you will be. And I thought, yeah, an hour later, we were all laughing, and we were Kamani brothers there, and five guys. And, and so we were just kind of laughing about what transpired a few hours ago. And I thought to myself, why is that offensive? If they're not supposed to be out if they're minors after 10 o'clock p.m. Sunday through Sunday.
Yeah, right.
And especially anywhere.
Yeah.
It's an ordinance. It's a curfew, right?
Well, I don't think there's currently a city ordinance to that effect, but I think that I think it's certainly a fair question. It's one thing if you're like a 15-year-old and you're tooling around your home neighborhood, but downtown, I mean, especially given the way the bus system works, you're getting to the point where it'd be hard to get home. So no, I hear you.
I mean, that's a valid rebuttal, but where is their home? That's irrelevant if they're destroying public property.
Yeah.
So I don't know why people in Allegheny Council think that I don't. It's on record. She's saying that sign's offensive to her. Why doesn't she go down there and watch somebody unruly knock it was a Chipotle. They were knocking that fence over, and the worker came out, and I went and I said, well, let's just go tell those police officers they're over there doing their job because they were tending to the whole, what they call Market Square. Mm-hmm. And there's music, everyone's having fun, they have to do their rounds, in other words. So I said to the young lady, she said, I'm about ready to bust them in their head. They knock over and it was on the out part of Chipotle. It's by the oysters. And I thought, they don't care. And so these are some of the same ones that I see, speaking of which. Yeah. And
well, this is the thing. There's this kind of.
I think minors don't go to jail.
Yeah,
If a minor could.
Yeah, I mean, there's this kind of like soft approach, and I'm gonna have to get to a break, but like there's this kind of soft approach that we tell ourselves is compassionate, but it's not compassionate for the people who are just trying to have a meal in Market Square. And this is the point that I really want to drive home. It's also not compassionate for the majority of kids who are not there to cause a ruckus. Those are the kids who I feel for, because there are kids who, whether they're from the Hill or they're from Brookline or whatever, they either don't have or don't feel like they have a place to be in their home neighborhoods. So they come downtown, and we could say they shouldn't, but they are, and so we're stuck with that. Okay, this is the baseline. This is what's happening. It's not compassionate to the kids who are just there to socialize and hang out, to be soft on those who are there to cause trouble, because you're making those kids' lives worse. And that's
I
the
think
thing.
You live in Allegheny County. I would love to vote for you. I voted this yesterday. I'm not kidding though. This isn't funny.
I know. I'm sorry. No, I just know what would happen to me if my wife ever heard that somebody was encouraging me to run for office, and it would be bad. It would be bloody.
No, that's funny. That's funny because you're a father and a husband, and your wife is, what they call domestic engineer. She's the mother of your children, and I remember you saying that earlier in your show, and I think I'm not making excuses for criminals.
Oh, absolutely. No, I don't think so. I don't think so.
Called incarcerated.
Rudy, I'm really up against a break, so I got to let you go, man. But I really, really appreciate the call. Thank you so much. Okay, we will be back, and I have 2 minutes or so left after this break. Thanks, everyone.
Every Tuesday morning at 7:20, listen for Inside Independence Health, a look at all things healthcare with the experts from Independence Health System. It's brought to you by Independence Health System. Expert care here.
Crowded waiting rooms, 5 rushed minutes with the doctor. No real answers, just solutions that mask symptoms. For so many, that's what healthcare has become. In and out, no time, no connection. Just another appointment on the schedule. At Pittsburgh Sinus Centers, it's different. They take the time to listen, explain, and design a plan built around you. Because real relief starts with understanding what's really going on, not just treating the surface. From allergy testing to in-office sinus and nasal procedures, their experienced team uses the latest technology and a personal touch to help you breathe, sleep, and live better. Here, you're not just another number. You're the reason they do what they do. Discover a better way to feel better, one that's built around you. Pittsburgh Sinus Centers. Schedule a consultation today. Call Pittsburgh Sinus Centers, 878-231-4950. 878-231-4950. That's 878-231-4950.
Did you feel that drafty breeze from your windows this winter? Yikes, it was scary cold. But just as scary is that you now know that your windows will let in that hot, humid air all summer. Let PJ Fitzpatrick help reduce your utility bills with custom-made, double-insulated replacement windows. PJ provides peace of mind with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. Plus, PJ Fitzpatrick has a variety of financing packages that work with any budget. You can have it all. Visit trustpj.com today for your new windows. That's trustpj.com.
If you're in the Pittsburgh area and caring for a loved one with Medicaid, get paid starting today. Freedom Care has already helped over 162,000 families get the care they deserve, with 97% satisfaction and more than 8,000 5-star reviews. If you have Medicaid, you need to hear this. You may qualify to choose a caregiver you already trust, a family member or friend, and they can start getting paid. No agencies, no strangers, just someone you know, helping with meals, medication, bathing, mobility, and more. This service isn't for later, it's for right now. now. It's 100% free to you through Medicaid, and caregivers get paid right away after their shift. Find out if you qualify today. Call 412-801-7213. That's 412-801-7213. Don't wait. Call 412-801-7213 now. Again, 412-801-7213. Freedom Care. Get paid to care starting now.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
So we're almost to the end of my time with you this evening. This is Brandon McGinley from the Post-Gazette filling in. And yeah, I mean, we've covered a lot of ground today. Honestly, more than I expected. You know, we had an interesting election yesterday where we saw kind of the activist bases of the parties flex their muscles. We've talked about the parental leave policy that Sarah Innamorato is trying to bring into Allegheny County, and how, in principle, I think it's an important thing. I wish we had a culture, a society that supported parents more than it does. And one of the ways a society can support parents better is by giving them a chance to get a break from work whenever they have a kid. Just demonstrate that our culture believes that there are obligations, there are responsibilities that we have that are more important, in fact, than those to our employers. The question is just whether such a policy is going to work if it's not funded and it's only in Allegheny County. I would like to figure out a way to improve leave policies that does not also have such a negative effect on businesses that the cost could be worse than the benefits, especially for an unfunded program that will put all the onus on workers. We talked about downtown. We talked more about kids and how they make a go of it downtown, and how we can, the only way to make downtown a place where everyone can be, to actually keep the public places of downtown truly public, is to actually enforce the rules that we have, and to make rules that ensure that people know that antisocial behavior won't be tolerated. Because whenever we do tolerate antisocial behavior, when we tolerate camping in public places that are not supposed to be camped in, when we tolerate chaos, we are allowing public spaces to be captured by others, and they're no longer public places. When Market Square is taken over by a bunch of teenagers, now we can talk all day about the circumstances that led to that, or how there need to be more resources and programs. I agree. But Market Square is no longer a meaningfully public place if it's been taken over by a bunch of teens, just like the trails aren't meaningfully public trails if they've been taken over by tent encampments. And then we ended up talking a little bit about gambling, skill games, vape shops, all of these, frankly, predatory businesses, predatory practices that target the most down and out people and the most down and out communities in a part of the world that has a lot of them. A lot. More, I think, than most of us realize. If we live in Cranberry, or even live in Brookline where I live, or you live in Bethel Park, or you live in Monroeville, you know, you don't have to drive far to find some of these places, but in your normal everyday life, you're not going to see them. That's why I suggest get in your car someday. You'll see some of those beautiful landscapes this close to an urban, you know, to a metro area, and also some of the most difficult human settlements that it's hard to see where they're going to come back from. I know it won't be cannabis. I know it won't be skill games. I know it won't be gambling. I know it won't be vape shops. We have to figure out some way to reintroduce a sense of meaning and purpose to these places that have lost it. And to try to tie it all together, I guess I'll just say that meaning ultimately comes from our relationships with others, and the most important relationships of all, family. And so whether it's through family leave policies or other things, building a community, building a society that welcomes children and that lifts up families is one of the only ways we're ever going to bring these communities back. Thanks for having me tonight in your car and your homes, and I will be back at some point in the future filling in. Good night, Pittsburgh.
While you sleep, there are people you've never met who are working hard to make your morning. People who get up at ungodly hours to make sure you get the information you want. People who dedicate their lives to make yours better while you sleep. These people come together